You guys ready? The committee will come to order. With your unanimous consent, the bills will be read by title unless there is a request for reading a bill at length. Committee reports are printed and in your bill folders. Floor amendments will be shown on the screen and on your iPads. Bills will be laid over upon motion of the majority leader and the coat rule is relaxed. Mr. Shebo, please read the title to House Bill 1029.
House Bill 1029 by Representatives Burton and Sandridge, also Senators Colker and Priola, concerning a requirement that the state make an additional direct distribution to the Public Employees Retirement Association to fully recompense the association for the cancellation of a previously scheduled July 1st, 2020 direct distribution.
Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It is an honor to serve with you.
It is an honor to serve with you, Representative.
I move House Bill 1029 and that Finance Committee report and the Appropriations Committee report.
Wonderful. To the Appropriations report.
So in the Appropriations Committee report, we made a change to the bills, a fairly significant one. We changed the appropriation to $380 million to come fully from the Para-Payment Cash Fund and be delivered to the Para-Trust Fund. $225 million of that $380 million will be back pay for the state's 2020 Senate Bill 200 responsibility. The additional $155 million as set forth in that amendment will count towards the state's fiscal year 2023-24 Para Senate Bill 200 liability. Also, the amendment provided that interest that accrues on that full $380 million balance transfer will also be used to count towards the state's prepayment of the next 2 fiscal years' Senate Bill 200 liability. I ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The Appropriations Committee report passes. To the Finance Committee report, Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So in the Finance Committee, we changed the financing source from general fund to this Para-Payment Cash Fund. And I ask for a yes vote.
Any further discussion on the Finance Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Finance Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The Finance Committee report passes. To the bill.
Do you want to speak first?
Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I am so pleased to bring this bill before you with my co-prime Representative Sandridge. House Bill 1029 is the work product of the Pension Review Subcommittee and the Pension Review Commission. And this was a unique bill that brought all sides together. There was no one on either of these two committees that disagreed with this bill. It passed unanimously out of both committees. You know, we have quite a history that this bill is going to satisfy, and I don't want to get into too much, but I do want you to know how important this is. In 2018, the state of Colorado recognized its responsibility to pay down our unfunded liability that we have with respect to para. It's a big deal, members. We need to keep faith with the people who have devoted their careers to the state of Colorado. We need to keep our promises. We know that in 2020, we had a terrible year in terms of finances for the state. We have a constitutional responsibility to every year pass a balanced budget. And when that year our tax returns coming into the state were not adequate to make our payment under the Senate Bill 200 requirements, we suspended that payment. Now, though, we do have an opportunity to pay that money back and also set aside additional funds so that we can ensure that the state is able to make its obligation to para and the retirees and state workers who depend upon this fund for the next 2 fiscal years. This is crucially important. I ask for a yes vote.
Representative Sandridge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And as we look back to Senate Bill 200 in 2018, I do want to thank Representative Van Winkle. We were there that night working hard on that bill. What that bill did was, and just give me a little room here because I know I'm talking about another bill, it put us on a path, on a path of sustainability. What happened is during COVID, kind of got off that path. What our bill here does, it puts us back on that path of sustainability. Our teachers, our state workers, they've been working hard during COVID, above and beyond. This is a stressor of them. They're worried about their pension right now because we jumped off the 2018 path. Let's take that off the table for them. They've been through enough. They need to feel that their pension is secure. That's what this bill does. Let's relieve the stress of them and pay our bill. Let's pass this bill. I ask for an aye vote. Thank you.
Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just also want to commend members. It's important to note that in the 4 years since Senate Bill 200 was passed, because of poor stock market returns in 2018, state employees and employers have twice been required to increase their contributions to PARA, and twice have retirees had their COLAs adjusted negatively. So when times have gotten tough, the people who depend upon this fund and who pay into it, they have stepped up and they have honored their responsibilities. That just underscores the importance of passing this bill and paying what we owe. Again, House Bill 1029 was the unanimous recommendation of a bipartisan group, and we ask for a yes vote.
Representative Sandridge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I would like to thank Representative Byrd for her strength on this bill. There were some people who wanted to slow roll Ann Pelton, let me thank you too for this. Oh yeah, strong. So there were some people who wanted to slow pay this debt back. We need to pay this back while we have the money, because who knows what tomorrow brings. We may not have the money tomorrow. We got the money now. Let's pay it. Let's move forward. And again, I want to thank Representative Byrd for being strong and saying we need to pay this back now. Thank you.
And let's go back to Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And for those of you who don't think, well, I'm not a para-retiree, why is this so important? Members, we have an important responsibility to be good stewards of the taxpayers' dollars. Failure to pay what the state must pay to our pension system will only cause our debt to PARA to grow, and this debt will not go away. Each time we say we will pay it later, the debt only grows larger and increasingly crowds out our ability to fund other important state priorities that depend upon the general fund, like K-12, higher education, Medicaid, transportation, the courts, you name it. Members, join me in standing up for Colorado's teachers, our state troopers, snowplow drivers, corrections officers, judges, local and state employees, and many other public employees who provide valuable services to all of Colorado, and vote yes to pass this bill. Let's make clear, in Colorado, we pay our bills and we honor our promises.
I like her.
Further discussion. Representative Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to very publicly thank these two. One of the big things that happened with Senate Bill 200, and I can't believe it's been 4 years ago. I'm getting old, I guess. It seems like yesterday we were here on the very last day of session trying to save, in the last hour of session, trying to save our state's credit rating, because the credit rating of the state was at stake that night. And if we had not acted, it would have been very bad for any bond, for anything that deals with our credit rating. So one of the big things in the bill, though, was the Para Oversight Committee, and that is what Representative Byrd has been leading for several years, and Representative Sandridge is now on it. And I want to thank them, because we, in addition to what you see here at the Capitol from time to time in bills like this, we actually meet for dozens of hours on long summer days, entire days, just making sure that PARA is on that trajectory towards paying off the unfunded liability. So thank you to them. And also thank you, I want to thank you, Mr. Chairman, because you relaxed the coat rule, and I also want to preemptively thank you for relaxing the tie rule. That's very gracious of you and very thoughtful.
Thank you, Representative. We'll see how the discussion goes, and we'll have a conversation. Minority Leader McKean.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, thank you to both sponsors, and truly thank you to the Oversight Committee. But it actually is really important right now to go back those 2 years and talk about what that discussion looked like, right? Because the discussion was, how do we buy down a 100-year mortgage to something reasonable? And we did. We bought that down with an one-time investment, and then we said, we're going to keep our word. In good times, we'll share the benefit, and in bad times, we'll share the burden, right? And the problem was that back during COVID, we cut $6.3 billion out of our budget, and we didn't have to. And then we came back, remember, during a special session that very same year and said, oh boy, we didn't have to take that money out, including the $250 million we took out of para. And we had a special session to figure out what to do with those billions of dollars. And then we didn't refund para then. And so when we came this year, and one of their very first Ledge Council meetings, they talked about, well, do we want to see this bill come? Yes, because what I said in Ledge Council, I say again here today. How often do we get a chance to be good on our word to the people of Colorado? How often do we get a chance to say, we made a promise. We made a promise that we would share the benefit in good times and we'd share the burden in bad times. And right now, we thought there were bad times back during COVID, kept that $250 million out of para. They deserve not only back the $250 million, but they deserve back the amount that would have accrued and the gain on those dollars. And that's partly why this discussion, this bill was introduced, folks, on January 22nd. January 22nd. And we're just now hearing it in the last couple of days of session. This should not have been a difficult decision. This should not have been held up to the whims of the first floor or anybody else. This should have been keep your word. Do what you said you were going to do from the outset. And if you can keep your word, you can put the money back where you took it, then we reestablish that trust, not only with our retirees, but the state as a whole. This is not just a yes, it's a hell yes. You keep your word, you do your job, you make sure that you do exactly what you said you were going to do, and you don't shortchange the people who gave their careers and gave their lives to the state of Colorado.
Representative Will.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you, sir.
And I also want to thank the sponsors for this bill. I'm a 40-plus year PERA retiree. You know, it is about keeping a promise, and it's keeping your word, and the state keeping their word. I have to tell you, you know, the number of state employees out there that dedicate their lives to public service, and our teachers. I can tell you this PERA is, when I went to work for the state, I made a contract with the state. Now, you get paid very little money. I'll tell you a little story. I remember going to Rifle, my first district assignment. You know what I made every month? Made $900. $900. That was gross, not take home. The average house there, was, you know, to buy a house was probably the $1,000, $1,100 payment range. So that doesn't work very good. But I can tell you, when those employees sign up, it's a contract with the state. You get poor wages, and I can tell you it pretty well continues throughout your career that you're not going to, as my dad told me when I became a state employee, he said, one thing about it, they make an example out of you. You know, they point at you and say, look, he's making it. And I found out to be true. The gold at the end of the rainbow there is your PERA retirement. And so that's a contract with those employees, and the good times come when you get your retirement in PERA, because you put in 30, 40 years of not such good time and wages in order to get that PERA retirement. And so I'll speak for all state employees and all teachers and everything. I support this bill 110%. It is about keeping our word. So thank you.
Representative Hanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I too will likely end up supporting this bill, but I did want to talk to it for a little bit because it's, well, this is one of the questions I wanted to ask ultimately, and just for the people of Colorado to understand. This bill was introduced, as the minority leader said, in January, and then in the course of the last hour, we ran a couple of, at least one amendment through. So what I want to try to do is, you know, this is, according to what we have, this is $303 million. But at the pace at which those amendments went through, I'm not exactly sure that's where it is. So what I wanted to do is give a quick summary. And there's several summaries I can work from. Here's one I kind of like. In order to fully recompense the Public Employees Retirement Association, PARA, for the cancellation of a previously scheduled July 1, 2020 direct distribution of $225 million, the bill requires an additional direct distribution to PARA of $303.57 million to be made on July 1, 2022. $303.57 million is the sum of $225 million plus an estimate of investment gains that would have accrued on that amount from July 1, 2020 through June 30, 2022, based on PARA's actual one-year total fund policy benchmark return from July 1, 2020 through June 30, 2021, plus PARA's assumed one-year rate of return of 7.25% from July 1, 2021 through June 30, 2022. So that's the bill summary. So we were talking $303.57 million. And I just wanted to go through this and confirm to the bill sponsors that after we're all done here and with all the changes, we're still at $303.57 million. I guess nods from the bench will suffice. I'll leave it at that, but I appreciate kind of getting an understanding, and I think the people need to get an understanding too. $303 million is a big deal. We ought to be able to talk to it for a few minutes, and I appreciate the explanations from all sides. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Hanks. And I'm going to let Representative Sandridge go to speak to the question, and then I'll get you Representative Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just to broadly talk about the amendments, there were some who thought we should slow pay this back through numerous years. But the amendments were associated with Representative Byrd fighting and saying we need to pay this back now and figuring out a way to actually do it instead of slow rolling it. So there was a compromise, and I'll say that the winners are our constituents who are PARA. So one thing I do want to throw out there while I'm here is, let's just say hypothetically this bill doesn't pass. And I want everybody to know how much money that will cost us. One thing, if you slow roll this payment, PARA will expect the gains of this account, which is around 7%. They will expect that, whether it's invested or not. Well, if it's not invested and we have to repay it down the road, we have to repay the capital gains, the profits. Well, that'll come out most likely, that'll come from the taxpayer, from most likely a general fund or some cash fund that the general fund has funded. That won't come from the investments. So the increases that you expect from the investments won't come from the investments, it'll come from the taxpayer if we slow pay this. Another thing too is, hypothetically, what if we didn't pay this back and our bond got hit? What if it got downgraded? That means we pay more interest-wise, millions of dollars. So this is something where pay it down now, save money, or slow pay it like a credit card and have that interest pile up. If you like saving money, let's pay it down now, get it over with. It'll save us more money if we pay it now than in the long run. I ask for an aye vote. Thank you.
Representative Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It is an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you, sir.
And thank you, members. I won't take long. I just did want to come down because I do think this bill is really important, and I do just want to give the appropriate amount of praise to the bill sponsors on this. You know, this is a bill that, you know, frankly, everyone from the right and the left can get behind. You know, it's about fiscal responsibility. It's about honoring the commitment that we made to our public workers. And members, if you look at the increasing burden that para-pension payments place, not on just the state, but on local entities like school districts and other para-dependent units of government, this is really eating into our ability to hire and recruit some of the most talented folks. If you go and talk to any of your school districts, they will tell you in most cases, para is their number one line item budget. And that money has increased over the last few decades, and that money is coming out of the ability to pay their teachers better. So this is not only about fiscal soundness for the state and getting those, you know, almost $1 billion of investment gains over the next decade, but it's about freeing up more money at the local level so that we can hire and better pay our local government people. So again, I just wanted to say thank you. This really, if nothing else passes this session, this bill will do a tremendous amount of good, and I want to thank both sponsors for fighting so diligently for it.
Any further discussion? Representative Holtorf?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I, too, am very proud of the bill sponsors to be so thoughtful and considerate and concerned. Mr. Chair, I'm not sure what's going on over there, but I'm going to wait till they're done, and then I'll continue.
Members, if we could take our conversations to the side, please. Members, if we could take our conversations to the side, please.
All right.
Representative, we'll just wait until the situation resolves itself.
Thank you, sir. I'm a very patient man.
Thank you. Please proceed, Representative.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your leadership. I appreciate you. Just last week, I wrote a letter to the editor about para and fully funding para, and the commitment that has been so correctly pointed out in this chamber. It's important, and people in my district are always asking, particularly retirees, more particularly retired school teachers, about the para account, and is it fully funded, and is it solvent, and is it where it needs to be? So when we pass this bill, we are going to be closer to that point, I believe. But are we there? But here's the point I have for the bill sponsor, and I'm going to turn over here to this. I'm going to let you off the hook and talk to this individual, because I don't understand, and neither do the retirees of this state understand. We are here 3 days, 2.5 days to go. It's 2 minutes to go in the fourth quarter of this football game, and nobody knows who's going to have possession and if any points are going to be scored when we run the 2-minute drill. And we have left, and this is my objection, and I'm not trying to be difficult, but this matters to the state of Colorado. We have left our para-retirees hanging by a rope for 115, 16, 17 days, because this bill was introduced a long time ago. So I'm going to ask that question to the bill sponsor to my right, because I want the bill sponsor to my left to not have to answer that. And I have my reasons.
Representative Sandridge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Great question, but it is better than when SB 200 was the final hour of the session. So we're ahead of the game compared to that bill. But, great question. And I got to go back to the staunch leadership from Representative Byrd. Let's just say we caved to the pressure in January and February. The bill wouldn't look like this. Maybe it'd be $100 million over 5 years. Maybe it would be, there was pressure to just forget about this payment. Just forget about it. Let's just move on with life and, do the 2022 payment and just forget about this, the payment we missed. And if we forgot about the payment we missed, then para would be off track then from the 2018 plan. So we passed this bill in 2018, and by 2022 we're already off the track? But Representative Byrd said no. We need to get back on track. And it was a lot of negotiating, a lot of fighting to come back in a position where we say, no, we have the money now. Let's take care of it now. Let's get back on track. Our teachers, our law enforcement have gone through a lot during COVID. Now they're calling all of us saying, I'm worried about my retirement. We need to take that off their plate. Okay? So, could have caved in February, but I want to thank Representative Byrd again for not caving and doing the right thing under tremendous pressure. So that's why we're here 3 days before, is because it took a long time to find an agreement. So that's for an aye vote. Thank you.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for that response. And thank you, Representative Byrd, for having the stubborn tenacity to stand up. But here's my problem. At what level of leadership in this state do we not say without hesitation, we're going to fully fund our retirees' pension fund? Now, ladies and gentlemen, I know the answer. I'm not going to say it in this chamber, but that's why we're here to represent the people. And other branches of government
And
are in other
Representative,
places.
I want to guide you
Thank
gently
Chair.
back to the bill. Thank you. Representative Hanks.
You want to first? Go ahead.
Representative Van Winkle.
Hey, Mr. Chair, and I just want to respond briefly to that, because the easy thing to do would be put as much general fund as possible towards para, but the problem is general fund comes from the general population, from the hardworking taxpayers of Colorado. Hardworking taxpayers of Colorado are working very hard to try to just put nickels and dimes together in many cases so they can have their own 401k, their own pension, their own whatever in the private sector. So we don't want to put too much on the taxpayers of Colorado. So it's one of those careful balances at the committee, and we work hours, and I welcome you to come to the committee, Representative, and listen in or even join the committee in the future, because it is one of those tough balances. We need to balance the interests of the taxpayers of Colorado who are trying to pay for their own retirement with the promises we have made to the public employees of Colorado. So it's not as simple as just throw a bunch of general fund money at it. But thank you.
And Representative Hanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry to step in, step out there, but I just wanted to say this, I guess, listening to both sides here, this is encouraging to me. This is what good governance ought to look like, in my estimation. And I was, I guess, expecting sessions to run like this from day one, but that's just freshman's naivete, perhaps. What I did want to ask of either sponsor is, where does this put us? Are we flush now, level to the top of the cup? Are we still a little bit under? Do we have something that needs to be done for para in the next session right away? Thank you.
Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the question, Representative Hanks. So we are current with our responsibilities to para. And in addition, though, we are $155 million ahead of the game as well. So we're doing a good job, and I appreciate the question.
Representative Soper.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and it's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you, sir.
So I also rise in support and just want to thank the sponsors for their good work, especially Representative Byrd, and Representative Sandridge as well. But it's our obligation that we need to fulfill. And I know on several other bills we've talked about the state obligation and actually honoring our word, and it's great to see it here with para. I've had several close family members who are on para, like my mom, a couple of great aunts who were all teachers. And certainly when it comes to rural Colorado, the individuals who are para recipients are the stabilizing factor to these small towns, because it's a steady income that comes in as far as their retirement is concerned, and that does add a stabilizing element to a lot of these really small towns. And what you end up seeing is typically a farmer, and then the farmer's wife happens to be a para recipient, so it adds a stabilizing element to that particular family, but it also keeps dollars circulating within those small communities as well. Just a little bit of a different take on why it's so important to fund our pension obligations here when it comes to para. There aren't too many left in the United States. We've moved mostly to a 401k system, but this is one that's still left out there, and just want to talk about the stabilizing factor, because I don't think we really talk about that too often, and just the benefits of having a steady, stable retirement that's guaranteed in exchange for working for the state. That's the other thing that we need to remember, is these are individuals who have given up income that they could have made a whole lot more working elsewhere. They could have been working in the private sector, but they knew that by giving up potential income and coming to work for the state of Colorado or a school district, that in exchange for a lower wage and a lower salary, that they were actually going to be part of this pension and to have this until they died, and that we need to make sure that that's there for them, because they went into that occupation under the pretense that they were going to have this retirement there. Great bill. I appreciate you bringing this forward. It's great for Colorado. Thank you.
Any further discussion on House Bill 1029? Representative Van Beber.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Like the folks before me, I do rise in support of this bill, House Bill 221029. A lot of folks may not know, but public employees here in the state of Colorado don't have a choice to put their retirement anywhere else. By statute and by law, our retirement is para. And while folks stand here at the well and are in support of this bill, it often comes off as though this were some feel-good thing that honestly is an absolute necessity. This is our retirement. As an educator for 20 plus years, teachers put 8% of their income towards this, and school districts spend 15.65% of their entire employee payroll towards para. This is a black and white matter, and it is our responsibility. So thank you to the bill sponsors for ensuring that the state of Colorado, while talking to Peter but paying Paul, ensures that what gets done is right. So thank you.
Further discussion on House Bill 1029. Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1029 as amended. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1029 as amended is passed. Mr. Shebo, please read the title to House Bill 1418.
House Bill 1418 by Representatives Harrod and McCluskey, also Senators Hansen and Zenzinger, concerning the extension of the period for which unused and expiring Colorado Job Growth Incentive and Enterprise Zone income tax credits may be carried forward to subsequent years.
Representative McCluskey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1418 and the Committee Report on Finance and Committee Report on Appropriations.
To the Appropriations Committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In appropriations, we did make a small appropriation for OEdit in order to administer the program, and I ask for an aye vote.
Any further discussion? Representative Soper.
On the report?
Any further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The Appropriations Committee report passes. To the Finance Committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We took a 5-year window, which is the amount of time these tax credits are issued, the amount of time that they have to be utilized, and we changed up how much could be cashed in, taken, over the first 2 years and then over the remaining 3. So there will be a cap so that none are taken in the next 2 years and then the remaining up to $15 million in the final 3. This way to ensure that the tax credits aren't hitting the state's budget in the next 2 years. And with that, I ask for an aye vote.
Further discussion on the Finance Committee report. Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Finance Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The Finance Committee report passes. To the bill. Representative Herod.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill does allow those in industry who have who qualify for this tax credit to take advantage of this tax credit over the next few years. I ask for an aye vote.
Further discussion on the bill. Representative Ransom, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Folks, if you didn't see it on the bill, this is a JBC bill, so I urge an aye vote on the bill. I wanted to also make sure that you understood that the reason that the companies, the businesses were not able to take the tax credits when they were normally due to, or by the time they were normally due to expire, is because they weren't earning enough money during all of the shutdowns. So when we shut the government down 2 years ago, and so many, excuse me, not the government, but so many businesses were shut down, these businesses did not make enough to take these tax credits. So all we're doing is letting them carry the tax credit forward. Just the same as you would do on your own personal income tax. A lot of the time when you have tax credits available and you don't have the income, you're not able to take them this year, you can take them next year. And that is just something that now we're allowing these businesses to do because they did all the things that they were supposed to in order to earn the tax credits, but then they were just unable to actually utilize the tax credits in a timely manner in order to really take advantage of them. This is something that is just flat out fairness, and it's also the right thing to do for the government to allow these businesses to take the tax credits that they literally earned. They earned these tax credits. They hired the people they needed to, or they did whatever they were supposed to do within their business. And so I do urge an aye vote on this bill, and I hope you'll join me in voting yes.
Further discussion on House Bill. Representative Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I also rise in support of this bill. This is a great bill, and I want to thank the sponsors for your hard work. It really is important that when a business took losses during the pandemic and was relying on these tax credits, or at least changed the way they operated in doing so, that they're allowed to be able to roll this forward and still take advantage of that. And I do see that here in this bill, and that's really the way we ought to do things. So it's a matter of fairness, and I appreciate this bill. Thank you.
Further discussion on House Bill 1418. Seeing none, the question before Representative Hanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll be brief. I was so encouraged by the effort on the para bill that directly preceded this one, and with the, may I say, kumbaya we had with that one. This one seems to be in the same vein, but what I would like to do is just a one-paragraph bill summary for people at home. And I can tell you something, I'm getting texts from people at home saying, this is interesting. So let me just say this. This is House Bill 1418. It allows a taxpayer who operates in a strategic industry disproportionately impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic and who experienced significant financial hardship due to the COVID-19 pandemic to apply to the Economic Development Commission for a 5-year extension of the allowable carry-forward period for the unused Colorado job growth incentive tax credits and unused enterprise zone tax credits that would otherwise expire between January 21 and December 31, 2025. You know, the people I am speaking with in constant communication need clarity like that of what we're doing. It is hard for people to follow 600 bills in 120 days. This is concise, and it answers questions, and people can actually look at it and say, hey, I can use this, and that's important. So thank you.
Thank you, Representative Hanks. Representative Ransom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I guess the point that I didn't make that I think that I really need to make is that these businesses did what we asked of them. These businesses were operating in our state, earning money, hiring people, paying their taxes, doing what we asked them to in order to earn these tax credits. And then because we closed the businesses down in 2020 and 2021, they were unable to take advantage of the credits that we had dangled in front of them saying, if you do X, you can earn these tax credits. So I just want to make sure you understand that these businesses were doing what we asked them to. They did them, and now as a matter of fair play for us to jerk back and say, well, no, you can't take the tax credits because they're expired now, that is really not playing fair on our part. The government needs to play fair and also be people of our word, just the same way we expect the businesses to tell the truth and be honorable. We as a government, when these businesses have done what we asked of them, we need to then honor the fact that they deserve these credits. Once again, I urge an aye vote on this bill.
Further discussion on House Bill 1418. Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1418 as amended. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1418 as amended is passed. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1417.
House Bill 1417 by Representatives Roberts and Larson, concerning the regulation of alcohol beverages and in connection therewith creating an alcohol beverage regulation task force, increasing the number of stores a retail liquor licensee is allowed to own, creating the beer and wine licensed grocery store license, and converting liquor licensed drugstore licenses to beer and wine licensed grocery store licenses.
Representative Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1417, the Business Affairs and Labor Committee report, and the Finance Committee report.
To the Finance Committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the Finance Committee, we added an amendment to add a seat for a minority-owned small retail chain, as well as made clear that one of the on-premise licensed seats would be minority-owned business. I'd ask for an aye vote.
Further discussion on the Finance Committee report. Representative Mullica.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and it's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you, sir.
Thank you. Members, what I am concerned about is I wanted to make sure that the Colorado Municipal Clerks Association was also represented here. I have spoken with the sponsors of the bill and expressed that to do that, we would need to run an amendment here in the Finance Committee. And so with that, I would move Amendment L020 and ask that it be properly displayed.
And that's already been displayed for you. Please proceed.
Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And as you can see, members, it's pretty clear. It just adds one member representing the Colorado Municipal Clerks Association or its successor organization. I would ask for a yes vote.
I'm going to go Representative Larson, and then I'll go Representative Sandridge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this was a discussion that came up. Both myself and Representative Roberts discussed it, and we feel like with the designated seats for CML and CCI, that there's already fairly adequate representation for local governments. However, we are not going to explicitly call this a hostile amendment, and members honestly ask you to vote your conscience.
Representative Sandridge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm still thinking about this amendment. Only concern I have about this amendment, this will bring it to what, 29 people? This task force, I don't think will have a place in Colorado that a room is large enough to fit this task force to actually meet because it's so big. But I think it is a justifiable add. I noticed that there is some representation associated with them, but I think if you already have so many, one more probably won't really hurt. So I asked for an aye vote. Why not? Do it.
Further discussion on the amendment. Representative Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And yeah, I think that's the biggest problem with the bill is the size of the task force. But once you get into the 20, 25, 27, 28 range, like what's one more? So I just might as well include this group because actually there's a very good reason for them to be in the room as well. And I ask for a yes vote.
Further discussion on Amendment L20. Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L20 to the Finance Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The amendment passes. To the Finance Committee report.
Ask for an aye vote.
Further discussion. Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Finance Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The Finance Committee report passes. To the Business Affairs and Labor Committee report. Representative Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the Business Affairs and Labor Committee report, we adopted an amendment that struck pages 11 through 41 of the bill. That part of the bill was the attempt to avoid some of these ballot measures regarding this subject area that could be on the ballot this November. Unfortunately, a deal amongst the various interests in that was not able to be met at that point, so we removed it from the bill in the Business and Labor Committee and asked for an aye vote on the report.
Further discussion on the Business Affairs and Labor Committee report. Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Business Affairs and Labor Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The report passes. To the bill. Representative Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Happy to be presenting House Bill 1417 with Representative Larson. This is an idea that we actually started working on well before session started, but we held off introducing the bill because we were trying to find that compromise on the ballot initiatives. But in what the bill in front of you today is a bill to create a task force to examine and make an attempt to harmonize Colorado's very complex liquor code. We do liquor bills every year. They're usually kind of one-off subjects, and there's a desire amongst the industry, amongst the Department of Revenue, amongst local governments to maybe look at harmonizing and streamlining our liquor laws a little bit. The task force did grow fairly large just because there are a lot of interests in the liquor industry, and we also wanted to make sure we had local representation, law enforcement representation, business representation of all kinds, because there are many different types of businesses that sell and serve alcohol. So that's why it grew that way. But we have pretty broad support amongst all of the various stakeholders on this. It is an 18-month task force, so it will make recommendations not for this upcoming legislative session, but for the 2024 legislative session. So they have a lot of time to work through all these issues. We think it's a good idea to, at any point when we can streamline some of our state statutes, but do it in a well-stakeholdered way, and that's the intent of this task force.
Representative Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And my co-prime gave a great explanation here. For those of you that have never had the pleasure of running a liquor bill, you're welcome, because hopefully we will stop you from having to go through that process. But that's the idea behind this. Couldn't have laid it out better. There are a number of bills that pass every year, fairly minor, that affect very specific aspects of very specific parts of the liquor industry that frankly don't make sense as one-off bills. They're happy to get done. They're great policy. But having a kind of, everybody sits down for 18 months, just take a comprehensive look at, what bills or what laws make sense in the contemporary environment. Frankly, alcohol is an area that has a lot of legacy law from Blue Law era that really just doesn't make sense anymore on the books. Rather than waiting for industry to identify all of these small little one-off issues, having people come together, decide, and frankly talk about what we can do to have a better overall statewide liquor code is a great idea, which is why it's a pleasure to work with Representative Roberts on this, and I would ask for an aye vote.
Representative Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Larson. Before we depart here, I do have one second reading amendment, so I move L019.
1 second, we'll get that displayed. L19 is before us. Please proceed. Representative Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is a clarifying amendment. When we talked with the distributors and their representatives, we needed to clarify the national seat a little bit. We're not adding a seat. We're just clarifying the parameters of that seat in this amendment. So we needed to change a little language on that front. I'd ask for an aye vote.
Any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L19 to House Bill 1417. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The amendment passes. To the bill.
That's for a yes vote on the bill.
Representative Sandridge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I've been part of some of the disarray in the years past associated with alcohol bills. Is that disarray what sparked this task force? And then secondly, why the 18 months? Is there a problem that you feel will be finished by 18 months and then you won't need the task force? Was there any, I guess, discussion of making it longer to see if any issues pop up as years go through? So just kind of curious where the 18 months came as well. Thank you.
Representative Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And actually, thank you for that question. So to why there's a finite time, there actually is already a industry stakeholder group where they're discussing some of these issues, but this one is specific and it ends at a point positive because we're really trying to get a overall look at the code. So we're trying to accomplish that specific goal rather than have this be an ongoing discussion that pumps out legislation every few years or so. We really want to ultimately say, let's look at everything on the books in one comprehensive way. We felt 18 months was an appropriate span of time, obviously, as is indicated by the number of seats on the Liquor Task Force. It's a very complicated area. There are many legacy issues in here that have different industries and different specific histories to it. So we just wanted to make sure that we had enough time to get everyone at the table to go through the individual parts of code, but not an ad infinitum, so that there was no ultimate recommendation issued from the task force.
Further discussion on House Bill 1417. Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1417 as amended. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1417 as amended is passed. Mr. Sheba, please read the title to Senate Bill 172.
Senate Bill 172 by Senators Winter and Rankin, also Representatives Roberts and Rich, concerning an initiative to increase the number of healthcare professionals practicing in Colorado's rural areas and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Representative Rich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 22-172. There is no committee report.
To the bill. Representative Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, this is a very exciting bill, and I'm very happy to be working on this with Representative Rich. We've talked a lot in this chamber about the need to have more healthcare providers in rural Colorado, and that's exactly what this bill is going to do. This bill creates the Colorado Rural Healthcare Workforce Initiative within the University of Colorado and every other higher education institution as an effort to recruit people who are going into the healthcare field, doctors, nurses, paramedics, all types of healthcare providers, and get them to consider serving in rural Colorado and then create a specific program for them. What we learned during the course of this bill that if somebody practices and lives in rural Colorado for even just 6 weeks, their buy-in to those communities becomes exponentially higher, and we increase the retention for rural healthcare providers by doing so. And we're also building into some already existing infrastructure within the University of Colorado with this bill. They already have a rural healthcare track for their medical program, and this bill will take all of our higher education institutions into one umbrella and try to recruit more people into the rural healthcare workforce. As both of us are from Western Colorado, but we know that this will really close the rural-urban divide and get rural healthcare providers in all four corners of our state, which we know is very important. So with that, I urge a yes vote.
Representative Rich.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative Roberts. You explained that so well. Just as a reminder, this rural track program, it has 17 years as a national model right here in Colorado. And it has been successful in our rural and frontier counties. And expanding this can only make this a better model than we have right now. I ask for an aye vote.
Further discussion. Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And this is a question, what higher education facilities are there some being added?
Representative Rich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Besides the 4 CU campuses, Adams State University, Colorado Mesa University, Metropolitan State University of Denver, Western Colorado University, Colorado State University System, Fort Lewis College, the University of Colorado, University of Northern Colorado, the Colorado Community College System, and the Colorado Mountain College.
Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you that the community college system is included. I know that like Morgan Community College has already taken on a program, and I believe NJC has also. So thank you for including that. We all know if you can home grow them, you're a lot more apt to keep them. And that's really hard to recruit them into rural Colorado. So if we can home grow them, I'm all for this program.
Representative Mullica.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And first off, I just want to give a lot of credit to the sponsors here, Representative Roberts and Representative Rich, for the work that they've done on this bill. This bill is probably one of the more exciting bills that I think we'll see this session. We've heard in this chamber a lot about the rural-urban divide, and this bill truly puts a lot of resources into that rural area where they are needed. We know how many healthcare workers we're going to be short as a state. That's exponentially worse in our rural areas. And Representative Pelton's exactly right that to be able to be successful in some of these rural areas, you do need to have that focus on growing your own. And that this bill does that, but it also makes sure that we are getting those who may not even be from the rural area into those rural areas to practice and to stick around. And so I'm very, very excited. I think that this bill has an opportunity to be a real game changer to get these healthcare workers into that rural setting where they are so needed. And I am very, very excited to give that credit to these two sponsors who I know have worked extremely hard on an issue that's important to you and should be important to all of us. So thank you. And I ask for a yes vote.
Representative D. Valdez, and then I've got you, Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and if Representative Mullica is excited, I'm super excited because I want to thank the bill sponsors for bringing this bill forward, Senate Bill 172, because not only does it help rural Colorado, but also the frontier counties, bringing healthcare professionals to all our communities. And this is a huge aspect as we're in a shortage during this pandemic and making sure that healthcare is at the forefront. I just want to thank the bill sponsors once again, and you have my full support on Senate Bill 172.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I too rise in support of this bill. I will tell you that the forethought and foresight of my colleagues from the Western Slope in the importance of building our healthcare capacity in rural areas is so great. And I'm really excited. We have such a shortage across all of, and I'm going to talk specifically about eastern Colorado. We have such a shortage in eastern Colorado now in our hospitals, our clinics, people. And this type of a program builds capacity that helps save the hospitals money. If you remember what Representative Soper said about the traveling nurses and the cost of traveling nurses is 3 times the money. That's true. Those traveling nurses make an enormous amount of money, and they come in for a few months and they roll out. And they're not homegrown. They have no allegiance, or they're not settled in these communities. And they just come and go like the wind. And this particular bill will change that. Now, the best way to get healthcare workers to stay in rural Colorado, in my humble opinion, is for them to marry into the community. When they marry into the community, now remember, to marry into the community, you got to stay a little while, because it takes a while to meet folk out there. And it takes a little time to kind of line these relationships up, and people, and Representative Pelton knows what I'm talking about. You want to get people to meet and greet and kind of see if you can find folks and help build these relationships that get people to stay, embrace rural Colorado, marry into the community, and then become part of the fabric that is our communities. But that takes a lot of time. So I'm really excited about that. I know that's not part of this bill, but if it could be, I would run an amendment right now.
And I've got Representative Sandrich, then Representative Catlin, and Representative Will.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And would that amendment be like speed dating? Would that help marriage then more? Okay. So I got a question, a legitimate question. And this, it has to do with this bill. And I've dealt with a lot of bills that are similar to this in rural assistance. And as many of you know, I rarely vote for them because I'm more of a free market. But maybe I would vote for something like this if I understood more where the free market fails in a rural area. Or is it regulation, current regulation, that hurts the rural area where you feel you need something like this? And that's what I think my question is, why isn't the free market working where you need something like this? Or is it not a free market and that's why you need something like this? I'm just kind of curious on that.
Representative Roberts.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I welcome some of my other rural colleagues' perspective on this. It's not necessarily about, it's certainly not about regulation. There's no, medical field is regulated statewide, not region by region. This is about getting these doctors, these nurses, these medical professionals experience in the rural areas so that they can go live in these wonderful communities and see that there's value in practicing there. Without a program like this, they may not even consider rural Colorado. They might just only think that they're going to get a good job in the metro area, but this program will show them that there are good jobs in these communities and that these communities are great places to live and work.
And Representative Pelton, did you want to speak to the question as well? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And yes, the nurses and physicians out in rural Colorado get paid very well. The problem is, Representative Holtorf kind of hit on it. If mama ain't happy, ain't nobody happy. So it's way better to home grow them, have them educated out there, maybe get their MRS degree, and then they're a lot more apt to stay. So the free market is alive and well out there. We just don't have the people that want to stay out there because rural Colorado is a little different than the city. So if they experience it through their education, get their MRS degree, then they're a lot more apt to stay.
Representative Catlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's an honor to serve with you tonight.
It's an honor to serve with you, sir.
Well, I was standing down here thinking about what I might want to say in regards to this piece of legislation. And I've kind of come upon it. I think we should run an amendment that says that each of the participants in this program should be given a free subscription to farmersonly.com and/or Data Farmer, so that maybe they would find somebody they'd like to stay with and would just stay there in that district for us. That might be the best thing we can do for them. Thank you. Good bill. Vote yes.
Thank you, Representative Catlin. Representative Will.
I liked our last speaker, didn't you? Now, this is a good bill, and the grow your own in these communities, and Rep. Pelton said it, Rep. Catlin, a lot of people, but that if people experience a rural lifestyle, they'll want to stay there. And so this program is, I think, is perfect. I serve in a rural hospital board, and this is tailor-made for us. So, great bill. I want to thank the bill sponsors for this. It's a great bill. Vote yes.
Further discussion on Senate Bill 172. Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 172. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Senate Bill 172 is passed. Mr. Shebo, please read the title to Senate Bill 120.
Senate Bill 120 by Senators Janal and Quorum, also Representative Sullivan, concerning the regulation of kratom processors and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Representative Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 120 and the Health and Insurance Committee report.
I think we just have, oh, yep, it was cut off by my page. I'm sorry. To the Health and Insurance Committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the Health and Insurance Committee report, we had a strike below, which included in Amendment L018, which was a feasibility report that is taking over as the bill. And with that, I ask an aye on the committee report.
Further discussion on the committee report. Representative Lontine.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment to the committee report, so I move L19.
We'll get that displayed. 1 second.
Thank you.
It's properly before us. Please proceed.
Sure. There, in the committee report that Representative Sullivan referenced, there was a stakeholder process, and this amendment adds local governments to be included in that stakeholder process, and I ask for an aye vote.
Further discussion on the amendment. Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L19 to the Health and Insurance Committee. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The amendment passes. To the committee report. Representative Sullivan.
That was the committee report.
That was the amendment.
So I ask for an aye vote on the committee report.
Further discussion on the Health and Insurance Committee report. Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Health and Insurance and Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The committee report passes. To the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And with this amendment, it buffs up the strike below that we did. And with that, I ask for an aye on Senate Bill 120.
Further discussion, Representative Mullica, and then I'll get you Representative Pico.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, we heard this bill in committee, and I appreciate the work that the sponsor has done on this bill, and I also appreciate the work that Representative Lontine has done, because I think that the amendment that we ran is appropriate. Some of the testimony that we heard regarding Kratom is the work that it can help individuals with anxiety, it can help individuals with pain, that it could help individuals overcome opioid addictions. And we even heard some testimony from some that it helps individuals come off of fentanyl. Members, I think that when I hear that, that seems to me to be a very powerful substance, and it's being sold at our local convenience stores, which is something that was concerning to me. And then when we reached out to the Department of Revenue, they didn't really know what they were regulating as well, and we didn't really have some space in there to do all the regulation that we do on some of the other age-restricted products. And so, to me, us taking a step back, making sure that the Department of Revenue can do those studies that can bring in these stakeholders, including CML and including the cities and whatnot, I think is the appropriate step to do for a product that I think eventually is going to need a significant amount of regulation if it is truly doing the things that we've heard about and described in testimony in the committee. And so appreciate all the work that's happened. Look forward to seeing what comes from it if the bill passes today. I would ask for a yes vote in its current standing, and I'll just leave it there.
Thank you. Representative Pinko.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, when I saw this pop up and I'm going, what the heck is that? And I had to go take a look and do a little research. So I found from the Mayo Clinic, so not exactly a crazy site, under Consumer Health, Kratom, unsafe and ineffective. Users swear by Kratom for mood enhancement and fatigue reduction, but safety issues and questions about its effectiveness abound. If you read health news or visit vitamin stores, you may have heard about Kratom, a supplement that is sold as an energy booster, mood enhancer, pain reliever, and antidote for opioid withdrawal, which I think we've already heard a little bit about. However, the truth about Kratom is more complicated, and the safety problems related to its use are concerning. Kratom is an herbal extract that comes from the leaves of an evergreen tree, and I won't try to pronounce the Latin, grown in Southeast Asia. Kratom leaves can be chewed, and dry kratom can be swallowed or brewed. Kratom extract can be used to make a liquid product. The liquid form is often marketed as a treatment for muscle pain.
excuse me, or to suppress appetite and stop cramps and diarrhea. Kratom is also sold as a treatment for panic attacks. Kratom is believed to act on opioid receptors. At low doses, Kratom acts as a stimulant, making users feel more energetic. At higher doses, it reduces pain and may bring on euphoria. At very high doses, it acts as a sedative, making users quiet and perhaps sleepy. Some people who practice Asian traditional medicine consider Kratom to be a substitute for opium. Some people take Kratom to avoid the symptoms of opioid withdrawal and because Kratom may be bought more easily than prescription drugs. Kratom is also used at music festivals and in other recreational settings. People who use Kratom for relaxation report that because it is plant-based, it is natural and safe. However, the amount of active ingredient in Kratom plants can vary greatly, making it difficult to gauge the effect of a given dose. Depending on what is in the plant and the health of the user, taking Kratom may be very dangerous. Claims about the benefits of Kratom can't be rated because reliable evidence is lacking. Side effects and safety concerns. Although people who take Kratom believe in its value, researchers who have studied Kratom think its side effects and safety problems more than offset any potential benefits. Poison Control Centers in the United States received about 1,800 reports involving use of Kratom from 2011 through 2017, including reports of death. About half of these exposures resulted in serious negative outcomes, such as seizures and high blood pressure. 5 of the 7 infants who were reported to have been exposed to Kratom went through withdrawal. Kratom has been classified as possibly unsafe when taken orally. Kratom has a number of known side effects, including weight loss, dry mouth, chills, nausea, and vomiting, changes in urine and constipation, liver damage, muscle pain. Kratom also affects the mind and nervous system, dizziness, drowsiness, hallucinations and delusion, depression and delusion, breathing suppression, seizure, coma, and death. Kratom takes effect after 5 to 10 minutes, and effects last 2 to 5 hours. The effects of Kratom become stronger as the quantity taken increases. In animals, Kratom appears to be more potent than morphine. Exposure to Kratom has been reported in an infant who was breastfed by a mother taking Kratom. Many of the problems that occur with pain medications happen when these drugs are used at high doses over a long period of time. It's not known exactly what level of Kratom is toxic in people, but as with pain medications and recreational drugs, it is possible to overdose on Kratom. Research shows little promise. At one time, some researchers believed that Kratom might be a safe alternative to opioids and other prescription pain medications. However, studies on effects of Kratom have identified many safety concerns and no clear benefits. Kratom has been reported to cause abnormal brain function when taken with prescription medicines. When this happens, you may experience a severe headache, lose your ability to communicate, or become confused. In a study testing Kratom as a treatment for symptoms of opioid withdrawal, people who took Kratom for more than 6 months reported withdrawal symptoms similar to those that occur after opioid use. 2, many people who use Kratom may begin craving it and require treatments given for opioid addiction, such as Narcan and whatever this is called, buprenorphine, something. Kratom also adversely affects infant development. When Kratom is used during pregnancy, the baby may be born with symptoms of withdrawal that require treatment for babies. In addition, substances made from Kratom may be contaminated with Salmonella bacteria. As of April 2018, more than 130 people in 38 states became ill with Salmonella after taking Kratom. Salmonella poisoning may be fatal, and the U.S. Food and Drug Administration has linked more than 35 deaths to Salmonella-tainted Kratom. Salmonella contamination has no obvious signs, so the best way to avoid becoming ill is to avoid products that may contain it. Kratom is not currently regulated in the United States. I'm not sure of the date of this article. And federal agencies are taking action to combat false claims about Kratom. In the meantime, your safest option is to work with your doctor to find other treatment options. Again, this is from the Mayo Clinic, not exactly a site that doesn't know what they're talking about. I have to ask, do we really need another way to get stoned? This is another way to get yourself seriously ill. It is similar to opioid. It has similar opioid withdrawal effects. It has problems with contamination. When you have some product, a melon coming from somewhere that has salmonella, we wipe out the entire crop. But no, it's okay if you're going to smoke Kratom or chew Kratom. Again, I had to look this up, going, what the heck is this? Why are we going to regulate another product that we should probably be ensuring is kept out of the hands of people? We're spending a heck of a lot of time right now dealing with other drugs. We don't need to add one more. Please vote no on this.
Representative Sandridge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't know if you meant to say vote yes. I don't know. But because I think we're all learning about this. I know I am too. The question is, I think I got that from the last speaker, that this is not regulated in any state as of now, and then it's addictive. I guess it's addictive. I'm just curious why this is coming on the radar now. Are we getting an influx from, I guess, China or wherever of this? And how long has this been around in our country? And just seeing if there's some reason we're seeing an increased problem from this. And I'm also curious if it's grown in the United States. But I want to thank Representative Pico for his description, his information. I've learned a lot on it. So I'll probably be a yes on this. So thank you.
Further discussion on Senate Bill 120. Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 120 as amended. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 120 as amended is passed. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 40.
Senate Bill 40 by Senators Smallwood and Winter, also Representatives Will and Lontine, concerning actuarial reviews of proposed legislation that may impose a new health benefit mandate on health benefit plans and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Representative Lontine.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 40. There was no committee report.
To the bill.
Thank you. Senate Bill 40 is about providing greater transparency around the costs and benefits of the health insurance proposals we debate and consider to improve healthcare access, affordability, outcomes for Coloradans. And I'll let my co-sponsor finish this.
Representative Will.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, but it creates a process for legislators to request actuarial reviews for a select number of bills, I think 6.
5.
And is it 5? Okay. And we will gain a true cost-benefit analysis of the proposed changes to health benefits that may be added or eliminated from health insurance plans in Colorado.
Further discussion on Senate Bill 40. Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 40. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 40 is passed. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 188.
Senate Bill 188 by Senators Fields and Quorum, also Representatives Roberts and Titone, concerning behavioral health support for advocates in the criminal justice system and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Representative Titone.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 188.
To the bill.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. So Senate Bill 188 starts a grant program for our folks who try cases in the criminal courts. So we're talking about the DAs and the public defenders. And the cases that a lot of these folks hear are very trying. And we heard a lot of testimony from some of the DAs who came to talk about their experiences and the trauma that they have to endure listening to these cases and trying these cases. It's very much, takes a lot of toll on their mental health. And that's what this program is about. It's about getting mental health support, peer support for the DAs and the public defenders so they can adequately keep doing their jobs and retaining those attorneys in those offices who keep on doing the work of the people. So this is a great bill, and I hope you vote yes on this to support our public defenders and our DAs.
Wonderful. Further discussion on Senate Bill 188. Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 188. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Senate Bill 188 passes. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 224.
Senate Bill 224 by Senators Fenberg and Gardner, also Representatives Tipper and Soper, concerning the creation of the Donor-Received Persons and Family of Donor-Received Persons Protection Act and in connection therewith making an appropriation. Donor-Conceived Persons and Families Donor-Conceived Persons Protection Act and in connection therewith making appropriation.
Wonderful. Representative Tipper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 224 and the House Finance Committee report.
To the Finance Committee report.
Thank you. In House Finance, which was essentially the committee of record, we made a lot of, they were mostly grammatical changes because the substantive changes happened in the Senate. So it was a lot of cleanup. Let me just pinpoint the one substantive area.
Let's hear.
The one clarifying sort of substantive piece that we made, amendment in finance that we made was clarifying that we want sperm and egg banks to be involved in facilitating conversations with donors and donor-conceived children. So initially we said we didn't want them to interfere with those conversations, but that was read pretty broadly to suggest that they couldn't even help. So we changed that to say impede or prohibit. And I do have an amendment to the committee report, Mr. Chair, that I'd like to move. It is Amendment L10. And I move Amendment L10 and ask that it be displayed.
Great. We'll get that displayed. 1 second. The amendment is before us. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On page 2 of the committee report, we accidentally left out, again, speaking to this section about impeding or prohibiting compliance with this section or communication between individuals. So we left out 2 words, or communication. And with that, I ask for a yes vote on Amendment L10 to the House Finance Committee report.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L10 to the Finance Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The amendment passes. To the Finance Committee report.
We ask for a yes vote.
Any further discussion on the Finance Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Finance Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The Finance Committee report passes. To the bill.
Mr. Chair, I move Amendment L12 to the bill, to Senate Bill 224.
Great. We'll get that displayed. 1 second. The amendment is properly before us. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Amendment L12, again, is a lot of cleanup language. As you can imagine, we were negotiating and stakeholding with dozens of lawyers, industry experts, and through the course of the Senate amendments, as well as amendments made in the House, there were some words left out or agreed to language that didn't make it into the bill. So this amendment incorporates all the consensus language, and I ask for a yes vote on Amendment L12 to SB 224.
Any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L12 to Senate Bill 224. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The amendment passes. Back to the bill. Representative Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, now that we can talk about the bill, this actually makes Colorado a landmark state here in the U.S. and certainly joining the ranks of other developed nations around the world in A, first of all, recognizing donor-conceived people, but B, recognizing technology that's here with us and it's never going to change. So 10 years ago, if we had brought this bill, many of you would have been saying, why are we bringing this bill? Why now? And we wouldn't have had a good answer. We would have been speculating on the future and taking bets on what would happen. But 8 years ago, Americans started to embrace Ancestry.com and 23andMe. And I think one thing to be human is to wonder about what your heritage is. We know that because, for example, in the Bible, a large chunk of it is dedicated to nothing but genealogy. And I know that genealogy is one thing that is near and dear to the hearts of many Coloradans, including many in our chamber. I can remember in 2017, I went ahead and did the 23andMe and a test where you take a DNA sample and you send it off. And many other people do this, and so you get a sense of what your genetic makeup is as far as where your ancestry comes from. And I, at that point in time, had always thought I was mostly German, a little bit of English, and discovered I had about 40% of my heritage that was French, the rest being British and Scandinavian, so quite a bit off the mark there. Well, through 23andMe and other websites like that, through DNA tests, we've had individuals who've discovered they have long-lost siblings. And it may not just be one sibling, it may be a dozen siblings, or 30 siblings, or 60 siblings. And that's because they were donor conceived. And there's a lot of psychological trauma that comes from this. The first thought is one of your parents might have had an affair. Then you realize, no, they didn't have an affair, but then you realize, oh, they were donor conceived, the siblings, and you realize, well, I was donor conceived. And that's kind of the process there. So one thing that we want to make clear here is that someone who's donating sperm or egg knows that they will no longer be anonymous, that through technologies that are out there, they need to understand what the ramifications are of making the decision to be a donor. And likewise with families, because it really is a three-legged stool between the donor, the families, and then, of course, the child that comes from the donation, the donor-conceived person. We set a minimum age of 21 to ensure that you're mature enough to be making these decisions, limited the number of donations or egg harvests, and I'll let my co-prime talk about this as well. We also just wanted to make clear that we don't want to prevent Coloradans from being able to conceive through an IVF process, but that there are safeguards in place so that when an individual turns 18, they could find out who the donor was, but prior to 18, they would know the medically relevant information. It's a great bill. It's one that recognizes technology and where we are at our point in history, and I would ask for a yes vote and turn it over to my illustrious co-prime.
Representative Tipper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Soper. In short, what the bill does is just it creates industry standards. And in our conversations with several of these entities, some of these entities are doing some of these components. And everyone sort of agrees, yes, we need to be able to limit the number of families that are created. In the testimony that we heard of some individuals, as Representative Soper said, finding out that they were donor conceived in a way that can be pretty shocking. And on top of that, realizing that they were one of at least 100 siblings. And that's only what showed up in the database. And so for them, they understood that to mean that there were more than potentially 100 siblings, brothers and sisters, through genetics, of course. So this bill is really about informed consent. It means that starting in 2025, the state of Colorado will no longer allow anonymous donations, in part because, as we've talked about, we can't guarantee anonymity, and it's very disruptive to donors' lives to 18 years, 20 years down the road, be contacted by some children or a lot of children in some cases that are genetically theirs. It's disruptive to their lives and as well as to the donors conceived children that didn't know. So this is really best practices for both sides. And then, as my co-prime said, the medical consent piece, as a donor, understanding that it's important for you to communicate medically relevant information to the intended parent so that they can hold that information for their child and that their child can have medically accurate medical history, right? So this is something that comes up with donor-conceived individuals that don't know. They find out through Ancestry.com. And we heard testimony about individuals who were cystic fibrosis carriers. They didn't know that. Individuals who had rare diseases that had they known that that was their genetic background, they could have been diagnosed and treated earlier. So this guarantees de-identified medical information for that family. And then, as my co-prime said, upon that individual turning 18, and this would be, again, the bill implements in 2025, So we're not springing anything new on anyone. 18 years from 2025, so we're talking in 2043, the first donor-conceived person in Colorado under this law would have the ability to know who their donor is, and if they choose, they could contact the donor. It's best practices. It follows legislation that we've run in the space of foster children, adoptive children. All the literature shows us that individuals that are armed with information have better emotional outcomes, physical outcomes, and they are more in charge of sort of their destinies, knowing the complete and accurate picture of their genetic background. We asked for a yes vote, and I just want to also thank the thousands of people that have testified and sent letters of support. And as my co-prime said, this would be a first of its kind in the country, and I'm proud to be a leader in the state, and I hope that we support Senate Bill 224.
Representative Woog.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I missed this one in committee, so I move to have Senate Bill 224 read at length.
You've heard the request. The bill will be read at length.
Second Regular Session 73rd General Assembly State of Colorado reengrossed. This version includes all amendments adopted in the House of Introduction LLS No. 22-0770.07 Jane Ritter X4342 Senate Bill 22 to 224. Senate Committees House Committees State, Veterans, and Military Affairs Appropriations. A bill for an act. 101 concerning the creation of the donor-conceived persons. 102 and families of donor-conceived persons protection. 103 act and in connection therewith making an 104 appropriation. Bill summary. Note, this summary applies to this bill as introduced and does not reflect any amendments that may be subsequently adopted. If this bill passes third reading in the House of Introduction, a bill summary that applies to the reengrossed version of this bill will be available at http://leg.colorado.gov. The bill creates the Donor-Conceived Persons and Families of Donor-Conceived Persons Protection Act. The act defines the following terms, among others. Assisted reproduction means a method of causing. Senate third reading unamended May 4, 2022. Senate amended second reading May 3, 2022. Senate sponsorship Fenberg and Gardner, Bridges, Buckner, Danielson, Donovan, Fields, Ginnell, Gonzalez, Hansen, Hinrichsen, Holbert, Jacquez, Lewis, Coker, Lee, Liston, Moreno, Pedersen, Rodriguez, Sonnenberg, Story. House sponsorship Tipper and Soper. Shading denotes House amendment. Double underlining denotes Senate amendment. Capital letters or bold and italic numbers indicate new material to be added to existing statute. Dashes through the words indicate -1, deletions from existing statute. Pregnancy other than sexual intercourse. Gamete bank or fertility clinic. Gamete bank means an IVF or fertility clinic, reproductive tissue bank, or oocyte or sperm donor matching agency that collects, processes, stores, sells, matches, distributes, provides, or releases gametes or embryos from a donor to a recipient parent or parents or the recipient's medical provider when the recipient and donor are unknown to each other, and that is located in Colorado, or that is located inside or outside of Colorado and provides gametes or embryos to a recipient parent or parents in Colorado. Donor-conceived person, DCP, means a person of any age who was purposefully conceived through assisted reproduction, and recipient or recipient parent means a person who receives donor gametes or embryos as an intended parent from a gamete bank for use in assisted reproduction for the purpose of conceiving a child. The Act requires the Board to prioritize the best interests of donor-conceived persons and families of donor-conceived persons. A donor to agree and consent in writing, prior to donation, to the release of identifying information and medical history information when any DCP conceived using the donor's gametes reaches 18 years of age. A gamete bank to take good faith measures and keep adequate records to ensure that a donor's gametes are used to establish no more than a total of 10 families in or outside of Colorado. A gamete bank operating in Colorado or providing donor gametes for use in assisted reproduction in Colorado to obtain a license that is conditioned on compliance with the Act and implementing rules. The Board to establish a schedule of fees for licensure, with the Department of Public Health and Environment Department collecting the appropriate fee at the time of application for licensure. The Department to revoke licensure and issue fines for violations of the License Act and implementing rules. Release of information to a DCP who is 18 years of age or older or the DCP's legal parent or guardian. A gamete bank to securely maintain any records related to tissue donation and donor conception. The gamete bank shall also regularly request that a donor provide updates to -224. The donor's contact information and medical history. A gamete bank to ensure that, prior to tissue donation or sale of tissue, each tissue donor and intended recipient receives written materials prepared by the department discussing various subjects related to DCPs and gamete donation. The Act creates the Donor Gamete Bank and Fertility Clinic Fund. 1. Be it enacted by the General Assembly of the State of Colorado, 2 Section 1. In Colorado Revised Statutes, add Article 57 to Title 325 as follows. For Article 57-5 Donor-conceived persons and gamete agencies, gamete banks, 6 and fertility clinics 725-57-101. Short title. The short title of this Article 57 is 8 the Donor-Conceived Persons and Families of Donor-Conceived 9 Persons Protection Act. 1025-57-102. Legislative Declaration. 1. The General Assembly 11 finds and declares that 12a. Many Coloradans are conceived, or establish their 13 families, through some form of assisted reproduction 14 involving a third-party sperm, egg, or embryo provider, also 15 known as a gamete donor, whose identity is unknown to the 16 family at the time of donation. The people conceived through 17 assisted reproduction are referred to in this Article 57 as 18 donor-conceived persons. 19b. The interests of donor-conceived persons must be 20. Considered and protected. Information about the personal and 21. Family medical history of the gamete donors used in conception. 22. Can impact medical care for donor-conceived persons, and their -3, 224. 1. Children and non-identifying medical information about the 2 gamete donor used in conception must be available to all 3 donor-conceived persons and their parents. 4. It is important to many, but not all, donor-conceived 5 persons to know the identity of the gamete donor used in their 6th conception. A donor-conceived person must have the ability to 7. Access identifying information about the gamete donor used in 8. The donor-conceived person's conception on or after the 9 donor-conceived person reaches 18 years of age. Some 10 donor-conceived persons are or may be interested in contact 11 with the donor, and among persons conceived and families 12 established with the same donor, who was unknown to the 13 donor-conceived persons' recipient parents at the time of 14. DONATIONA limit on the number of families per donor per gamete. 15. Agency, gamete bank, or fertility clinic furthers the ability of 16, these donor-conceived persons to establish this contact. 17d. Studies have shown that family secrecy about family 18 formation can negatively affect children and family. 19 relationships. 20e. Before using donated gametes, people who are 21 considering using donated gametes to conceive children should 22 have access to more information and resources about 23 donor-conceived persons, including tools and resources for 20 for discussing donor conception with their children in ways that are 25 age-appropriate and reflect the interests and lived experience 26 of donor-conceived persons. 27f. Before donating gametes, gamete donors should have -4, 224. 1. Access to information and resources about the interests of 2 donor-conceived persons, and have clarity about the 3 information that may be shared with recipient parents and for donor-conceived persons, and 5g. Most gametes or embryos from donors that are 6 provided to recipients located in Colorado are provided from 7 gamete agencies, gamete banks, or fertility clinics located in 8 other states. 9.2. Therefore, the General Assembly finds that to protect 10 the health and welfare of donor-conceived persons and their 11 families in Colorado, it is essential to enact the 12 Donor-Conceived Persons and Families of Donor-Conceived 13 Persons Protection Act to regulate the use of donated gametes. 14 provided from gamete agencies, gamete banks, or fertility. 15 clinics located inside or outside of Colorado to recipients in or 16 who are residents of Colorado. 1725-57-103. Definitions. As used in this Article 57, unless the 18 context otherwise requires. 19. 1. Assisted reproduction means a method of causing 20. Pregnancy other than sexual intercourse. The term includes 21. A. Intrauterine or intracervical insemination. 22. B. Donation of gametes or embryos. 23. C. In vitro fertilization and transfer of embryos. And 24. D. Intracytoplasmic sperm injection. 25. 2. Department means the Colorado Department of 26 Public Health and Environment. 27. 3. Donor means an individual who produces eggs or -5. 224. 1. Sperm collected by a gamete agency, gamete bank, or fertility 2 clinic, or whose eggs or sperm created an embryo received by a 3 gamete agency, gamete bank, or fertility clinic for use in for assisted reproduction by a recipient who is unknown to the 5 donor of the gametes at the time of donation. The term donor 6 only applies to the regulation of gamete agencies, gamete banks, 7 or fertility clinics pursuant to this Article 57, and does not 8 apply for the purposes of determining parentage. 9. 4. Donor-conceived person means an individual of any 10 age who was conceived through assisted reproduction using 11 gametes from a donor unknown to the recipient parent or 12 parents at the time of donation. 13. 5. Fertility clinic means an entity or organization that 14 performs assisted reproduction medical procedures and receives 15 donor gametes for a recipient in or who is a resident of 16 Colorado, and the recipient and gamete donor are unknown to 17 each other. 18. 6. Gamete means unfertilized oocytes or sperm. 19. 7. Gamete agency means an oocyte or sperm donor 20 matching agency that is located within or outside of Colorado 21 and matches potential gamete donors with potential recipients 22 in, or who are residents of Colorado, and the potential 23 recipients and gamete donors are unknown to each other. 24. 8. Gamete agency, gamete bank, or fertility clinic. 25 means any one of such entities as defined in this section. 26. 9. Gamete bank means an entity or organization that 27 collects gametes from a donor or receives embryos and provides. 6. 224. 1 gametes or embryos to a recipient parent or parents, or the 2 recipient parents' medical provider when the recipient and donor 3 are unknown to each other, and that is located within or for outside of Colorado and provides gametes or embryos to a 5 recipient parent or parents in or who are residents of Colorado. 6. 10. Identifying information means 7a. The donor's full name, 8b. The donor's date of birth, and 9c. The donor's permanent and, if different, current 10 address or other contact information at the time of the 11 donation, or if different, the donor's current address or other 12 contact information or both is retained by the gamete agency. 13. Gamete bank, or fertility clinic. 14. 11. Matches or matches gametes means the process of 15 matching a donor with an intended recipient in or who is a 16 resident of Colorado. 17. 12. Medical history means information regarding any 18. A. Present physical illness of the donor. 19. B. Past illness of the donor and 20. C. Social, genetic, and family medical history pertaining 21 to the donor's health. 22. 13. Mental health professional means a person who is 23 certified or licensed pursuant to Article 245 of Title 12, or in 24 out-of-state professional who is a licensed psychiatrist, clinical 25 psychologist, or professional counselor. 26. 14. Recipient or recipient parent means a person who 27 receives donor gametes or embryos as an intended parent from. 7. 224. 1A gamete agency, gamete bank, or fertility clinic for use in 2 assisted reproduction for the purpose of conceiving a child. 315. State Board means the Colorado State Board of For Health. 525-57-104. Collection of identifying information and medical 6 history, applicability. 1. Except as provided in subsection 3 of 7 this section, a gamete agency, gamete bank, or fertility clinic 8 that collects gametes from a donor or matches a donor with a 9 recipient shall collect the donor's identifying information and 10 medical history, and shall make a good faith effort to maintain 11 current contact information and updates on medical histories 12 of the donor by requesting updates from the donor at least once 13 every 3 years. 14. 2. A gamete agency, gamete bank, or fertility clinic that 15 receives gametes or embryos collected by a different gamete 16 agency, gamete bank, or fertility clinic shall collect the name. 17. Address, telephone number, and email address of the gamete. 18. Agency, gamete bank, or fertility clinic from which it received 19 the gametes or embryos at the time it receives the gametes or 20 embryos. A gamete bank or fertility clinic that collects 21 gametes from a donor who was matched with a recipient by a 22 gamete agency that is a separate entity shall collect and 23 maintain the name, address, telephone number, and email 24 address of the gamete agency. 25. 3. A fertility clinic that collects gametes from a donor 26 who was matched with a recipient by a gamete agency that is a 27 separate entity is not subject to the requirements of subsection 8. 224. 1 of this section, but shall provide copies of any and all 2 medical and screening records of the donor, including the 3 results of genetic testing, to the gamete agency that match for the donor. 5. 4. A gamete agency, gamete bank, or fertility clinic 6 shall disclose the information collected pursuant to 7 subsections 1 through 3 of this section pursuant to the 8 requirements of section 25-57-106. 9. 5. This section applies only to gametes collected and 10 embryos formed by a gamete agency, gamete bank, or fertility 11 clinic using gametes of donors unknown to the recipients where 12 the gamete or gametes were collected on or after January 1, 13, 2025, for use by a recipient parent or parents who are unknown 14 to the donor at the time of the donation. 1525-57-105. Declaration regarding disclosure of identifying 16 information and medical history, applicability. 1. Except as 17 provided in subsection 5 of this section, a gamete agency. 18. Gamete bank or fertility clinic that collects gametes from a 19. Donor who is unknown to the recipient parent or parents at the 20 time of the donation shall 21a. Provide the donor with information in its records 22 about disclosure of identifying information and medical history. 23b. Obtain a declaration from the donor agreeing to the 24 identity disclosure described in subsection 2 of this section. 25 and 26c. maintain identifying information and medical history 27 about each donor. The gamete agency, gamete bank, or fertility. -9, 224. One clinic that collected the gametes shall maintain records of 2 donor and gamete screening and testing and comply with 3 reporting requirements in accordance with federal law and for applicable laws of this state other than those set forth in this 5 Article 57 and consistent with the guidelines of the American 6 Medical Association and the American Society for Reproductive 7 Medicine. 8.2. Except as provided in subsection 5 of this section, A9 gamete agency, gamete bank, or fertility clinic shall have each 10 donors sign a declaration, attested by a notarial officer or 11 witnesses, that the donor agrees to the disclosure of the 12 donors' identity to a donor-conceived person conceived with the 13 donors' gametes on request of the donor-conceived person. After 14, the donor-conceived person is 18 years of age or older. 15.3. A gamete agency, gamete bank, or fertility clinic 16 located in Colorado shall not match or collect gametes from. 17. A donor who does not agree to the disclosure of the donors. 18. Identity as set forth in subsection 2 of this section. 19. 4. A gamete agency, gamete bank, or fertility clinic 20 located outside of Colorado shall not match or provide 21 gametes from a donor who does not agree to the disclosure of 22 the donor's identity as set forth in subsection 2 of this section 23 to a recipient parent or parents located within Colorado. 24. 5. A gamete bank or fertility clinic that collects 25 gametes from a donor who was matched with a recipient by a 26 gamete agency that is a separate entity is not subject to the 27 requirements of subsection 1 or 2 of this section. -10, 224. 1.6. This section applies only to gametes collected on or to after January 1, 2025, for use by a recipient parent or parents 3 who are unknown to the donor at the time of the donation. 425-57-106. Disclosure of identifying information and medical 5 history, applicability. 1. Except as provided in subsection 4 of 6 the section, upon the request of a donor-conceived person who 7 is 18 years of age or older, or less than 18 years of age but legally emancipated, a gamete agency, gamete bank, or 9 fertility clinic that matched or collected the gametes used in 10 the assisted reproduction of such donor-conceived person shall 11 provide the donor-conceived person with the identifying 12 information of the donor who provided the gametes. A gamete 13 agency, gamete bank, or fertility clinic shall not limit or 14 interfere with, by contract or otherwise, any actual or 15 potential communication between. 16. A. An adult donor-conceived person and the donor whose 17 gametes were used to conceive the donor-conceived person, or 18. B. An adult donor-conceived person and the person's 19 friends, family, or other third parties about the donor whose 20 gametes were used to conceive the donor-conceived person. 21. 2. Except as provided in subsection 4 of this section, 22 upon the request of a donor-conceived person who is 18-23 years of age or older, or if the donor-conceived person is a 24 minor, by a parent or guardian of the minor donor-conceived 25 person, a gamete agency, gamete bank, or fertility clinic that 26 matched or collected the gametes used in the assisted 27 reproduction, regardless of whether the gamete agency, gamete. -11, 224. 1 bank or fertility clinic performed the assisted reproduction, 2 shall provide the donor-conceived person, or, if the 3 donor-conceived person is a minor, by a parent or guardian of for the minor donor-conceived person, access to any non-identifying 5 medical history of the donor that is maintained by the gamete 6 agency, gamete bank, or fertility clinic. 7. 3. Upon the request of a donor-conceived person who is 18 years of age or older, or, if the donor-conceived person 9 is a minor, a parent or guardian of the minor donor-conceived 10 person. 11a. A gamete agency, gamete bank, or fertility clinic that 12 received the gametes or embryo used in the assisted 13 reproduction from another gamete agency, gamete bank, or 14 fertility clinic shall disclose the name, address, telephone 15 number, and email address of the gamete agency, gamete bank, 16 or fertility clinic from which it received the gametes or embryo. 17b. A gamete bank or fertility clinic that collected 18 gametes from a donor who was matched with a recipient by a 19 gamete agency that is a separate entity shall disclose the name, 20 address, telephone number, and email address of the gamete 21 agency that matched the donor and the recipient. 22. 4. A gamete bank or fertility clinic that collects 23 gametes from a donor who was matched with a recipient by a 24 gamete agency that is a separate entity is not subject to the 25 requirements of subsections 1 or 2 of this section. 26. 5a. Subsections 1 and 2 of this section apply only to 27 gametes matched or collected by a gamete agency, gamete bank. -12, 224. 1 or fertility clinic on or after January 1, 2025, for use by a 2 recipient parent or parents who are unknown to the donor at 3 the time of the donation. 4b. Subsection 3 of this section applies only to gametes 5 or embryos received by a gamete agency, gamete bank, or 6 fertility clinic on or after July 1, 2023. 725-57-107. Record keeping successor record keeper. 8 applicability. 1. Except as provided in subsection 6 of this 9 section, a gamete agency, gamete bank, or fertility clinic shall 10 permanently maintain. 11a. Identifying information and medical history for each 12 donor with which it matches or from which it collects gametes. 13. For use by a recipient parent or parents who are unknown to the 14 donor at the time of the donation. 15b. Information about the number of families established. 16. With each donor's gametes and the efforts of the gamete agency. 17. Gamete bank or fertility clinic to obtain that information. 18. Pursuant to Section 25-57-109 and 19. C. Records of gamete screening and testing. 22. A gamete agency, gamete bank, or fertility clinic that 21 receives gametes or embryos from another gamete agency. 22. Gamete bank or fertility clinic shall permanently maintain the 23 name, address, telephone number, and email address of the 24 gamete agency, gamete bank, or fertility clinic from which IT 25 received the gametes or embryos. A gamete bank or fertility 26 clinic that collected gametes from a donor who was matched 27 with a recipient by a gamete agency that is a separate entity. 13. 224. 1 shall permanently maintain the name, address, telephone number, and email address of the gamete agency that matched 3 the donor and the recipient. 4. 3. Except as provided in subsection 6 of this section, in 5 its application for a license pursuant to Section 25-57-110, a 6 gamete agency, gamete bank, or fertility clinic shall submit a 7 proposed plan to permanently maintain the records described in 8 subsections 1 and 2 of this section in the event of dissolution, 9 insolvency, or bankruptcy. The plan may include identification 10 of a named entity to receive or maintain the records, obtaining 11 a surety bond in favor of a third party in an amount sufficient 12 to cover the costs of permanent record keeping, and obligation 13 to condition any sale on the acquiring entity's obligation to 14 maintain records consistent with this section, or similar 15 methods. The department shall not issue a license pursuant to 16 Section 25-57-110 until it approves a plan that it finds sufficient. 17. To ensure that the records will be permanently maintained by a 18 viable entity. 19. 4. Except as provided in subsection 6 of this section. 20. Upon dissolution, insolvency, or bankruptcy, a gamete agency, 21 gamete bank, or fertility clinic shall 22a. Implement the plan approved by the department. 23. Pursuant to subsection 3 of this section. 24b. File with the department a statement providing the 25 name and contact information of the successor entity, if any. 26. That will receive and maintain the records described in 27 subsections 1 and 2 of this section. And 14. 224. 1 EC. Inform by mail and electronic mail sent to the last 2 known address on file all gamete donors whose gametes were 3 collected, matched, or received by the gamete agency, gamete for bank, or fertility clinic, as well as recipient parents who 5 received gametes or embryos from the gamete agency, gamete 6 bank, or fertility clinic and reported a pregnancy or live birth. 7 will receive and maintain the records described in subsections 8, 1, and 2 of this section. 9. 5. A gamete agency, gamete bank, or fertility clinic. 10 shall comply with reporting requirements about gamete 11 screening and testing in accordance with federal law and 12 applicable laws of this state other than those set forth in this 13 Article 57. 14. 6. A gamete bank or fertility clinic that collects 15 gametes from a donor who was matched with a recipient by a 16 gamete agency that is a separate entity is not subject to the 17 requirements of subsection 1, 3, or 4 of this section. 18. 7a. Subsection 2 of this section applies only to 19 gametes or embryos matched or received on or after July 1, 2024. 20b. Subsections 1, 3, and 4 of this section apply only to 21 gametes matched or collected on or after January 2, 2025, for 22 use by a recipient parent or parents who are unknown to the 23 donor at the time of the donation. 2425-57-108. Written materials for recipient parents and gamete 25 donors. 1. On or before January 1, 2025, the department shall 26 develop written materials for intended recipient parents. The 27 department shall develop the materials in conjunction with 15. 224. 1. Licensed mental health professionals who have prior to documented experience counseling gamete donors, recipients, 3 and donor-conceived persons, as well as experience and for competency in counseling families with lesbian, gay, bisexual, 5 and transgender parents and single parents, along with 6 organizations representing these communities. The materials 7 must include information on the following subjects. 8a. That, in light of studies showing that family secrecy 9 about family formation can negatively affect children and 10 family relationships, telling a donor-conceived child at a young 11 age, in an age-appropriate manner, that the child is 12 donor-conceived is associated with improved family functioning 13, and well-being of the donor-conceived child, 14, b. The ability and available tools for discussing the 15. Ability, that a donor-conceived person will have to learn the 16, identity of the donor of the gametes used in the donor-conceived. 17, person's conception, and the importance of understanding that. 18, many, but not all, donor-conceived persons have a strong desire. 19, to know the identity of the gamete donor, and of other 20 donor-conceived persons conceived with the same donor's 21 gametes. 22, c, the needs and interests of donor-conceived persons. 23, d, the limitations of donor screening. 24, e, future implications for the donor-conceived person. 25, given that there may be other persons in other families. 26, conceived with the same donor's gametes. And 27, f, future implications of receiving medical history. 16, 224. 1. Updates about the donor or other persons conceived with the two same donor's gametes. 3.2. On or before January 1, 2025, the Department shall develop written materials for gamete donors. The Department 5 shall develop the materials in conjunction with licensed mental 6 health professionals who have prior documented experience. 7. Counseling gamete donors, recipients, and donor-conceived 8 persons, as well as experience and competency in counseling 9 families with lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender parents. 10. And single parents, along with advocacy groups representing 11 these communities. The materials must include information on 12 the following subjects. 13. A. Understanding the potential emotional and social 14 impacts of donating gametes. 15. B. Understanding what information will be disclosed to 16 the recipient parent or parents and donor-conceived persons. 17. C. Understanding the potential for conception of 18 children in multiple families using the donor's gametes. And 19. D. Understanding the future potential disclosure of the 20 donors identifying information to a person conceived with the 21 donors' gametes. 22. 3. A gamete agency, gamete bank, or fertility clinic. 23. Located in Colorado shall 24. A. Prior to an intended recipient matching with or 25 receiving donor gametes obtained through that gamete agency. 26. Gamete bank or fertility clinic provide the written materials 27 described in subsection 1 of this section to each intended. 17. 224. 1. Recipient of gametes from a donor who is unknown to the 2 recipient or recipients. And 3. B. Prior to the donation of gametes by a donor, provide for the written materials described in subsection 2 of this section 5 to each potential donor of gametes collected by the gamete 6 agency, gamete bank, or fertility clinic from a donor who is 7 unknown to the recipient or recipients, and discuss these 8 materials with the donor. Donor receipt of the written 9 materials is not in lieu of any mental health evaluations of an 10 unknown ovum donor that are required by the individual 11 practices of a gamete agency, gamete bank, or fertility clinic. 12. For a gamete agency, gamete bank, or fertility clinic. 13. Located outside of Colorado that either matches donors to or 14 provides gametes or embryos to recipients in Colorado shall 15. A. Prior to an intended recipient matching with or 16 receiving donor gametes, provide written materials to recipients. 17. That, at a minimum, cover the topics described in subsection 1 of 18 this section, and 19. B. Prior to the donation of gametes by a donor, provide 20 written materials to the donor that, at a minimum, cover the 21 topics described in subsection 2 of this section and discuss these 22 materials with the donor. Donor receipt of the written 23 materials is not in lieu of any mental health evaluations of an 24 unknown ovum donor that are required by the individual 25 practices of a gamete agency, gamete bank, or fertility clinic. 2625-57-109. Donor age limits, limits on number of families per 27 donor, limits on egg retrieval cycles per ovum donor, rules. 18, 224. 1. Applicability. 1a. Except as provided in subsection 4 of this 2 section, a gamete agency, gamete bank, or fertility clinic shall 3. Make a good faith effort to determine how many families are created with gametes provided by the gamete agency, gamete 5 bank, or fertility clinic from each donor by conducting 6. Sufficient record keeping, requiring recipients, as a condition of 7. Receiving donor gametes, to provide information on live births. 8. And requesting information from recipients on live births. A 9. Gamete agency, gamete bank, or fertility clinic shall not 10 match or provide gametes from a donor to additional families. 11. Once the gamete agency, gamete bank, or fertility clinic has 12 record of or should reasonably know that 25 families 13 have been established using a single donor's gametes in or 14 outside of Colorado, with no limit on the number of children 15 conceived by each of the families, unless the donor requests. 16. And the gamete agency, gamete bank, or fertility clinic agrees. 17. To a lower limit on the number of families. This limit does not 18 include any children conceived by the donor as a parent or 19 children conceived with the donor's gametes when the donor is 20 known to the recipient parent or parents at the time of the 21 donation. This limit does not include donations of embryos from 22 one family to another family. 23b. For the purposes of this subsection, 1. A family is 24 considered established when a recipient parent or parents 25 conceive a child using gametes from a donor, and a live birth. 26 RESULTSA gamete agency, gamete bank, or fertility clinic shall 27 make reasonable good faith efforts to obtain information from -19, 224. 1A recipient parent about whether and when a live birth has to occurred, including requesting such information from a 3 recipient parent or the parent's medical provider at least 3-4 times by mail, email, and telephone. 5.2. On or before January 1, 2025, the State Board shall 6 promulgate a rule establishing a limit on the total number of 7 retrieval cycles per ovum donor, which must not exceed a 8 lifetime limit of 6 cycles per ovum donor. In promulgating the 9 rule, the State Board shall consult with the American Society 10 for Reproductive Medicine and advocacy groups representing 11 the interests of ovum donors. In promulgating the rule, the 12 State Board may consider adopting an exception to this limit for 13 prior donors who provide informed consent to undergo 14 additional retrieval cycles for families intending to conceive 15, a child using the same donor used to conceive their other child. 16.3. A donor must be at least 21 years of age or 17 older at the time of collection of gametes and a gamete agency. 18. Gamete bank or fertility clinic shall verify the age of the 19 donor at the time of the collection of gametes. 24. A gamete agency, gamete bank, or fertility clinic that 21 collects gametes from a donor who was matched with a 22 recipient by a gamete agency that is a separate entity is not 23 subject to the requirements of subsection 1 of this section. 24.5. This section applies only to gametes matched or 25 collected on or after January 1, 2025, for use by recipient 26 parents who are unknown to the donor at the time of the 27 donation. -20, 224. 125-57-110. License required application, inspection, 2 issuance, denial, suspension, or revocation, fees, civil penalties, 3 rules. 1. On or after January 1, 2025, a gamete agency, gamete for bank, or fertility clinic shall not operate as a gamete agency, 5 gamete bank, or fertility clinic in Colorado, or match or provide 6 gametes or embryos to recipients in Colorado, without having 7 first obtained a license from the department. Such license is 8 conditioned on compliance with the applicable standards, 9 requirements, and other provisions of this Article 57 and its 10 implementing rules. 11.2a. A gamete agency, gamete bank, or fertility clinic 12 shall submit an annual application and fee for a license to 13 operate on the form and in the manner prescribed by the 14 department. 15b. On or before January 1, 2025, the State Board shall 16 promulgate rules establishing a schedule of fees of not more 17 than $500 per year, subject to annual 18. Adjustment for inflation, based on the annual percentage 19 change in the United States Department of Labor's Bureau of 20 Labor Statistics Consumer Price Index for 21 Denver or Lakewood for all items paid by all urban 22 consumers, or its applicable predecessor or successor index. To 23. Help meet the direct and indirect costs of administration, and 24. Enforcement of this Article 57. A gamete agency, gamete bank, 25 or fertility clinic that is a nonprofit organization is exempt 26 from such fees. 27.2. The department shall assess and collect from each. -21, 224. 1 gamete agency, gamete bank, or fertility clinic that is applying to for licensure pursuant to this section, a fee in accordance with 3 the fee schedule established by the State Board pursuant to for subsection 2b, I of this section. 5.3. The department shall transmit fees collected 6 pursuant to this section to the State Treasurer, who shall 7 credit the money to the gamete agency, gamete bank, or 8 fertility clinic fund created in section 25-57-112. 9.4. Fees collected pursuant to this subsection, 2, may be 10 used by the department to provide technical assistance, and 11 education to the public and to gamete agencies, gamete banks, 12 or fertility clinics related to the provision of in compliance 13 with Colorado law, in addition to regulatory and 14 administrative functions. The department may contract with 15 private entities to assist the department in providing technical 16 assistance and education, but not in providing regulatory or 17 administrative functions. 18.3a. The department shall investigate and review 19 each original application and each renewal application for a 20 license to operate as a gamete agency, gamete bank, or fertility 21 clinic. The department shall determine an applicant's 22 compliance with this Article 57, and the rules adopted pursuant 23 to this Article 57, for the collection and provision of gametes 24 from donors who are unknown to a recipient at the time of the 25 donation before issuing a license. 26.2. The gamete agency, gamete bank, or fertility clinic 27 shall submit in writing, in a form prescribed by the department. -22, 224. 1A corrective action plan detailing the measures it will take to correct any violations found by the department as a result of 3 inspections undertaken pursuant to this subsection 3. The 4 department shall conduct a follow-up inspection to ensure 5 implementation of the corrective action plan. 6.3. When investigating or reviewing the records of a 7 gamete agency, gamete bank, or fertility clinic located outside 8 of Colorado, the department shall investigate and review only 9 the records pertaining to donors whose gametes or embryos 10 were matched or provided to recipients in Colorado. 11B, the department shall not retain any identifying 12 information about donors, recipients, or donor-conceived 13 persons, and shall keep confidential all healthcare 14 information or documents obtained or viewed during an 15 inspection or investigation of a gamete agency, gamete bank, or 16 fertility clinic pursuant to subsection 3A of this section. All 17 records, information, or documents so obtained are exempt from 18 disclosure pursuant to sections 24-72-204 and 25-1-124. 19. 4. Except as otherwise provided in subsection 5 of this 20 section, the department shall issue or renew a license to 21 operate as a gamete agency, gamete bank, or fertility clinic 22 when it is satisfied that the applicant or licensee is in compliance 23 with the requirements set forth in this Article 57 and the rules 24 promulgated pursuant to this Article 57. Except for provisional 25 licenses issued in accordance with subsection 5 of this section, 26A license issued or renewed pursuant to this section expires 127 year after the date of issuance or renewal. The Department 23-224. 1 shall suspend or revoke a license in accordance with section 224-4-104. 3-5. The department may issue a provisional license to operate as a gamete agency, gamete bank, or fertility clinic to 5 an applicant for the purpose of operating as a gamete agency, 6 gamete bank, or fertility clinic for a period of 90 days if the 7 applicant is temporarily unable to conform to all of the 8 standards required pursuant to this Article 57.as. A condition of 9 obtaining a provisional license, the applicant shall show proof 10 to the department that significant good faith attempts are 11 being made to conform and comply with the applicable 12 standards required pursuant to this Article 57. The department may 13th issue a second provisional license for a like term and fee to 14 effect compliance. A further provisional license shall not be 15 issued for the current year after the second issuance. 16. 6A. IT is a violation of this Article 57 for any person. 17. Corporation or other entity to operate as a gamete agency. 18. Gamete bank or fertility clinic in Colorado without a valid 19 license or in violation of the terms and conditions of a license. 20. The department may revoke or not renew the license in 21 accordance with the procedures set forth in section 24-4-104 of 22A licensed gamete agency, gamete bank, or fertility clinic that 23 fails to adhere to the terms and conditions of its license and the 24 standards and requirements established by rule pursuant to 25 this Article 57. 26B. The department may assess a civil penalty of not 27 more than $20,000 adjusted annually for 224. 1. Inflation, based on the annual percentage change in the United States Department of Labor's Bureau of Labor Statistics. 3. Consumer Price Index for Denver or Lakewood for all 4 items paid by all urban consumers, or its applicable predecessor. 5. Or successor index, for each day the person is in violation of the 6 Article 57. The assessed penalty accrues from the date the 7 department finds that the person, corporation, or entity is in 8 violation of this Article 57. The department shall assess, 9 enforce, and collect the penalty in accordance with Article 4 of 10 Title 24 and credit the money to the general fund. Enforcement 11 and collection of the penalty occurs following the decision 12 reached in accordance with procedures set forth in section 1324-4-105. 1425-57-111. Rulemaking authority. On or before July 1, 2024, 15. The State Board shall promulgate any rules necessary to 16. Implement this Article 57.in promulgating rules, the State Board. 17. Shall consider and protect the interests of donor-conceived. 18. Persons and families of donor-conceived persons, including 19 lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender parents, and 20 donor-conceived persons and single parents. 2125-57-112. Gamete Agency, Gamete Bank, and Fertility Clinic 22 Fund created. The Gamete Agency, Gamete Bank, or Fertility 23 Clinic Fund, referred to in this section as the Fund, is created 24 in the State Treasury. The fund consists of money credited to the 25 Fund pursuant to Section 25-57-110. The money in the Fund is 26 subject to annual appropriation by the General Assembly for the 27 direct and indirect costs of the Department in performing its 224. 1. Duties pursuant to this Article 57. At the end of any fiscal year, 2. All unexpended and unencumbered money in the fund remains in 3. The fund, and is not credited or transferred to the general fund 4. Or any other fund. 5. Section 2. Appropriation. For the 2022-23 state fiscal year, $192,293 is appropriated to the Department of Public Health and 7. Environment for use by disease control and public health response. This 8 appropriation is from the general fund and is based on an assumption that 9. The department will require an additional 1.6 FTE. To implement this act, 10. The department may use this appropriation for the regulatory oversight 11 program related to laboratory services. 12. Section 3. Act subject to petition, effective date. This Act 13 takes effect at 12:01 a.m. on the day following the expiration of the 14 90-day period after final adjournment of the General Assembly, except 15 that, if a referendum petition is filed pursuant to Section 1(3) of Article V. 16 of the state constitution against this act or an item, section, or part of the 17 act within such period, then the act, item, section, or part will not take 18 effect unless approved by the people at the general election to be held in November 19, 2022, and in such case, will take effect on the date of the 20 official declaration of the vote thereon by the governor. 224.
Representative Sandrich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I think this bill is extremely interesting. And one thing that does make it interesting, it's new. We're going into uncharted ground. It's a new bill or new law. And one thing that is a disadvantage of that, we can't look at other states and see how they did it and what unintended consequences are associated with this. I know in committee we talked a lot about a lot of the advantages and benefits of this bill. What I'd like to know, just a quick question to the sponsors, just a clarification. Are there any men donors that may feel this bill could help out them or ID them when they don't want to be ID'd? Also, does this bill, if a possible donor or a person, a male thinking of donating, would this bill give them second thoughts at all? And that's the question I have. Thank you.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative Sandrich, for these very good questions. First of all, it's a personal choice whether you're going to donate. So there's absolutely no requirement that a male donate sperm, for example. But what our bill does guarantee is that the donor must be over the age of 21 and that they must be counseled on the understanding that they need to be mature enough and be aware enough of the effects of having multiple genetic offspring, and that there's both a physical and a psychological element there. And they must be aware that their medical history would be something that'd be disclosed as well. So that's something that is in the bill. Secondarily, you asked about what other states are doing this. No others, although there is the best practices that we have seen from some of the donor banks. But we can look over to places like the United Kingdom and other EU states and actually see what they have done over there for a good roadmap ahead. So this is actually a path that I would predict in probably a year or two, you'll see many other states copying the Colorado model that we have here.
Representative Tipper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And related to that, Representative Sandrich, if you are a donor who was able to anonymously donate, you don't fall under this bill. This bill will be implemented in 2025. So at that point, it's consent on both ends. So we're not going to find a situation where someone who didn't consent to having their identity released will find themselves in that surprise position.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill? Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I did have one question, actually, that I didn't get to ask in committee. I apologize. With respect to collected sperm, eggs, embryos, is there a time frame when those no longer are viable? Because if it's anybody collected after, presumably there will be people conceived after who might not fall under this, and I just wanted to understand that.
Representative Tipper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative Luck. Good question. So once samples are frozen, they're actually good for the most part indefinitely. So under the bill, it's samples collected on or after 2025 and embryos created after 2025. So there's no destruction of embryos. There's no destruction of existing anonymous sperm or egg donations.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for that answer. So presumably, if I am a sperm bank, I could have a whole batch of sperm and produce a number of children after 2025 that would not have these rights. Is that accurate?
Representative Tipper.
So I think what is going to happen practically is there are very few sperm banks that only serve one state. And so they'll probably segregate, which is why we have the ramp up to 2025. Demand for children, let's say, or the desire to create a family through assisted reproductive technology exceeds the inventory of donated sperm and eggs and embryos. So we don't anticipate that you're going to find yourself in a situation with large amounts of donor sperm and egg that can't be used in 2025. But I think what would happen is you'd see that go to other states, and then in Colorado you'd be implementing as of 2025 any sperm egg collected. But yes, I think conceivably you're right.
The question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 224. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. 224 is passed. Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to proceed out of order for immediate consideration of Senate Bill 216.
You have heard the motion. We will now immediately consider Senate Bill 216. Mr. Shebo, could you read the title, please?
Senate Bill 216 by Senators Hansen and Zenzinger, also Representatives Harrod and McCluskey, concerning the reallocation of the limited gaming tax revenues for fiscal years following a significant decrease in the revenues and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Representative McCluskey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 216.
To the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, 216 modifies the allocation of gaming funds between the original recipients of limited gaming tax revenue and the recipients of extended limited gaming, as voted on through Amendments 50 in 2008 and Amendment 77 in 2020. This is a joint budget committee bill. We recognized, starting in 2020 when the pandemic hit, the tremendous impact on our gaming communities. And as we have emerged from that time and our economy continues to recover, there have been some interesting dynamics with the way the formula has worked. So this modification of the allocation of funds has been done in partnership with History Colorado, the gaming cities and counties, community colleges, and local district colleges. The goal is to make sure that we're keeping everybody whole, and I really want to lift up the gaming communities that came forward as this bill was introduced and really flagged for us the need to make sure that we were investing enough funding for FY23 that they did not lose any of their funding. I appreciate that partnership. There is a working group to continue looking at this structure of funding, and I encourage an aye vote.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is one that I have to admit I didn't get a chance to reading, so I would move that the bill be read at length.
Second regular session,
heard
73rd
the
General
motion.
Assembly, State of Colorado, reengrossed. This version includes all amendments adopted in the House of Introduction LLS No. 22-0960.0, Ed DeCecco X 4216, Senate Bill 22 to 216. Senate Committees, House Committees, Appropriations. A bill for an act. 101 concerning the reallocation of the limited gaming tax. 102 revenues for fiscal years following a significant 103 decrease in the revenues, and in connection therewith, 100 and for making an appropriation. Bill summary. Note, this summary applies to this bill as introduced and does not reflect any amendments that may be subsequently adopted. If this bill passes third reading in the House of Introduction, a bill summary that applies to the reengrossed version of this bill will be available at http://leg.colorado.gov. Joint Budget Committee. Section 1 of the bill creates the State Historical Society Strategic Initiatives Fund, which is to be used by the State Historical Society for programs and activities that strengthen the state. Senate third reading unamended May 2, 2022. Senate amended second reading April 29, 2022. Senate sponsorship Hansen and Zenzinger, Rankin. House sponsorship Harrod and McCluskey. Shading denotes House amendment. Double underlining denotes Senate amendment. Capital letters or bold and italic numbers indicate new material to be added to existing statute. Dashes through the words indicate deletions from existing statute. Historical Society's financial position and expand its impact on the people of the state. Section 2 requires the state treasurer to transfer $3 million of the state share of the limited gaming tax revenues to the State Historical Society Strategic Initiatives Fund. Section 2 also resets the base portion of the state share of the limited gaming tax revenues deposited in the local government limited gaming impact fund for the fiscal year 2021 to 22 to clarify the amount after a 2-year hiatus of this allocation. Section 3 modifies the manner in which limited gaming tax revenues are allocated between the limited gaming fund and the extended limited gaming fund, i.e., the portion of limited gaming tax revenues derived from increased hours of operation, expanded wagering, and additional games of chance, in order to more equitably address recovery in the years immediately following a significant decrease in the revenue. Specifically, the bill adjusts the allocation for the state fiscal year 2021 to 22 to accommodate the significant unanticipated post-pandemic increase in the limited gaming tax revenues and establishes a mechanism to temporarily modify the allocation in years following a significant decrease in the limited gaming tax revenues.
Yes, Madam Chair. It
Section
sounds
4
like Alvin
appropriates
and the
money to the
Chipmunks
Department
are
of
back.
Higher Education for use
That
by
been
History
sped up?
Colorado. 1. Be it enacted by the General Assembly of the State of Colorado. 2. Section 1. In Colorado Revised Statutes, add 24-80-215 as 3 follows. For 24-80-215, State Historical Society Strategic Initiatives Fund. 5. Creation, repeal. 1. The State Historical Society Strategic 6 Initiatives Fund is hereby created in the State Treasury. The fund.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
7 consists of money transferred to the fund from the limited. 2. Section 1. In Colorado Revised Statutes, add 24-80-215 as 3 follows. For 24-80-215, State Historical Society Strategic Initiatives Fund. 5. Creation. 8. Gaming Fund pursuant to Section 4430-7012 V.5a. The 9. State Treasurer shall credit all interest and income derived 10 from the deposit and investment of money in the fund to the 11 Fund. 12. 2. Subject to annual appropriation by the General. 216. 1. Assembly, the State Historical Society may expend money from to the fund for programs and activities that strengthen the 3 societies' financial position and expand its impact on the people for the state. 5. 3. A. On June 30, 2027, the State Treasurer shall transfer 6 any unexpended money in the fund to the general fund. 7b. This section is repealed, effective July 1, 2027. 8. Section 2. In Colorado Revised Statutes 4430-701, amend 9(2)(a)(3)(a) and add 2(a) V.5 as follows. 1044-30-701. Limited Gaming Fund, created, repeal. 11(2)(a) except as provided in subsection 2b or 2c of this section. 12 at the end of the 2012 to 13 state fiscal year, and at the end of each state 13 fiscal year thereafter, the state treasurer shall transfer the state share as 14 follows. 15(3)(a). At the end of the 2017 to 18 state 2021 to 22 state fiscal year 16, and each state fiscal year thereafter, $5,617,89,938 as 18 annually increased by an amount equal to the percentage increase in the 19 state share as described in subsection 1d. I of this section from the 20 previous fiscal year to the Local Government Limited Gaming Impact Fund 21 created in Section 4430-1301, plus an amount equal to the projected 22 direct and indirect costs to administer the Local Government Limited 23 Gaming Impact Grant Program set forth in Section 4430-1301(2)(a) for 20 for the upcoming fiscal year, except that such transfer shall be made at the 25 beginning of the state fiscal year, and any unspent money from such 26 transfer reverts to the Local Government Limited Gaming Impact Fund. 27 V.5a for the state fiscal year 2021 to 22, $3,000,000-216. $1 to the State Historical Society Strategic Initiatives Fund 2 created in Section 24-80-215. 3b. This section is repealed, effective July 1, 2027. For Section 3. In Colorado Revised Statutes 4430-702, amend 5, 7a, 3b, 7a, 4, and 7b, and add 7a, v, 7a, 6, 6, 7a, 7, 7a, 8, 7a.5, 7c, 7d, and 7e as follows. 74430-702. Revenues attributable to local revisions to gaming 8 limits, extended limited gaming fund, identification, separate 9 administration, distribution, legislative declaration, definitions. 10. 7. Reduction in revenues, operation of hold harmless provisions. 11. Continuity of funding, recovery. A. Legislative declaration. The 12th General Assembly finds, determines, and declares that 13.3. Pursuant to that authority, it is reasonable for the General 14 Assembly to address the effects of the global pandemic and economic 15 recession of 2020 in a way that 16b. Equitably allocates the limited gaming tax revenues in fiscal 17 years immediately following this severe funding decline among all 18 recipients, and 19.4. The allocation provisions of Section 9.7 of Article 18 of 20 the state constitution did not contemplate the unprecedented 21 significant decline in limited gaming revenues caused by the global 22 pandemic, and in 2020, the General Assembly desired to address 23 the original implementing statutory formula for the allocation of gaming 24 revenues, consistent with the state Constitution in a manner that modifies 25 modified the statutory annual adjustment provisions to retain the 26 constitutional allocation, thus reflecting the proportionate allocation to the 27 beneficiaries of limited gaming tax revenues. Dash 4, 216. 1v. This reallocation, however, did not anticipate the true rapidity and extent of the growth of the limited gaming 3 revenues post-pandemic, which was due in part to the voters for approval in 2020 of the modifications to Section 9.7 of Article 518 of the state constitution in the initiative commonly 6 referred to as Amendment 77, which permitted the gaming 7 towns to increase or remove bet limits and approve new casino 8 games with local voter approval. 9.6. Therefore, it is necessary to adjust the allocation 10 for the state fiscal year 2021 to 22 as set forth in subsection 7c. 11 of this section to achieve the purposes set forth in subsection 12.7a3 of this section. 13.7. Further, the global pandemic and economic 14 recession of 2020 demonstrated that the existing methodology 15 for determining the limited gaming tax revenues attributable to 16 extended limited gaming is susceptible to distortion when there 17 is a significant decline in the limited gaming tax revenues and in 18 the fiscal years thereafter when the revenues are restored. 19.8 to equitably allocate limited gaming tax revenues 20 in fiscal years following a significant decline, and to avoid 21 long-term economic damage to any of the beneficiaries of those 22 revenues. It is necessary for the General Assembly to enact 23 legislation that will facilitate the operation of Section 9.7 of 24 Article 18 of the state constitution. 25a.5 as used in this subsection 7, unless the context 26 otherwise requires. 27. Extended limited gaming fund recipients means the Dash 5, 216. 1 recipients of limited gaming tax revenues attributable to 2 extended limited gaming under Section 9.7 of Article 18 of 3 the state constitution. For a 2 fiscal year with a significant decrease in total 5 limited gaming tax revenue means 6a a fiscal year in which the total limited gaming tax 7 revenue collections have declined by 5% or more from 8 the immediately preceding fiscal year, or 9b, if subsection 7a.5, 2a of this section does not 10 apply. The second of 2 consecutive fiscal years with a 11 cumulative decline of total limited gaming tax revenue 12 collections that is 6% or more from the fiscal year 13 immediately preceding the first of the 2 consecutive fiscal 14 years. 15.3 limited gaming fund recipients means the recipients 16 listed in Section 9.5b.2 of Article 18 of the State 17 Constitution. 18.4 recent total limited gaming tax revenues peak. 19 means total limited gaming tax revenue collections for the 20 fiscal year, that is 21a, prior to the fiscal year.
Representative Soper.
Decrease in 22
Thank you, Madam
total
Chair.
limited gaming tax
I would
revenues.
like to withdraw
And
the
23
motion to have the bill read at length.
The question, thank you for that withdrawal of the motion. The question before us is Senate Bill 216. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of its passage, please say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. 216 is passed. Adopted. Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to proceed out of order for immediate consideration of Senate Bill 235.
You have heard the motion. We will move to immediate consideration of Senate Bill 235. Representative Harrod.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 235. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Schiebel.
Appropriations.
Senate Bill 235 by Senators Rankin and Zenzinger, also Representatives Harrod and McCluskey, concerning county administration of public assistance programs and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Thank you, Mr. Schiebel. Representative Garnett. Maybe you're also the speaker. The moment the House will be in a brief recess, and no, we won't. We will call on Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the committee rise and report.
You have heard the motion. Seeing no objection, the committee will rise and report.
House will come back to order. Mr. Shebel, please read the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Mr. Speaker, your Committee of the Whole begs leave to report it has under consideration the following attached bills, being the second reading thereof and making the following recommendations thereon. House Bill 1029 as amended, 1417 as amended, 1418 as amended, passed on second reading and ordered engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. Senate Bill 4120 as amended, 172, 188, 216, 224 as amended, passed on second reading and ordered revised and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage.
Representative Froelich. Members, you have heard the motion. There are no votes at the desk. The question before us is the adoption of the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. For those participating online, Representative Neville, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Neville votes no. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Majority Leader Escar, how do you vote?
Yes.
Majority Leader Escar votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Callen's excused. Please close machine. With 41 aye votes, 23 no votes, and 1 excuse, the report of the Committee of the Whole is adopted. Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that to lay over the balance of the special orders calendar until later tonight, May 9th.
Seeing no objection, the balance of the special orders calendar will be laid over until later tonight. Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House stand in recess until later tonight.
Seeing no objection, the House will stay in recess until later tonight.
Are you reading anything? The House will come back to order. Representative Amabile. Nope, not yet. Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. I move that the House resolve itself to the Committee of the Whole and that we continue special orders at 8:10 p.m.
Members, you've heard the motion and see no objection. I will call on Representative Amabile. Representative Amabile. You've heard the motion. The House will now dissolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for continuation of the special orders calendar. And Representative Amabile will take the chair. Bang.
The committee will come to order. Okay. Yeah.
I got you.
Which speech? With your unanimous consent, the bills will be read by title unless there is a request for reading a bill at length. Committee reports are printed and in your bill folders. Floor amendments will be shown on the screen and in your iPads. Bills will be laid over upon a motion of the majority leader, and the coat rule is relaxed, for now anyway. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 235.
Senate Bill 235 by Senators Rankin and Zenzinger, also Representatives Harrod and McCluskey, concerning county administration of public assistance programs and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Representative Harrod.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 235 in the Appropriations Committee report.
To the Appropriations report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Appropriations Committee heard this bill as a joint budget committee bill. We appropriated dollars as well as heard brief testimony. I ask for an aye vote.
The question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. No. The ayes have it. The Appropriations report is adopted. To the bill, Representative Herod.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill really looks at county admin. One thing I didn't mention in the appropriations report is that we actually reduced the cost of the appropriation for the study. This is something that's been requested by the counties and worked on in partnership with Joint Budget Committee staff and the counties. I do ask for an aye vote.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I really like this bill. This is a good bill, and I'm glad of the work that you did with the counties. Though it is important that all members have the opportunity to hear it in a clear and audible and reasonably paced voice that we can understand, slow and steady. So I move to have the bill read at length.
Chipmunk. Chipmunk style.
Second Regular Session 73rd General Assembly State of Colorado reengrossed. This version includes all amendments adopted in the House of Introduction LLS No. 22-0991.0 to Conrad Imel X2313 Senate Bill 22 to 235. Senate Committees House Committees Appropriations. A Bill for an Act. 101 concerning County Administration of Public Assistance. 102 programs and, in connection therewith, making an 103 appropriation. Bill Summary. Note, this summary applies to this bill as introduced and does not reflect any amendments that may be subsequently adopted. If this bill passes third reading in the House of Introduction, a bill summary that applies to the reengrossed version of this bill will be available at http://leg.colorado.gov. Joint Budget Committee. The bill requires the Department of Human Services, DHS, and the Department of Health Care Policy and Financing, HCPF, in consultation with county departments of human and social services, county departments, to develop a scope of work for a comprehensive assessment of the best practices related to the Senate third reading unamended May 3, 2022. Senate amended second reading May 2, 2022. Senate sponsorship Rankin and Zenzinger, Hansen, Ginnell, Kirkmeyer, Coker, Pedersen, Simpson. House sponsorship Herod and McCluskey, Ransom. Shading denotes House amendment. Double underlining denotes Senate amendment. Capital letters or bold and italic numbers indicate new material to be added to existing law. Dashes through the words or numbers indicate deletions from existing law. Administration of public and medical assistance programs. The bill requires DHS to enter into an agreement with a third party to conduct the comprehensive assessment, evaluate existing practices for the administration of public and medical assistance programs, and to make recommendations related to administration of public and medical assistance programs and ongoing evaluation of the public and medical assistance program system. DHS is required to submit the results of the comprehensive assessment and a fiscal impact analysis of implementing the third party's recommendations to HCPF, county departments, and the Joint Budget Committee. Following completion of the comprehensive assessment, DHS is required to enter into an agreement with an outside entity to develop a public and medical assistance programs funding model, to determine the amount of money necessary to fund county administration of certain public assistance programs overseen by DHS and HCPF. DHS shall enter into an agreement with an outside entity to annually update and modify the funding model. Beginning with fiscal year 2025 to 26, the Joint Budget Committee shall use the results of the funding model to inform its decisions regarding the amount of the appropriation to DHS and HCPF to fund county administration of public assistance programs. DHS and HCPF shall allocate money to counties for public assistance program administration in accordance with the results of the funding model. The bill requires DHS and HCPF to submit an annual report to the Joint Budget Committee on the funding model. The bill appropriates $80,000 to HCPF for administration related to Office of Economic Security, Medicaid funding, and $420,000 to the DHS for administration. 1. Be it enacted by the General Assembly of the State of Colorado. 2. Section 1. In Colorado Revised Statutes, add 26-1-121.5 as 3 follows. For 26-1-121.5. Public Assistance Funding Model, Workload Study. 5. Evaluation, Report, Definitions, Repeal. 1. As used in this 6 section, unless the context otherwise requires. 7a. Funding model means the county administration of 8. Public and medical assistance programs funding model 2. 9. Determine the appropriate level of funding for each county. 2. 235. 1. Required to make eligibility determinations regarding to participation in a public assistance program. 3b. Medical assistance programs means the following for public assistance programs administered by the Department of Health Care Policy and Financing. The Medical Assistance 6 program, established in Articles 4, 5, and 6 of Title 25.5, including 7 long-term care services. The Children's Basic Health Plan, 8 established in Article 8 of Title 25.5, and the Old Age Pension 9 Health and Medical Care Program described in Section 25.5-2-101. 10C. Public Assistance Programs means the programs of 11 public assistance administered by the State Department 12 pursuant to Article 2 of this Title 26. 13.2a. On or before August 15, 2022, the State Department 14 and the Department of Healthcare Policy and Financing, in 15 consultation with county departments, shall develop a scope of 16 work for the comprehensive assessment of best practices. 17. Related to the administration of public and medical assistance. 18. Programs including, but not limited to, policies, processes, size 19, and structure of the workforce that administers the programs. 20. Information systems infrastructure and data to ensure. 21. Improved access by eligible individuals to public and medical. 22. Assistance programs, timeliness of applications processing. 23. Administrative efficiency and cost effectiveness. 24b. On or before November 1, 2022, the State Department. 25. After consultation with the Department of Healthcare Policy 26 and Financing and county departments, shall enter into an 27 agreement with a third party to. -3. 235. 1I. Conduct the comprehensive assessment within the 2 scope of work developed pursuant to subsection 2A of this 3 section. 4.2. Evaluate the existing policies, processes, size and 5. Structure of program workforce, information system. 6. Infrastructure and data for the administration of the public. 7. And medical assistance programs at the state and county levels. 8.3. Make recommendations for changes to state and 9. County public and medical assistance program policies. 10. Processes, size and structure of program workforce, and 11. Information systems infrastructure to ensure improved access. 12. By eligible individuals to public and medical assistance. 13. Programs, timeliness of applications processing, administrative. 14. Efficiency and cost effectiveness, and 15. 4. Make recommendations related to the ongoing. 16. Evaluation of the public and medical assistance program system. 17. Including appropriate metrics for determining whether the 18. Efficiency and cost effectiveness of the system has improved as 19. A result of the implementation of recommendations made 20 pursuant to this subsection 2b. 21. C. On or before July 1, 2023, the State Department shall 22 submit the results of the comprehensive assessment and 23 recommendations required pursuant to subsection 2b of this 24 section to the Department of Healthcare Policy and Financing. 25. The county departments and the Joint Budget Committee. 26. D. On or before November 1, 2023, the State Department 27 shall submit an analysis of the fiscal impact of implementing the -4. 235. 1. Recommendations required in subsection 2b of this section to the Joint Budget Committee. The analysis must include a 3. Determination of the feasibility of implementing the 4 recommendations, a timeline for implementation, and cost of 5. Implementation for each fiscal year included in the timeline. The 6. Analysis must also include a discussion of any concerns 7. Expressed by the State Department, the Department of Health Care Policy and Financing, or the county departments related to 9. The comprehensive assessment and recommendations described 10 in subsections 2a and 2b of this section. 11e. This subsection 2 is repealed, effective June 30, 2024. 12.3a. On or before January 2, 2024, the State Department 13 shall enter into an agreement with an outside entity to develop 14. A county administration of public and medical assistance. 15. Programs funding model to determine the amount of money. 16. Necessary to fund the administration of public and medical. 17. Assistance programs in each county. The outside entity may be 18. The same entity as the third party that performs the 19 comprehensive assessment described in subsection 2 of this 20 section. 21b. The outside entity shall work with the State 22 Department, the Department of Healthcare Policy and Financing, 23, and county departments to determine the appropriate process. 24, and data to be used in the development of the funding model. 25c. On or before July 1, 2024, the outside entity shall 26 develop the funding model for fiscal year 2025 to 26. 27d. On or before November 1, 2024, the State Department. -5. 235. 1 shall submit the results of the funding model to the Joint 2 Budget Committee, the Department of Healthcare Policy, and 3. Financing, and the county departments. 4e. This subsection 3 is repealed, effective June 30, 2026. 5.4a. On or before July 1, 2025, and on or before July 1, 6 every third year thereafter, the State Department shall enter 7 into an agreement with an outside entity to annually update 8 and modify the funding model. The outside entity may be the 9 same entity that developed prior versions of the funding model. 10. The outside entity shall develop each update in consultation. 11. With the State Department, the Department of Healthcare Policy. 12. And Financing, and the county departments. 13. B. On or before November 1, 2025, and on or before November 14, 1 of each year thereafter, the State Department shall 15 submit the results of the funding model to the Joint Budget 16 Committee, the Department of Healthcare Policy and Financing. 17. And the county departments. 18.5. The funding model must include 19.a. The number of eligibility staff, lead workers, 20 supervisors and managers, customer service staff, quality 21 assurance staff, program integrity staff, investigators, claims 22 establishment and collection staff, appeals staff, attorneys. 23. An additional support staff necessary for a county to perform 24 all responsibilities required by state and federal law, and must 25 include a component that considers the various resources. 26. Including financial resources required to effectively hire, 27 train, and retain staff in their respective areas of responsibility. Dash 6, 235. 1. Associated with public and medical assistance programs. 2b. Demographic data, including poverty statistics, and 3. State and local economic drivers, including staff compensation, for at both the county and regional levels that may influence the 5. Overall cost of delivering public and medical assistance 6 programs in each county. 7c. The estimated administrative workload for each 8 county to make public assistance program eligibility 9. Determinations, to be funded by the money allocated to 10 counties pursuant to Section 26-1-122. 11d. A component that supports business process 12 improvements as described in Section 26-1-122.3 9 in each 13 county, and 14e. Any modifications to the public and medical assistance 15 program system that have been implemented by the Department 16, or the Department of Healthcare Policy and Financing, including 17 those that may have been recommended by the third party. 18. Pursuant to subsection 2b of this section and provided to the 19. Joint Budget Committee pursuant to subsection 2c of this 20 section. 21.6a. The Joint Budget Committee shall use the results of 22 the funding model to inform its decisions regarding the amount 23 of the appropriation to the State Department for County 24 Administration of Public Assistance Programs, and the amount of 25 the appropriation to the Department of Healthcare Policy, and 26 financing for County Administration of Medical Assistance 27 programs. Dash 7, 235. 1b. The State Department shall allocate money to 2 counties for public assistance programs in accordance with the 3 results of the funding model. The Department of Health Care for Policy and Financing shall allocate money to counties as 5 permitted by state and federal law for medical assistance 6 programs informed by the results of the funding model. If the 7 appropriation made for a fiscal year to either department is not 8 equal to the amount necessary to fully fund the allocations 9 required by the funding model, the affected department shall 10 adjust the allocation to each county to ensure that the funding 11 made available to all counties does not exceed the annual 12 appropriation. 13. 7a. On or before November 15, 2026, and on or before November 14, 15 of each year thereafter, the State Department and 15 the Department of Healthcare Policy and Financing shall submit 16 a joint report regarding the funding model to the joint budget. 17. Committee. The report must include the following information. 18. Concerning the previous fiscal year. 19. The results of the funding model, including the cost 20 per county necessary to meet all state and federal 21 requirements for the comprehensive delivery of public 22 assistance benefits and medical assistance benefits. 23. 2. The total amount appropriated for public assistance 24 programs to the State Department and for medical assistance 25 programs to the Department of Healthcare Policy and Financing. 26. And the difference between each county's actual allocation and 27 the allocation amount identified by the funding model. Dash 8, 235. 1.3. The final closeout for the previous fiscal year. 2.4. Any modifications made to the model to improve the 3 accuracy of the data. 4v. A description of any assessment performed of County 5 business processes and workflow, and a description of 6 modifications made by a county that have improved or are 7 intended to improve workflow, and the timelines of eligibility. 8 determinations, client satisfaction, and workforce retention. 9 and 10. 6. Any other issues related to funding. The delivery of 11 public and medical assistance benefits. 12b. Notwithstanding Section 24-1-136, 11a, the 13 reporting requirement described in this subsection. 7. Continues 14 indefinitely. 15. Section 2. In Colorado Revised Statutes 26-1-121, amend 2:16 as follows. 1726-1-121. Appropriations, food distribution programs. 18.2a. The General Assembly shall appropriate from the General Fund for 19 the costs of administering assistance payments, food stamps, social 20 services, the Food Pantry Assistance Grant Program created in Section 2126-2-139, and other public assistance and welfare functions of the State 22 Department, and the state's share of the costs of administering such 23 functions by the county departments amounts sufficient for the proper and 24 efficient performance of the duties imposed upon them by law, including 25 a legal advisor appointed by the Attorney General. The General Assembly 26 shall make 2 separate appropriations, one for the administrative costs 27 of the State Department, and another for the administrative costs of the Dash 9, 235. 1. County departments. Any applicable matching federal funds must be 2 apportioned in accordance with the federal regulations accompanying 3 such funds. Any unobligated and unexpended balances of such state funds for so appropriated remaining at the end of each fiscal year must be credited 5 to the state general fund. 6B, beginning with fiscal year 2025 to 26, before making the 7 appropriation described in subsection 2(8) of this section, the 8 General Assembly shall consider, but is not required to 9 appropriate amounts included in the results of the Public 10 Assistance Programs funding model described in section 1126-1-121.5. 12 Section 3. In Colorado Revised Statutes 26-1-122, amend 13(2)(a) as follows, 1426-1-122. County appropriations and expenditures, 15 advancements, procedures. 2A. The county boards, in accordance 16 with the rules of the State Department, shall file requests with the state. 17. Department for advancement of funds for the program costs of assistance. 18. Payments, food stamps, except the value of food stamp coupons, and 19. Social services, and for the administrative costs of each. The State 20 Department shall determine the requirements of each county for such 21 program costs and administrative costs, taking into consideration 22 available funds, and all pertinent facts and circumstances, and 23 administrative costs, in accordance with the funding model 24 described in section 26-1-121.5, and shall certify by voucher to the 25 controller the amounts to be paid to each county. The amounts so certified 26 shall must be paid from the state treasury upon voucher of the state 27 department and warrant of the controller, and shall must be credited by -10, 235. 1. The county treasurer to the county social services fund in accordance with 2. The law and rules of the State Department. 3. Section 4. In Colorado Revised Statutes 25.5-8-111, add 3, for as follows, 525.5-8-111. Department Administration Outsourcing. 3. If 6. The State Department uses county departments of human or 7 social services to perform functions relating to the aid administration of the Children's Basic Health Plan pursuant to 9 subsection 1A2 of this section and allocates money to A10 county for that purpose, the State Department shall make the 11 allocation in accordance with the results of the Public 12 Assistance Programs funding model described in section 1326-1-121.5. 14. Section 5. Appropriation. 1. For the 2022 to 23 state fiscal 15 year, $80,000 is appropriated to the Department of Healthcare Policy, and 16 financing for use by Department of Human Services Medicaid funded. 17 programs. This appropriation consists of $48,120 from the general fund, 18 and $31,880 from the Healthcare Affordability and Sustainability Fee Cash 19 fund created in section 25.5-4-402.45 ACRS. To implement this Act, 20 the Department may use this appropriation for administration related to 21 Office of Economic Security, Medicaid funding. 22. For the 2022 to 23 state fiscal year, the General Assembly 23 anticipates that the Department of Healthcare Policy and Financing will 24 receive $80,000 in federal funds to implement this Act. The appropriation 25 in subsection 1 of this section is based on the assumption that the 26th Department will receive this amount of federal funds, which is subject to 27 the I notation as defined in the Annual General Appropriation Act for the -11-235. 1 same fiscal year. 2-3, for the 2022 to 23 state fiscal year, $280,000 is appropriated to 3 the Department of Human Services for use by the Office of Economic for Security. This appropriation consists of $120,000 from the General Fund 5, and $160,000 from reappropriated funds received from the Department of 6 Healthcare Policy and Financing under subsections 1 and 2 of the 7 section. To implement this Act, the office may use this appropriation for aid administration. 9-4 for the 2022 to 23 state fiscal year, the General Assembly 10 anticipates that the Department of Human Services will receive $120,000 11 in federal funds to implement this Act. The appropriation in subsection 3(12) of this section is based on the assumption that the department will receive 13 this amount of federal funds, which is subject to the I notation as 14 defined in the Annual General Appropriation Act for the same fiscal year. 15 Section 6. Safety Clause. The General Assembly hereby finds. 16 determines and declares that this act is necessary for the immediate 17 preservation of the public peace, health, or safety. -12, 235.
Is there further comment on House Bill 235? Yes, Representative Bockenfeld.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you as well.
Thank you very much. Folks, these are the type of bills that drive me crazy. Being a former county commissioner, we want to go out and we want to contract a third party. Take a look at the fiscal note, $1 million. Let me repeat that, $1 million. You know what this third party's going to do? This third party's going to go interview our staff at the counties. They're going to go talk to the counties. They're going to talk to them what the best practices are. And they're going to put together a report. And they're going to tell us what we already know. $1 million to tell us what we already know. And then we're going to ask them to put a model together. A model that our own staff could probably put together themselves, but they'll put a model together. And what do we do at the model after they put it together? We ignore it. We spend $1 million and then we ignore the model that this third party gives us. So let's start being fair to the taxpayers of this state. Why don't we just go down and sit with our counties and our staff? Why don't we go to CCI and ask them to sit down and give us a list of their best practices? Ask them to get together and develop a model. And let's have some conversations and save $1 million, because that's all this third party's going to do. But it's not our money, is it? It's the hard-working taxpayers' that money out there that we're squandering on studies. Studies to interview our own people, our own counties. It just drives me crazy when I see these type of bills. Members, I ask for a no vote.
Representative Carver.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also rise in opposition to this bill. Members, in my 8 years that I've been here, I can't tell you how many constituent cases I have done with the dysfunction of HICPUF. And those constituent cases, I have worked to get resolution for a year or more. And we go round and round and round. Sometimes it's with HICPUF directly. Sometimes it's with their dysfunctional contracting system where they've offloaded their program management to some third-party broker who is completely unaccountable. And the complaints go nowhere and the solutions go nowhere. If HICPUF would actually sit down with the counties, they would get the straight deal, who could tell you without spending $1 million and probably in a couple of sessions a long laundry list of dysfunction, unworkable software, bad procurement policies and how they do program management, and then never do any quality assurance work on the folks they've contracted out with, on and on and on. And instead of requiring that, we're going to do another wasted $1 million on a third-party assessment to do yet another report that will go nowhere. How many audits have been done of HICPUF and their dysfunctional programs? I've lost count. Just like if I counted up the number of constituent cases I've had over the last 8 years, the number involving HICPUF and their absolutely dysfunctional bureaucracy would probably be well over the majority of cases I've worked on. And again, even if I got a resolution for my constituent, did I ever get a process change out of that agency? No. Did I ever get an acknowledgement of a broken process? No. Well, this bill isn't going to fix that. We're just going to waste another year and another $1 million. Ask for a no vote.
Representative Hanks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is largely reinforcement of what has already been said, but as we know about this bill 22-235, the bill requires the development and implementation of a funding model for the administration of public and medical assistance. One of the things I wanted to focus on was the so-called canary sheet, so named because it's yellow for the people at home. I'm guessing there aren't too many black and white TVs anymore. But on the other budget impacts and under local government, it says workload for counties will increase to inform the development of the assessment and the model. The results of the funding model may affect the amount of funding available and its allocation between counties. So state appropriations for FY 22-23, the bill requires the following appropriations. $400,000 to the Department of Human Services, of which $120,000 is general fund, $120,000 is federal funds, and $160,000 is reappropriated funds from the Department of Healthcare Policy and Financing, and $160,000 to the Department of Healthcare Policy and Financing, of which $48,120 is general fund, $31,880 is from the Healthcare Affordability and Sustainability Fee Cash Fund, and $80,000 is federal fund. This entire amount is reappropriated to the Department of Human Services. So as I look at the summary of legislation, I would say my good friend Representative Bockenfeld got it right, saying it's another study on top of another study. And I think based off of his previous experience in the county, at the county level, he knows exactly what's going to happen. I'd urge a no vote on SB 22-235. Thank you.
Representative Bockenfeld.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I've been spending a lot of time with the budget lately, looking at it, thinking about it, watching how the dollars move through this organization. And you have to ask yourself, well, why do we just take $1 million and just throw it around for studies and stuff like this when there's probably a better way to handle it? And it comes down to one thing. It comes down to the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. And we have all this little pot of money, especially after Big Daddy federal government backfilled us. We've got this big pot of money. We got to figure out a way to spend it, because if you don't spend it, guess what happens? It goes back eventually to the taxpayers, because it resets your spending base for the coming year. So by golly, we're going to figure out a way to spend it somewhere, so we'll just go do a study. Let's do a study in HICPAth. Let's hire a third party, charge them $1 million. I'd rather do that than return another $1 million to the taxpayers, the hard-working taxpayers of the state of Colorado. That's the logic that we have down here, folks. We got to figure out how to spend money. Oh, yes, we do. We got to figure out ways to spend money, because we can't leave a dime on the table, because it'll get rebated. And we move money around. You know, I started my career as a financial crimes investigator in the banking industry. And the way we move money around in this state, my goodness, if I was in the private sector, I think I'd probably be indicted by now. It is absolutely amazing what this state government does with its dollars and how they transfer them around. And that's what this bill's about. This bill's about, let's spend $1 million frivolously on a study. It's time. The inflation rate is eating up these people. The young people can't afford houses. Inflation is eating them up. But we're still finding ways to spend money frivolously at the state level. It's shameful. We need to stop. We need to start reinvesting in our hard-working taxpayers in this state. How about returning a little money back to them? How about cinching up the belt here for a change? Somebody go back and look at this state over the last 10 years, because I just did. The general fund budget has beat inflation. I think it's averaged like 6% when there has been a 2% inflation for the past 10 years. Show me one cut that this state ever made. 6%. Were you folks out there working hard every day? A couple of years ago, were you getting 6% increases on your salary every year? No.
Hey, Representative Bockenfeld,
Yes, ma'am.
can you get back to the bill?
Okay, thank you. I think I'm talking about the bill. I think I'm talking about frivolously spending $1 million on a study, Madam Chair. And the reason why that money is being spent, it's being spent because the state doesn't want to leave it on the table. Because if you left it on the table, that would lower the amount of money the state spends every year, and you only get growth plus inflation. So if you leave that $1 million laying on the table, you lose it. You have to give it back to the hardworking people that earned it. That's why you're doing $1 million frivolous third-party studies on something that, excuse me, staff, can you tell me what your best practices are so I can write it up in a report and give it to your supervisors? That's what this bill's all about. I asked for a no vote on this bill.
Representative Ransom.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And while I won't disagree with every single thing that you just heard, I do want to make a few points on this bill. You will notice that it is a JBC bill and that my name is on the bill. This is not something that the state came up with or that HICPUF came up with. This is something that the counties brought to us. CCI actually worked hard on working with the various members of the JBC to ask for this study. You probably also know that the programs that we're talking about are state funded but county administered, and that there have been some long playing methodologies that we reimburse the counties for the work that they do when they are working on evaluating eligibility by citizens, by people that live within the counties, to see what kind of programs they might be eligible for. And there are lots of different ways to determine this, and clearly many of those are changing over time. And that is why CCI had come to us. They were really trying to make sure that the counties weren't overpaid or underpaid. And they really wanted to make sure that we were having a fair evaluation of the work they were doing with this, with the eligibility studies that they do, and then how they actually work to determine what programs people are eligible for. With that, the bill did go through appropriations earlier, and I don't know if you saw that the vote, it was a bipartisan vote, and it was almost unanimous in the Senate. So there have been a lot of people that recognized that the administrative workload that the counties do is indeed changing, and that this study again, CCI requested it, and they are asking us to do a third-party study versus having the state or the departments within the state actually do this evaluation. They felt that it needed to be a non-involved third party that came in that could actually do the study without predetermined bias. So with that, I just wanted to explain why I'm on the bill and why this is a JBC bill. It truly, when you look at the huge amount of Medicaid dollars and the money that, with the federal matches and all, that go through the budget to HICPUF, through HICPUF, and then to the counties, this percentage is really quite small to determine if the money is actually accurate of what we are giving to the counties to administer these programs. You've heard me say it over and over again that I actually support everything that we can have happen as local to the people as possible versus big statewide programs. For us to be determining this on a statewide level and then saying one size fits all, and each and everything just goes out to the recipients, is not as efficient as letting the counties do this eligibility determination themselves within the county, and then you have people that are closer to the citizens actually making these determinations. I support the same way I do with other areas of government as well, whether it's school districts or, you know, school boards, our local municipalities, our local counties. I think that government happens better when it happens closer to the people, and that is one facet of this bill that I also think is important for you to keep in mind. So with that, I'll turn it back over. I think that there's somebody else waiting to speak.
Representative Bachenfeld, you're up again.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. After 12 years in county government, after 12 years of being very much involved with Colorado Counties Incorporated, let me tell you how it works. They have a Human Resources Committee who sits there with the state and tells the state what the best practices are and what they want to accomplish. And you know what happens? Nothing gets done, so they ask for a study. So I'm sure that the counties did come to the Joint Budget Committee and ask for this study. Now, the $1 million, I'm sure that came up somewhere here within the state when the state put together what they perceived to be the scope of the study. But that's the only way you move this state off a dead center as a county commissioner. If you can't get them to listen to you and to move forward with the plan, you ask for a study. So I don't blame the JBC. They're doing what they were asked to do. Yes, I don't blame you folks. You work hard. And I have a lot of respect for the work you do. I don't want to disrespect the work you do. But I'm telling you, the process is wrong, it's broken, it's unnecessary, it's a squandering of $1 million of money, and we need to go back, sit down with our county governments, sit down with the Human Services CCI Committee, Colorado Counties Incorporated, and ask the professionals what they feel needs to be done in order to improve our processes. We don't need a third party in $1 million study. Again, I still ask for a no vote.
Representative Woog.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think it's important to read the summary of legislation from the fiscal note. I know everyone wants to hear. The bill requires the development and implementation of a funding model for the administration of public and medical assistance. Among its provisions, the bill requires the Department of Human Services and the Department of Healthcare Policy and Financing, HICPUF, in consultation with county departments to develop a scope of work for the comprehensive assessment of best practices related to the administration of public and medical assistance programs by August 15, 2022. The DHS after consultation with HICPUF and county departments, to enter into an agreement with a third party to, among other provisions, conduct the comprehensive assessment within the identified scope of work, evaluate the existing infrastructure for the administration of the public and medical assistance programs at the state and county levels, make recommendations to ensure improved access by eligible individuals, and make recommendations related to the ongoing evaluation by November 1, 2022. The DHS to submit the results of the comprehensive assessment and recommendations to HICPUF, the county departments, and the Joint Budget Committee by July 1, 2023. The DHS to submit an analysis of the fiscal impact of implementing the recommendations to the JBC by November 1, 2023. The DHS to enter into an agreement with an outside entity to develop a county administration of public and medical assistance programs funding model to determine the amount of money necessary to fund the administration of public and medical assistance programs in each county by January 2nd, 2024, and develop the model for year 2025 through 26 by July 1, 2024. The DHS to submit the results of the funding model to the JBC, HICPUF, and the county departments by November 1, 2024. The DHS to enter into an agreement with an outside entity to annually update and modify the funding model in conjunction with HICPUF and the county departments by July 1, 2025, and annually, and the DHS to submit the results of the funding model to the JBC, HICPUF, and the county departments by November 1, 2025, and annually. Among other provisions, the funding model must include the number of staff necessary for a county to perform all responsibilities required by state and federal law, and resources required to effectively hire, train, and retain staff. Demographic data that may influence the overall cost of delivering public and medical assistance programs in each county. The estimated administrative workload for each county to make public assistance program eligibility determinations. A component that supports business process improvements in each county, and any modifications to the public and medical assistance program system that have been implemented by DHS or HICPUF. The JBC is required to use the results of the funding model to inform its decisions regarding the amount of the appropriation to the DHS for county administration of public assistance programs and the amount of the appropriation to HICPUF for county administration of medical assistance programs. The DHS is required to allocate money to counties for public assistance programs in accordance with the results of the funding model, and HICPUF is required to allocate money to counties as permitted by state and federal law for medical assistance programs informed by the results of the funding model. By November 15, 2026, and annually, DHS and HICPUF are required to submit a joint report regarding the funding model to the JBC. Beginning in 2025-26, the bill allows the General Assembly to consider the results of the public assistance programs funding model when making appropriations, and requires DHS and HICPUF to allocate funds to the model.
Is there further discussion of Senate Bill 235? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 235. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The bill is passed. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 219.
Senate Bill 219 by Senators Moreno and Smallwood, also Representatives Duran and McLaughlin, concerning the regulation of dental therapists and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Representative McLaughlin.
Thank you. I move Senate Bill 22219 with the, the appropriations. I'm sorry. Wrong one. Wrong committee.
Okay, there's no appropriations report. Do you want to talk about your bill?
Then we win.
Representative Duran.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I have an amendment I'd like to display.
Okay, do you want to move your amendment?
Yes, I'd like to move my amendment L019
Thank you.
and ask that it be displayed.
The amendment is displayed. Representative Duran.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this is actually just a technical amendment. It just kind of makes sure that the updating dental board language is in the right location of the statute, and I ask for a yes vote.
The question, is there further discussion of Amendment L019? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L019. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The amendment is passed. Representative Duran.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Senate Bill 219, dental therapy, is a proven and safe practice that will expand across to oral health care for Coloradans across the state. A dental therapist is a mid-level dental provider, similar to a physician's assistant, who undergoes additional education and training to conduct high-value, important, and hard-to-access services like cavity fillings and simple tooth extractions. Dental therapists work to get care to people faster. Adding them to the dental team will reduce wait times for appointments and improve patient outcomes, and I ask for a yes vote on Senate Bill 219.
Representative McLaughlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dental therapists, well, they do not replace dentists, they just work with them. I also say it's a great bill and you should vote yes.
Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think dental therapists are a very vital part of our communities, very vital part of the industry. I've still got some questions, and so I'd ask the bill be read at length. I move the bill be read at length.
Second regular session, 73rd General Assembly, State of Colorado, re-engrossed. This version includes all amendments adopted in the House of Introduction LLS No. 22-0229.01 Yelena, Love X2295 Senate Bill 22-219. Senate Committees House Committees Health and Human Services Finance Appropriations. A bill for an act. 101 concerning the regulation of dental therapists, and in 102 connection therewith, making an appropriation. Bill summary. Note, this summary applies to this bill as introduced and does not reflect any amendments that may be subsequently adopted. If this bill passes third reading in the House of Introduction, a bill summary that applies to the re-engrossed version of this bill will be available at http://leg.colorado.gov. On and after January 1, 2023, the bill prohibits a person from practicing dental therapy in the state unless licensed by the Colorado Dental Board. A licensed dental therapist is authorized to deliver routine and preventive dental care. A person who desires to qualify for practice as a dental therapist must file with the board a written application for a license, proof of. Senate third reading unamended May 2, 2022. Senate amended second reading April 29, 2022. Senate sponsorship Moreno and Smallwood, Fields, Jacquez Lewis, Lee. House sponsorship Duran and McLaughlin. Shading denotes House amendment. Double underlining denotes Senate amendment. Capital letters or bold and italic numbers indicate new material to be added to existing statute. Dashes through the words indicate deletions from existing statute. Graduation from a school of dental therapy or a dental therapy program that meets the requirements of the bill, and proof of completion of the examinations required for licensure as a dental hygienist. A dental therapist is allowed to practice only under the direct supervision of a licensed dentist until the dental therapist practices for 1,000 hours. After reaching 1,000 hours, the dental therapist may practice under the indirect supervision of a licensed dentist pursuant to a written articulated plan. The articulated plan must include methods of dentist supervision, consultation, and approval, protocols for informed consent, record keeping, quality assurance, and dispensing or administering medications, policies for handling referrals when a patient needs services the dental therapist is not authorized or qualified to provide, policies for handling medical emergencies, and policies for supervising dental assistants and working with dental hygienists and other dental practitioners and staff. A licensed dental therapist must maintain professional liability insurance in an amount not less than $500,000 per incident and $1.50 million annual aggregate per year, except that this requirement is not applicable to a dental therapist who is a public employee under the Colorado Governmental Immunity Act. A state institution of higher education offering an accredited dental therapy training program may grant advanced standing toward completion of an accredited dental therapy program if a student meets the conditions specified in the bill. 1. Be it enacted by the General Assembly of the State of Colorado. 2. Section 1. Legislative Declaration. 1. The General Assembly. 3. Hereby finds and declares that 4A. Access to affordable, quality, and equitable dental care, and 2. 5. Dental providers has been demonstrated to have a positive impact on 6. People's overall health outcomes and overall well-being. 7B. Although great strides have been made toward increasing 8. Access to affordable dental care, not enough has been accomplished to 9. Address oral health access issues across Colorado, particularly in the 10 states' rural areas, and for Coloradans who have historically and 219. 1. Systematically faced barriers to health care, including people of color, and 2. Coloradans with low incomes. 3. C. According to the Colorado Health Access Survey, for by the Colorado Health Institute, roughly 1 in 5 Coloradans report 5 poor oral health. 6. D. In the survey, 400,000 Coloradans said that at some point in 7 the past year, they were unable to participate in regular daily activities 8 like school or work due to dental pain. 9. E. 53 of Colorado's 64 counties are designated as dental 10 professional shortage areas, with 5 counties without a single license 11 dentist. 12. F. Dentist participation in Medicaid sits at 59.9%, but in 2018-13 only 28% of Colorado dentists served any Medicaid-enrolled patients. 14. G. Adults in rural areas have almost twice the prevalence of tooth 15 loss when compared to urban adults. 16. H. By kindergarten, 40% of children in Colorado already have 17 dental decay, and this rate increases for children living in low income. 18. Communities. Dental health issues continue to be a leading cause of 19 school absenteeism for Colorado's kids. 20. I. Research has shown that dental therapists practicing in other 21 states provide safe and high-quality care, assist in improving access to 22 dental care, and experience high patient acceptability. 23. J. A long-term study of dental therapists in the country found that 24 dental therapists are improving access to care, resulting in both adults and 25 children getting more preventive care and keeping their natural teeth. And 26. K. In order to ensure dental care is accessible for all Coloradans. 27. It is critical that the state establish a license for dental therapists to help. 3. 219. 1. Close the historic gaps and barriers that Coloradans face in accessing to dental care. 3. Section 2. In Colorado Revised Statutes, amend 12-220-1024 as follows. 512-220-102. Legislative Declaration. The practice of dentistry, 6. Dental therapy, and dental hygiene in this state is declared to affect the 7. Public health, safety, and welfare and to be subject to regulation and 8. Control in the public interest. It is further declared to be a matter of public 9. Interest and concern that the dental profession merit and receive the 10. Confidence of the public, and that only qualified dentists, dental 11 therapists, and dental hygienists be permitted to practice dentistry, 12. Dental therapy, or dental hygiene in this state. It is the purpose of this 13 Article 220 to promote the public health, safety, and welfare by regulating 14. The practice of dentistry, dental therapy, and dental hygiene, and to 15. Ensure that no one shall practices dentistry, dental therapy, 16. Or dental hygiene without qualifying under this Article 220. The 17 provisions of this Article 220 relating to licensure by credentials are not 18, intended to reduce competition or restrain trade with respect to the oral 19 health needs of the public. All provisions of this Article 220 relating to the 20 practice of dentistry, dental therapy, and dental hygiene shall be 21 liberally construed to carry out these objects and purposes. 22. Section 3. In Colorado Revised Statutes 12-220-104, amend 23, 1, 3, 13, and 15, and add 5.5 as follows. 24. 12-220-104. Definitions, rules. As used in this Article 220, unless 25 the context otherwise requires. 26. 1. Accredited means a program that is nationally recognized for 27 specialized accrediting for dental, dental therapy, dental hygiene, and 4. 219. 1. Dental auxiliary programs by the United States Department of Education. 2. 3. Dental assistant means any person, other than a dentist, 3. Dental therapist, or dental hygienist, licensed in Colorado, who may be assigned or delegated to perform dental tasks or procedures as 5. Authorized by this Article 220 or by rules of the board. 6. 5.5. Dental therapy means the delivery of dental care 7 as specified in Section 12-220-507, and in accordance with this 8 Article 220 and rules promulgated by the board. 9. 13. Proprietor includes any person who 10. A. Employs dentists, dental therapists, dental hygienists, or 11 dental assistants in the operation of a dental office, except as provided in 12 sections 12-220-305 and 12-220-501. 13b. Places in possession of a dentist, dental therapist, dental 14 hygienist, dental assistant, or other agent dental material or equipment 15 that may be necessary for the management of a dental office on the basis 16 of a lease or any other agreement for compensation for the use of the 17 material, equipment, or offices, or 18, c, retains the ownership or control of dental equipment, or 19 material, or a dental office, and makes the same available in any manner 20 for use by dentists, dental therapists, dental hygienists, dental 21 assistants, or other agents, except that nothing in this subsection 13c 22 applies to bona fide sales of dental equipment, or material secured by a 23 chattel mortgage, or retained title agreement, or to the loan of articulators. 24 or 15. Telehealth supervision means indirect supervision by a 25 dentist of a dental therapist or dental hygienist performing a 26 statutorily authorized procedure using telecommunication systems. 27 Section 4. In Colorado Revised Statutes, add 12-220-407.2. -5, 219. 1 and 12-220-407.5 as follows. 212-220-407.2. Application for dental therapist license, fee, 3 rules. 1. Effective May 1, 2023, every person who desires to qualify for practice as a dental therapist within this state must file with the board. 6a. A written application for a license, on which 7 application the applicant must list. 8i. Any act or omission of the applicant that would be 9 grounds for disciplinary action under Section 12-220-201 against 10a licensed dental therapist. And 11.2. An explanation of the circumstances of the act or 12 omission. And 13b. Satisfactory proof that the applicant, 14, I, graduated from a school of dental therapy that, at 15 the time of the applicant's graduation, was accredited by the 16 American Dental Association's Commission on Dental 17 Accreditation, or its successor organization, or 18, 2, graduated from a dental therapy education program 19 developed prior to February 6, 2015, that, at the time of the 20 applicant's graduation, was accredited by the Minnesota Board 21 of Dentistry, or certified by the Alaska Community Health Aid 22 Program Certification Board. 23, 2. The applicant must apply for a dental therapist license 24 on the form prescribed and furnished by the board, must certify 25 the application under penalty of perjury, and must submit the 26 fee established pursuant to Section 12-20-105 with the 27 application. -6, 219. 1.3. An applicant for licensure who has not graduated 2 from a school described in subsection 1e of this section within 3 the 12 months immediately preceding application, or who 4 has not engaged either in the active clinical practice of dental 5 therapy, or in teaching dental therapy in an accredited program 6 for at least 1 year during the 5 years immediately 7 preceding the application, must demonstrate to the board that 8 the applicant has maintained the professional ability and 9 knowledge required by this Article 220. 10-12-220-407.5. Dental Therapist Examinations License. 11.1. Every applicant for a dental therapy license must submit to 12 the board proof that the applicant successfully completed a 13 clinical examination for dental therapy that 14. A. is designed to test the applicant's clinical dental 15 therapy skills and knowledge. 16. B. Includes dental therapy restorative and dental 17 hygiene clinical skill evaluation and 18. C. is administered by a regional testing agency composed 19 of at least 4 states or an examination of another state. 22. All examination results required by the board must be 21 filed with the board and kept for reference for a period of not 22 less than 2 years. If an applicant successfully completes the 23 examinations and is otherwise qualified, the board shall grant 24A license to the applicant and shall issue a license certificate 25 signed by the officers of the board. 26. 3. For the purpose of completing the examination 27 requirement in subsection 1 of this section, if the applicant has -7, 219. 1. Previously successfully completed a clinical examination for 2 dental hygiene administered by a testing agency accepted by the 3 board, the applicant may be exempted from that part of the 4 dental therapy examination. 5. Section 5. In Colorado Revised Statutes 12-220-501, amend 6(1)(a)(i) and add 2.5 as follows. 712-220-501. Tasks authorized to be performed by dental 8 therapists, dental hygienists, or dental assistants rules. 9(1)(a)(i) except as provided in subsection 1(a)(2) of this section, the 10 responsibility for dental diagnosis, dental treatment planning, or the 11 prescription of therapeutic measures in the practice of dentistry remains 12 with a licensed dentist and may not be assigned to any dental therapist 13, or dental hygienist. 14. 2.5. A dental therapist may perform a dental task or 15 procedure assigned to the dental therapist by a licensed dentist 16, that does not require the professional skill of a licensed 17 dentist, except that the dental therapist may perform the task. 18 or procedure only under the supervision authorized under 19 section 12-220-507. 20 section 6. In Colorado revised statutes, add 12-220-507 as 21 follows, 2212-220-507. Practice of dental therapy supervision 23 requirement rules. 1A. A dental therapist may perform the 24 following tasks and procedures under the direct supervision of 25A licensed dentist. 26. I prepare and place direct restorations in primary and 27 permanent teeth. Dash 8. 219. 1. 2. Perform brush biopsies. 2. 3. Extract periodontally diseased permanent teeth with 3 mobility of +3 to +4, except for teeth that are unerupted, for impacted, fractured, or require sectioning. 5. 4. Extract primary teeth that are erupted or not. 6. Impacted with radiological evidence of roots. 7. V. Oral examination and evaluation for conditions. And 8. Services that are within the dental therapist's scope of practice. 9. And education. 10. 6. Place temporary crowns. 11. 7. Prepare and place preformed crowns. And 12. 8. Repair defective prosthetic devices. 13. B. A dental therapist license pursuant to this Article 14, 220 who has completed 1,000 hours or more under Direct 15 supervision, or who has completed the direct supervision hours 16 required under the waiver described in subsection 1E of the 17 section, may practice the tasks and procedures identified in 18 subsection 1A of this section under the indirect supervision of 19. A licensed dentist pursuant to a written articulated plan with 20. The dentist that meets the requirements of subsection 2 of this 21 section. 22. C. A dental therapist license pursuant to this Article 23, 220 may perform the following tasks under the indirect 24 supervision of a licensed dentist, regardless of the number of 25 hours the dental therapist has practiced. 26. I. Reimplanting teeth. 27. 2. Stabilizing reimplanted teeth. Dash 9. 219. 1. 3. Extracting primary teeth that are erupted or not too impacted without radiological evidence of roots. 3. 4. Removing sutures. 4. V. Preparing dental study casts. 5. 6. Administering local anesthesia in accordance with 6 Section 12-220-411. 7. 7. Dispensing and administering the following drugs. 8. Within the parameters of a written articulated plan. And with 9. The authorization of the supervising dentist. Non-narcotic. 10. Analgesics, anti-inflammatories, and antibiotics. And 11. 8. Any task or procedure authorized to be performed. 12. By a licensed dental hygienist as specified in rules adopted. 13. Pursuant to Sections 12-220-106. 1. A. I 12-220-501, 12-220-503. 14. 1. 12-220-504. 1. And 12-220-505. 15. D. A dental therapist shall complete at least a majority 16 of the direct supervision hours required under subsection 1. E. 17. Or 1. E. Performing the tasks and procedures identified in 18 subsection 1A of this section. 19. E. For the purposes of satisfying the practice hours. 20. Requirements specified in subsection 1A of this section, the 21 board, by rule, may waive up to 600 hours of the 22 required practice hours. In promulgating these rules, the board 23 shall, at a minimum, consider the number of years the dental 24 therapist has practiced as 25. I. A licensed dental hygienist in Colorado. 26. 2. A licensed dental hygienist in another state. Or 27. 3. A licensed dental therapist in another state. Dash 10. 219. 1. 2. A. An articulated plan between a dental therapist and 2. A dentist must include 3. I. Methods of dentist supervision, consultation, and for approval. 5. 2. Protocols for informed consent, record keeping. 6. Quality assurance and dispensing or administering medications. 7. 3. Policies for handling referrals when a patient needs 8. Services the dental therapist is not authorized or qualified to 9. Provide. 10. 4. Protocols for assessment of dental disease. And 11. Formulation of an individualized treatment plan authorized by 12. The supervising dentist. 13. V. Policies for handling medical emergencies. And 14. 6. Policies for supervising dental assistants. And 15. Working with dental hygienists and other dental practitioners. 16. And staff. 17. B. I. A dentist who enters into a written articulated 18 plan with a dental therapist shall ensure that the dentist, or 19. Another dentist, is available to the dental therapist for timely 20. Communication during the dental therapist's provision of care. 21. To a patient. 22. 2. A dental therapist and a dentist who enter into a 23 written articulated plan shall each maintain a physical or 24 digital copy of the plan. 25. 3. A dental therapist may enter into written 26 articulated plans with more than one dentist if each 27 articulated plan includes the same supervision requirements. Dash 11. 219. 1. In scope of practice. 2c. A written articulated plan must be signed by the 3 dentist and the dental therapist. 4. D. For purposes of this section, A written articulated 5 plan satisfies the requirement of prior knowledge and consent 6 for indirect supervision. 7.3a except as provided in subsection 3b or 3c of 8 this section, a dentist may not simultaneously supervise more 9 than 3 full-time or full-time equivalent dental therapists. 10b a dentist may supervise an additional 2 full-time or 11 full-time equivalent dental therapists who practice in a 12 federally qualified health center pursuant to 42 U.S.C. SEC 131395X AA 4 or a rural health clinic pursuant to 42 U.S.C. SEC 141395X AA 4. 15c. The board shall promulgate rules creating a process 16 for a dentist to seek a waiver from the supervision limit specified 17 in subsection 3a of this section. At a minimum, the rules must 18. Specify the application process and waiver requirements. 1920 Section 7. In Colorado Revised Statutes 12-220-105, amend 21, 1a, 1b, 1c, 2b, and 2c as follows: 2212-220-105. Colorado Dental Board, qualifications of board 23 members, quorum, kennel, rules, review of functions, repeal of 24 article, repeal. 1a. The Colorado Dental Board is hereby created as 25 the agency of the state for the regulation of the practice of dentistry, 26 dental therapy, and dental hygiene in this state, and to carry out the 27 purposes of this Article 220. The board is subject to the supervision and 219. 1. Control of the division as provided by Section 12-20-1032. 2b. I except as provided in subsection 1b2 of this 3 section, the board consists of 7 dentist members, 3 dental for hygienist members, and 3 members from the public at large. The 5 governor shall appoint each member for a term of 4 years, and each 6th member must have the qualifications provided in this Article 220. Number 7 member shall serve more than 2 consecutive terms of 4 years. Each 8th board member holds office until the member's term expires, or until the 9th governor appoints a successor. This subsection 1b is repealed. 10 effective December 1, 2031. 11.2a effective July 1, 2031. The board consists of 712 dentist members, 2 dental therapist members, 2 dental 13 hygienist members, and 2 members from the public at large. 14. The governor shall appoint each member for a term of 15 years, and each member must have the qualifications provided. 16. In this Article 220. A member shall not serve more than 17 consecutive terms of 4 years. Each board member holds 18 office until the member's term expires, or until the governor 19 appoints a successor. 20b. A member serving on the board as of June 30, 2031, may 21 serve the member's full term. 22c. In making appointments to the board, the governor shall 23 attempt to create geographical, political, urban, and rural balance among 24 the board members. If a vacancy occurs in any board membership before 25 the expiration of the member's term, the governor shall fill the vacancy by 26 appointment for the remainder of the term in the same manner as in the 27 case of original appointments. 13. 219. 1.2a. In making appointments of dental therapists to the 2 board, the governor shall appoint individuals who are diverse 3 with regard to race, ethnicity, immigration status, income, for wealth, age, ability, sexual orientation, gender identity, and 5 geography. 6b. In considering the racial and ethnic diversity of the 7 dental therapists appointed to the board, the governor shall 8 attempt to ensure that at least 1 member is a person of color. 9c. In considering the geographic diversity of the dental 10 therapists appointed to the board, the governor shall attempt 11 to appoint members from both rural and urban areas of the 12th state. 13.2. A person is qualified to be appointed to the board if the 14 person, 15b, is currently licensed as a dentist, dental therapist, or dental 16 hygienist, if fulfilling that position on the board, and 17c. has been actively engaged in a clinical practice in this state for 18 at least 5 years immediately preceding the appointment if fulfilling the 19 position of dentist, dental therapist, or dental hygienist on the board. 20 Section 8. In Colorado Revised Statutes 12-220-106, amend 21, 1a, and 1f as follows: 2212-220-106. Powers and duties of board, rules, limitation on 23 authority. 1. The board shall exercise, in accordance with this Article 24-220, the following powers and duties. 25. A. Make, publish, declare, and periodically review reasonable 26 rules pursuant to Section 12-20-204, including rules regarding 27. The use of lasers for dental, dental therapy, and dental. 14. 219. 1. Hygiene purposes within defined scopes of practice, subject to appropriate 2. Education and training, and with appropriate supervision, as applicable. 3F, in accordance with Section 12-220-411, issue anesthesia and for sedation permits to licensed dentists, dental therapists, and dental 5 hygienists and set and collect fees for permit issuance. Except that the 6th board shall only collect fees for local anesthesia permits issued to dental 7 hygienists on or after July 1, 2014. 8. Section 9. In Colorado Revised Statutes 12-220-201, Amend 9, 1A, 1G, 1H, 1J, I, 1J, 2, 1K, 1O, 1Q, 1R, 1V, 10 Introductory Portion, 1V, 2, 1X, 1Y4, 1E, 1FF, and 11-1GG as follows, 12-220-201. Grounds for disciplinary action definition. 13. 1. The board may take disciplinary action against an applicant or 14 licensee in accordance with sections 12-20-404 and 12-220-202 for any 15 of the following causes. 16. A. Engaging in fraud, misrepresentation, or deception in applying. 17. 4. Securing, renewing, or seeking reinstatement of a license to practice 18 dentistry, dental therapy, or dental hygiene in this state, in applying for 19 professional liability coverage required pursuant to Section 12-220-307, 20 or in taking the examinations provided for in this Article 220, 21, G, aiding or abetting. In the practice of dentistry, dental 22 therapy, or dental hygiene, a person who is not licensed to practice 23 dentistry, dental therapy, or dental hygiene under this Article 220 or 24 whose license to practice dentistry, dental therapy, or dental hygiene 25 is suspended. 26H, except as otherwise provided in sections 12-220-304, 27 12-220-5034, and 25-3-103.7, practicing dentistry, dental therapy. 15, 219. 1 or dental hygiene as a partner, agent, or employee of or in joint venture 2 with any person who does not hold a license to practice dentistry, dental 3 therapy, or dental hygiene within this state or practicing dentistry, for dental therapy, or dental hygiene as an employee of or in joint venture 5 with any partnership, association, or corporation. A licensee holding a 6th license to practice dentistry, dental therapy, or dental hygiene in this 7th state may accept employment from any person, partnership, association, 8 or corporation to examine, prescribe, and treat the employees of the 9-person partnership, association, or corporation. 10J, I, failing to notify the board, as required by Section 12-30-108-11-1 of a physical illness, physical condition, or behavioral health, mental 12 health, or substance use disorder that renders the licensee unable, or limits 13 the licensee's ability, to perform dental, dental therapy, or dental 14 hygiene services with reasonable skill, and with safety to the patient. 15.2. Failing to act within the limitations created by a physical 16 illness, physical condition, or behavioral health, mental health, or 17 substance use disorder that renders the licensee unable to practice 18 perform dental, dental therapy, or dental hygiene services with 19 reasonable skill, and safety, or that may endanger the health or safety of 20 persons under his or her the licensee's care, or 21K. Committing an act or omission that constitutes grossly 22 negligent dental therapy, or dental hygiene practice, or that fails 23 to meet generally accepted standards of dental therapy, or 24 dental hygiene practice, 25, false billing in the delivery of dental therapy, or 26 dental hygiene services, including but not limited to performing 127 service and billing for another, billing for any service not rendered or 16, 219. 1. Committing a fraudulent insurance act, as defined in Section 10-1-128, 2Q, failing to notify the board, in writing, and within 90 days 3 after a judgment is entered, of a final judgment by a court of competent for jurisdiction in favor of any party, and against the licensee involving 5 negligent malpractice of dentistry, dental therapy, or dental hygiene. 6. Which notice must contain the name of the court, the case number, and the 7 names of all parties to the action. 8. R. Failing to report a dental therapy, or dental hygiene 9 malpractice judgment or malpractice settlement to the board by the 10 licensee within 90 days. 11. V. Sharing any professional fees with anyone except those with 12 whom the dentist, dental therapist, or dental hygienist is lawfully. 13. Associated in the practice of dentistry, dental therapy, or dental 14 hygiene, except that. 15. 2. Nothing in this section prohibits a dentist, dental therapist. 16. Or dental hygienist practice owned or operated by a proprietor authorized. 17. Under Section 12-220-303 from contracting with any person or entity for 18 business management services, or paying a royalty in accordance with a 19 franchise agreement, if the terms of the contract or franchise agreement do 20 not affect the exercise of the independent professional judgment of the 21 dentist, dental therapist, or dental hygienist. 22. X. Failure of a dental therapist or dental hygienist to 23 recommend that a patient be examined by a dentist or to refer a patient to 24 a dentist when the dental therapist or dental hygienist detects a 25 condition that requires care beyond the scope of practicing dental. 26 therapy or supervised or unsupervised dental hygiene. 27 why engaging in any of the following activities and practices. 17 219 1 4 ordering or performing without clinical justification any service, X-ray, or treatment that is contrary to recognized standards of the 3 practice of dentistry, dental therapy, or dental hygiene, as interpreted for by the board. 5 failing to provide adequate or proper supervision when 6 employing unlicensed persons in a dental or dental hygiene practice of 7 unlicensed persons in dental therapy, or dental hygiene. 8 practice. 9 engaging in any conduct that constitutes a crime as defined 10 in Title 18, which conduct relates to the licensee's practice as a dentist. 11 dental therapist or dental hygienist. 12 practicing outside the scope of dental therapy, or 13 dental hygiene practice. 14 Section 10. In Colorado Revised Statutes 12-220-202, amend 15, 1A, 2, 3, introductory portion, 4, and 5A as follows. 1612-220-202. Disciplinary actions, rules. 1A if after notice. 17, and hearing conducted in accordance with Article 4 of Title 24 and Section 1812-20-403, the board determines that an applicant or licensee has engaged 19 in an act specified in Section 12-220-201, the board may 22 reprimand, censure, or in accordance with Section 12-20-40 for 21, 1b, place on probation any licensed dentist, dental therapist, or 22 dental hygienist. 23, 3, the board may include, in any disciplinary order that allows 24 a dentist, dental therapist, or dental hygienist to continue to practice, 25 conditions the board deems appropriate to assure that the dentist, dental 26 therapist, or dental hygienist is physically, mentally, and otherwise 27 qualified to practice dentistry, dental therapy, or dental hygiene in 18, 219. 1 accordance with generally accepted professional standards of practice. 2 the order may include any or all of the following. 3, 4, the board may suspend the license of a dentist, dental for therapist, or dental hygienist who fails to comply with an order of the 5 board issued in accordance with this section. The board may impose the 6th license suspension until the licensee complies with the board's order. 7, 5A, in addition to any other penalty permitted under this Article 8, 220, when a licensed dentist, dental therapist, or dental hygienist 9 violates a provision of this Article 220 or of any rule promulgated 10 pursuant to this Article 220, the board may impose a fine on the licensee. 11 if the licensee is a dentist, the fine must not exceed $5,000. 12 if the licensee is a dental therapist, the fine must not exceed $4,000. If the licensee is a dental hygienist, the fine 14 must not exceed $3,000. 15 Section 11. In Colorado Revised Statutes 12-220-203, amend 16, 1A as follows. 1712-220-203. Disciplinary proceedings. 1A any person may 18 submit a complaint relating to the conduct of a dentist, dental 19 therapist, or dental hygienist, which complaint must be in writing and 20 signed by the person. The board, on its own motion, may initiate a 21 complaint. The board shall notify the dentist, dental therapist, or 22 dental hygienist of the complaint against the dentist, dental therapist, 23, or dental hygienist. 24 Section 12. In Colorado Revised Statutes 12-220-206, amend 25, 1, and 2, introductory portion as follows. 2612-220-206. Mental and physical examinations. 1A, if the 27 board has reasonable cause to believe that a person licensed to practice. 19, 219. 1 dentistry, dental therapy, or dental hygiene in this state is unable to practice dentistry, dental therapy, or dental hygiene with reasonable 3 skill and safety to patients because of a physical or mental disability or for because of excessive use of alcohol, a habit-forming drug or substance, 5 or a controlled substance, as defined in Section 18-18-1025. The board may 6th require the licensed dentist, dental therapist, or dental hygienist 7 to submit to a mental or physical examination by a qualified professional 8 designated by the board. 9b upon the failure of the licensed dentist, dental therapist, 10 or dental hygienist to submit to a mental or physical examination required 11 by the board, unless the failure is due to circumstances beyond the 12 dentists, dental therapists, or dental hygienists' control, the board may 13th suspend the dentists, dental therapists, or dental hygienists. 14 licensed to practice dentistry, dental therapy, or dental hygiene in this. 15 state until the dentist, dental therapist, or dental hygienist submits to 16 the examination. 17, 2, Every person licensed to practice dentistry, dental therapy, 18, or dental hygiene in this state is deemed, by so practicing or by applying 19 for a renewal of the person's license to practice dentistry, dental 20 therapy, or dental hygiene in this state to have 21 Section 13. In Colorado Revised Statutes 12-220-208, amend 22-2 as follows, 2312-220-208. Review of board action. 2. The provisions of this 24 section apply to a license issued to a dentist, dental therapist, or dental 25 hygienist. 26 Section 14. In Colorado Revised Statutes 12-220-210, amend 27-1A, I-2 introductory portion, and 2A as follows. -20, 219. 112-220-210. Use or sale of forged or invalid diploma, license, 2 license renewal certificate, or identification. 1A. It is unlawful for 3 any person to use or attempt to use, 4I, as the person's own, a diploma from a dental college or school 5 or school of dental therapy or dental hygiene, or a license or license 6 renewal certificate that was issued or granted to another person, or 7.2. It is unlawful to sell or offer to sell a diploma conferring a 8 dental therapy, or dental hygiene degree, or a license or license 9 renewal certificate granted pursuant to this Article 220 or prior. Dental 10 practice laws, or to procure such diploma, or license renewal 11 certificate, 12A, with the intent that it be used as evidence of the right to 13 practice dentistry, dental therapy, or dental hygiene by a person other 14 than the one upon whom it was conferred or to whom the license or 15 license renewal certificate was granted, or 16 Section 15. In Colorado Revised Statutes, amend 12-220-211. 17 as follows, 1812-220-211. Unauthorized practice penalties. Any person who 19 practices or offers or attempts to practice dentistry, dental therapy, or 20 dental hygiene without an active license issued under this Article 220 is 21 subject to penalties pursuant to Section 12-20-407(1)(a). 22 Section 16. In Colorado Revised Statutes 12-220-301, amend 23(1) introductory portion and 1A as follows, 2412-220-301. Persons entitled to practice dentistry, dental 25 therapy, or dental hygiene. 1. It is unlawful for any person to practice 26 dentistry, dental therapy, or dental hygiene in this state except those, 27A, who are duly licensed as dentists, dental therapists, or -21, 219. 1 dental hygienists pursuant to this Article 220, 2 Section 17. In Colorado Revised Statutes 12-220-302, amend 3, 1C, 1E, 1F, 1I, and 1J as follows, for 12-220-302. Persons exempt from operation of this article. 5.1. This Article 220 does not apply to the following practices, acts, and 6 operations. 7c. The practice of dentistry, dental therapy, or dental hygiene 8 in the discharge of their official duties by graduate dentists, or dental 9 surgeons, dental therapists, or dental hygienists in the United States 10 Armed Forces, Public Health Service, Coast Guard, or Veterans 11 Administration. 12e. The practice of dental therapy, or dental hygiene by 13 instructors and students, or the practice of dentistry by students or 14 residents in schools or colleges of dentistry, schools of dental therapy, 15 schools of dental hygiene, or schools of dental assistant education while 16 the instructors, students, or residents are participating in accredited 17 programs of the schools or colleges. 18f. The practice of dentistry, dental therapy, or dental hygiene 19 by dentists, dental therapists, or dental hygienists licensed in good 20 standing by other states or countries while appearing in programs of 21 dental education or research at the invitation of any group of licensed 22 dentists, dental therapists, or dental hygienists in this state who are in 23 good standing, so long as the practice is limited to 5 consecutive days 24 in a 12-month period, and the name of each person engaging in the 25 practice is submitted to the board, in writing, and on a form approved by 26 the board, at least 10 days before the person performs the practice. 27. The practicing of dentistry, dental therapy, or dental -22, 219. 1 hygiene by an examiner representing a testing agency approved by the 2 board, during the administration of an examination, or 3j. The practice of dentistry, dental therapy, or dental hygiene for by dentists, dental therapists, or dental hygienists licensed in good 5 standing by other states while providing care as a volunteer, at the 6 invitation of any group of licensed dentists, dental therapists, or 7 dental hygienists in this state who are in good standing, so long as the 8 practice is limited to 5 consecutive days in a 12-month period, and 9 the name of each person engaging in the practice is submitted to the 10 board, in writing and on a form approved by the board, at least 10 days 11 before the person performs the practice. 12 Section 18. In Colorado Revised Statutes, amend 12-220-30413 as follows, 1412-220-304. Names and status under which dental practice May 15th be conducted. 1. The conduct of the practice of dentistry, dental. 16. Therapy or dental hygiene in a corporate capacity is prohibited, but the 17. Prohibition shall not be construed to prevent the practice of dentistry. 18. Dental therapy or dental hygiene by a professional service corporation. 19. Of licensees so constituted that they may be treated under the Federal 20 Internal Revenue laws as a corporation for tax purposes only. Any such a 21 professional service corporation may exercise such the powers, and shall 22 be subject to such limitations and requirements, insofar as applicable, as 23 are provided in Section 12-240-138, relating to professional service. 20 for corporations for the practice of medicine. 25. 2. The group practice of dentistry, dental therapy, or dental. 26. Hygiene is permitted. 27. 3. The practice of dentistry, dental therapy, or dental hygiene. 23. 219. 1. By a limited liability company of licensees, or by a limited liability 2 partnership of licensees, is permitted subject to the limitations and 3 requirements, insofar as are applicable, set forth in Section 12-240-138, for relating to a limited liability company or limited liability partnership. For 5. The practice of medicine. 6. Section 19. In Colorado Revised Statutes 12-220-305, amend 7, 1A, 1B, 1C, 1J, 1K, 1M, 1N, 1P, and 1R as 8 follows. 912-220-305. What constitutes practicing dentistry? Authority 10 to electronically prescribe. 1. A person is practicing dentistry if the 11 person, 12A, performs, or attempts or professes to perform, any dental 13 operation, oral surgery, or dental diagnostic or therapeutic services of any 14 kind, except that nothing in this subsection 1A prohibits a dental 15 therapist, dental hygienist, or dental assistant from providing preventive 16. Dental or nutritional counseling, education, or instruction services. 17. B. Is a proprietor of a place where dental operation, oral surgery, 18, or dental diagnostic or therapeutic services are performed, except that 19. Nothing in this subsection 1B prohibits a dental therapist, dental 20 hygienist, or dental assistant from performing those tasks and procedures. 21. Consistent with Section 12-220-501, 22. C. Directly or indirectly, by any means or method, takes 23. Impression of the human tooth, teeth, jaws, maxillofacial area, or adjacent 24 and associated structures, performs any phase of any operation incident 25 to the replacement of a part of a tooth, or supplies artificial substitutes for 26. The natural teeth, jaws, or adjacent and associated structures, except that 27. Nothing in this subsection 1C prohibits a dental therapist, dental. 24. 219. 1. Hygienist or dental assistant from performing tasks and procedures too consistent with Sections 12-220-5013, B3, and 12-220-503, 1D, 3 and 12-220-507, for J, extracts, or attempts to extract, human teeth or corrects, or 5 attempts to correct, malformations of human teeth or jaws, except that 6. This subsection, 1J, does not prohibit a dental therapist from 7 performing tasks and procedures consistent with Section 812-220-507, 9K, repairs or fills cavities in human teeth. Except that this 10 subsection, 1K, does not prohibit a dental therapist from 11 performing tasks and procedures consistent with Section 1212-220-507, 13M, gives or professes to give interpretations or readings of 14 dental X-rays or röntgenograms, CT scans, or other diagnostic 15 methodologies, except that nothing in this subsection 1M prohibits a 16 dental hygienist from performing tasks and procedures consistent with 17 Sections 12-220-503 and 12-220-504, or a dental therapist from 18 performing tasks consistent with Section 12-220-507, 19 N, represents himself or herself to an individual or the general 20 public as practicing dentistry, by using the words dentist or dental 21 surgeon, or by using the letters DDS, DMD, D.D.S, /M.D, or 22, D.M.D, /M.D. Nothing in this subsection, 1N, prohibits a dental 23 therapist, dental hygienist, or dental assistant from performing tasks, and 24 procedures consistent with Section 12-220-501, 2.5, or 3B. 25P, prescribes drugs or medications and administers Local 26 anesthesia, analgesia including nitrous oxide/oxygen inhalation, 27 medication prescribed or administered for the relief of anxiety or 25, 219. 1. Apprehension, minimal sedation, moderate sedation, deep sedation, or 2. General anesthesia as necessary for the proper practice of dentistry, except 3, that nothing in this subsection 1p prohibits, for I, a dental hygienist from performing those tasks and procedures 5 consistent with sections 12-220-501, 12-220-503, 1e, and 1g, and 612-220-504, 1c, and in accordance with rules promulgated by the 7 Board, or 8-2, a dental therapist from performing those tasks, and 9. Procedures consistent with sections 12-220-501, 2.5, and 1012-220-507, and in accordance with rules promulgated by the 11 Board. 12R, gives or professes to give interpretations or readings of dental 13 charts or records or gives treatment plans or interpretations of treatment 14 plans derived from examinations, patient records, dental x-rays, or 15 röntgenograms, except that nothing in this subsection 1R prohibits a 16 dental therapist, dental hygienist, or dental assistant from performing 17 tasks and procedures consistent with sections 12-220-501, 2.5, and 18-3, 12-220-503, and 12-220-504, and 12-220-507. 19. Section 20. In Colorado Revised Statutes, amend 12-220-30720 as follows: 2112-220-307. Professional liability insurance required rules. 22. 1. A licensed dentist, a licensed dental therapist, and a licensed 23 dental hygienist must meet the financial responsibility requirements 24 established by the Board pursuant to Section 13-64-3011A. 25. 2. Upon request of the Board, a licensed dentist, licensed 26 dental therapist, or licensed dental hygienist shall provide proof of 27 professional liability insurance to the Board. 26. 219. 1-3. The Board may, by rule, exempt from or establish lesser 2 financial responsibility standards for licensed dentists, licensed dental 3 therapists, and licensed dental hygienists who meet the criteria in for Section 13-64-3011A2. 5. Section 21. In Colorado Revised Statutes, amend 12-220-3086 as follows: 712-220-308. Continuing education requirements rules. 1. As aid a condition of renewing, reactivating, or reinstating a license issued under 9 this Article 220, every dentist, dental therapist, and dental hygienist 10 must obtain at least 30 hours of continuing education every 2 years. 11 to ensure patient safety and professional competency. 12-2, the Board may adopt rules establishing the basic requirements. 13 for continuing education, including the types of programs that qualify. 14 exemptions for persons holding an inactive or retired license. 15 requirements for courses designed to enhance clinical skills for certain 16 licenses and the manner by which dentists, dental therapists, and 17 dental hygienists are to report compliance with the continuing education 18 requirements. 19. Section 22. In Colorado Revised Statutes 12-220-409, amend 21(2)(a) and 5 as follows: 2112-220-409. Inactive dental, dental therapist, or dental 22 hygienist license. 1. Any person licensed to practice dentistry, dental 23 therapy, or dental hygiene pursuant to this Article 220 may apply to the 24 Board to be transferred to an inactive status. The licensee must submit an 25 application in the form and manner designated by the Board. The Board may 26th grant inactive status by issuing an inactive license, or deny the 27 application for any of the causes set forth in Section 12-220-201. 27, 219. 1-2. Any person applying for a license under this section must 2a. Provide an affidavit to the Board that the applicant, after a date 3 certain, will not practice dentistry, dental therapy, or dental hygiene for in this state unless the applicant is issued a license to practice dentistry, 5 dental therapy, or dental hygiene pursuant to subsection 5 of the 6th section, 7-5. Any person licensed under this section who wishes to resume 8 the practice of dentistry, dental therapy, or dental hygiene must file a 9 application in the form and manner the Board designates, pay the license 10 fee promulgated by the Board pursuant to Section 12-20-105, and meet the 11 financial responsibility requirements, or the professional liability 12 insurance requirements established by the Board pursuant to Sections 13-12-220-307 and 13-64-3011A as applicable. The Board may approve 14 the application and issue a license to practice dentistry, dental therapy, 15, or dental hygiene, or may deny the application for any of the causes set 16 forth in Section 12-220-201. 17. Section 23. In Colorado Revised Statutes 12-220-410, amend 18, 1, 2, A, 5, and 6 as follows: 1912-220-410. Retired dental, dental therapist, and dental 20 hygienist licenses. 1. Any person licensed to practice dentistry, dental 21 therapy, or dental hygiene pursuant to this Article 220 may apply to the 22 Board for retired licensure status. The application must be in the Form N-23 manner designated by the Board. The Board may grant retired licensure 24 status by issuing a retired license, or it may deny the application if the 25 licensee has been disciplined for any of the causes set forth in Section 2612-220-201. 27.2. Any person applying for a license under this section must. 28.219. 1A. Provide an affidavit to the Board stating that, after a date too certain, the applicant will not practice dentistry, dental therapy, or 3. Dental hygiene, will no longer earn income as a dentist, dental therapist, or dental hygiene administrator or consultant, and will not 5. Perform any activity that constitutes practicing dentistry, dental therapy, or dental hygiene pursuant to Sections 12-220-305, 12-220-501, 712-220-503, and 12-220-504, and 12-220-507 unless the applicant is 8. Issued a license to practice dentistry, dental therapy, or dental hygiene 9 pursuant to subsection 5 of this section, and 10.5. Any person licensed under this section may apply to the Board 11 for a return to active licensure status by filing an application in the Form 12 and manner the Board designates, paying the appropriate license fee 13, established pursuant to Section 12-20-105, and meeting the financial 14 responsibility requirements, or the professional liability insurance. 15 requirements established by the Board pursuant to Sections 12-220-307. 16 and 13-64-3011A as applicable. The Board may approve the 17 application and issue a license to practice dentistry, dental therapy, or 18 dental hygiene, or may deny the application if the licensee has been 19 disciplined for any of the causes set forth in Section 12-220-201. 26. A dentist, dental therapist, or dental hygienist on retired 21 status may provide dental therapy, or dental hygiene services 22 on a voluntary basis to the people who are indigent if the retired dentist, 23 dental therapist, or dental hygienist provides the services on a limited 24 basis and does not charge a fee for the services. A retired dentist, dental 25 therapist, or dental hygienist providing voluntary care pursuant to this 26 subsection 6 is immune from any liability resulting from the voluntary 27 care the retired dentist, dental therapist, or dental hygienist provided. 29.219. 1 Section 24. In Colorado Revised Statutes 12-220-411, amend 2, 1, 3, and 4A and add 6 as follows. 312-220-411. Anesthesia and sedation permits, dentists, dental therapists, and dental hygienists, training and experience 5 requirements, office inspections, rules. 1. Upon application in a 6 form and manner determined by the Board and payment of the applicable 7 fees established by the Board may issue an anesthesia or 8 sedation permit to a licensed dentist or a local anesthesia permit to a 9 dental therapist or dental hygienist in accordance with this section. 10.3. A licensed dental therapist or dental hygienist who 11 obtains a local anesthesia permit pursuant to this section may administer 12 local anesthesia. 13b. A local anesthesia permit issued to a dental therapist or 14 dental hygienist is valid as long as the dental therapist's or dental 15 hygienist's license is active. 16.4a. The Board shall establish, by rule, minimum training. 17. Experience and equipment requirements for the administration of local 18 anesthesia, analgesia including nitrous oxide/oxygen inhalation, and 19 medication prescribed or administered for the relief of anxiety, or 20 apprehension, minimal sedation, moderate sedation, deep sedation, or 21 general anesthesia, including procedures that may be used by, and 22 minimum training requirements for dentists, dental therapists, dental 23 hygienists, and dental assistants. 24.6. For the purposes of this section, a dental therapist 25 who performs a task pursuant to a written articulated plan 26 that meets the requirements of Section 12-220-507-2, IS 27 considered to have performed the task with the prior knowledge. 30.219. 1. And consent of the dentist. 2. Section 25. In Colorado Revised Statutes 12-220-601, amend 3, 1, and 2 as follows, for 12-220-601. Legislative Declaration. 1. The General Assembly 5 hereby finds, determines, and declares that public exposure to the hazard 6 of ionizing radiation used for diagnostic purposes should be minimized 7 wherever possible. Accordingly, the General Assembly finds, determines, 8 and declares that for any dentist, dental therapist, or dental hygienist 9 to allow an untrained person to operate a machine source of ionizing 10 radiation, including without limitation a device commonly known as an 11 X-ray machine, or to administer radiation to a patient for diagnostic 12 purposes is a threat to the public health and safety. 13.2. It is the intent of the General Assembly that dentists, dental 14 therapists, and dental hygienists utilizing unlicensed persons in their 15 practices provide those persons with a minimum level of education and 16. Training before allowing them to operate machine sources of ionizing. 17. Radiation. However, it is not the General Assembly's intent to discourage 18. Education and training beyond this minimum. It is further the intent of the 19 General Assembly that established minimum training and education 20 requirements correspond as closely as possible to the requirements of 21 each particular work setting as determined by the board pursuant to this 22 Part 6. 23 Section 26. In Colorado Revised Statutes 12-220-602, amend 24, 1, and 2 as follows, 2512-220-602. Minimum standards, rules, definition. 26, 1A, the board shall adopt rules prescribing minimum standards for the 27 qualifications, education, and training of unlicensed persons operating. 31, 219. 1 machine sources of ionizing radiation and administering radiation to 2 patients for diagnostic medical use. A licensed dentist, dental 3 therapist, or dental hygienist shall not allow an unlicensed person to operate a machine source of ionizing radiation or to administer radiation 5 to any patient unless the person meets standards then in effect under Rule 6 adopted pursuant to this section. The board may adopt rules allowing a 7 grace period in which newly hired operators of machine sources of 8 ionizing radiation are to receive the training required by this section. 9b, for purposes of as used in this Part 6, unlicensed person, 10 means a person who does not hold a current and active license entitling 11 the person to practice dentistry, dental therapy, or dental hygiene 12 under this Article 220. 13, 2, the board shall seek the assistance of licensed dentists, 14 dental therapists, or licensed dental hygienists in developing and 15 formulating the rules promulgated pursuant to this section. 16 Section 27. In Colorado Revised Statutes 12-20-202, add 17, 3, E, 9.5, as follows, 1812-20-202. Licenses, certifications, and registrations, Renewal 19, Reinstatement, Fees, Occupational Credential Portability Program 20, Temporary Authority for Military Spouses, Exceptions for Military 21 Personnel, Rules, Consideration of Criminal Convictions or Drivers 22 History, Executive Director Authority, Definitions. 3. Occupational 23 Credential Portability Program. E. Subsections 3A to 3D of this 24 section do not apply to the following professions or occupations. 25, 9.5, dental therapists, regulated pursuant to Article 26, 220 of this Title 12, 27 Section 28. In Colorado Revised Statutes 12-20-406, amend. 32, 219. 13F as follows, 212-20-406. Injunctive relief. 3. This section does not apply to 3 the following. 4F, Article 220 of this Title 12 concerning dentists, dental 5 therapists, and dental hygienists. 6 Section 29. In Colorado Revised Statutes 12-20-407, amend 7, 1AVJ as follows, 812-20-407. Unauthorized practice of profession or occupation 9 penalties, exclusions. 1A, a person commits a Class 2 misdemeanor 10, and shall be punished as provided in Section 18-1.3-501 if the person, 11V, practices or offers or attempts to practice any of the following 12 professions or occupations without an active license, certification, or 13 registration issued under the part or article of this Title 12 governing the 14 particular profession or occupation. 15J, dentistry, dental therapy, or dental hygiene, as regulated 16 under Article 220 of this Title 12. 17 Section 30. In Colorado Revised Statutes 12-30-102, amend 18, 3A7 as follows. 1912-30-102. Medical Transparency Act of 2010, disclosure of 20 information about healthcare providers, fines, rules, short title, 21 legislative declaration, review of functions, repeal. 3A, as used 22 in this section, applicant means a person applying for a new, active 23 license, certification, or registration or to renew, reinstate, or reactivate 24 an active license, certification, or registration to practice. 25, 7, dental therapy or dental hygiene pursuant to Article 220-26 of this Title 12. 27 Section 31. In Colorado Revised Statutes 12-30-103, amend. 33, 219. 14A4 as follows, 212-30-103. Solicitation of accident victims, waiting period, 3 definitions. 4 as used in this section. 4A, healthcare practitioner means 5, 4, a dentist, dental therapist, or dental hygienist license 6 under Article 220 of this Title 12, 7 Section 32. In Colorado Revised Statutes 13-4-102, amend 8, 1G, and 2G as follows, 913-4-102. Jurisdiction. 1. Any provision of law to the contrary 10 notwithstanding, the Court of Appeals shall have initial jurisdiction over 11 appeals from final judgments of, and interlocutory appeals of certified 12 questions of law in civil cases pursuant to Section 13-4-102.1 from the 13 District Courts, the Probate Court of the City and County of Denver, and the 14 Juvenile Court of the City and County of Denver, except in 15G, review actions of the Colorado Dental Board in refusing to 16 issue or renew or in suspending or revoking a license to practice dentistry. 17 Dental therapy or dental hygiene, as provided in Section 12-220-208. 18.2. The Court of Appeals has initial jurisdiction to 19G. Review actions of the Colorado Dental Board in refusing to 20 issue or renew or in suspending or revoking a license to practice dentistry. 21 Dental therapy or dental hygiene, as provided in Section 12-220-137, 22 Section 12-220-208, 23 Section 33. In Colorado Revised Statutes 13-21-115.5, 24 Amend 3, C, 2, are as follows: 2513-21-115.5. Volunteer Service Act, Immunity, Exception for 26 Operation of Motor Vehicles, Short Title, Legislative Declaration, 27 Definitions. 3. As used in this section, unless the context otherwise. 34-219. 1 requires 2, C, 2, volunteer includes 3, R, a licensed dentist, dental therapist, or dental hygienist for governed by Article 220 of Title 12 performing the practice of dentistry. 5 Dental therapy, or dental hygiene, as defined in Section 12-220-1046 and is described in Sections 12-220-305, 12-220-402, 712-220-403, and 12-220-507, as a volunteer for a nonprofit organization, 8 nonprofit corporation, governmental entity, or hospital, or a dentist, 9 dental therapist or dental hygienist who holds a license in good 10 standing from another state performing the practice of dentistry, dental 11 therapy, or dental hygiene, as defined in Section 12-220-104 and as 12 described in Sections 12-220-305, 12-220-402, 12-220-403, and 13-12-220-507, as a volunteer for a nonprofit organization, nonprofit 14 corporation, governmental entity, or hospital pursuant to Section 15-12-220-3021J and 16 Section 34. In Colorado Revised Statutes 13-64-301, amend. 17. 1. Introductory portion 1A I 1A2 Introductory portion. 18. 1A3 and 1A4 as follows. 1913-64-301. Financial responsibility. 1. As a condition of active 20 licensure or authority to practice in this state, every physician, dentist, 21 dental therapist, or dental hygienist, every physician assistant who has 22 been practicing for at least 3 years, and every healthcare institution 23 as defined in Section 13-64-202, except as provided in Section 2413-64-303.5, that provides healthcare services shall establish financial 25 responsibility, as follows. 26 AIA if a dentist, by maintaining commercial professional 27 liability insurance coverage with an insurance company authorized to do. 35-219. 1 business in this state, or an eligible non-admitted insurer allowed to insure 2 in Colorado pursuant to Article 5 of Title 10, CRS, in a minimum 3 indemnity amount of $500,000 per incident and 1 for $1,500,000 annual aggregate per year, except 5 that this requirement is not applicable to a dentist who is a Public 6 employee under the Colorado Governmental Immunity Act, Article 10-7 of Title 24. CRS. 8B. A licensed dental hygienist must have maintained professional 9 liability insurance in an amount not less than $50,000 per 10 claim, and with an aggregate liability limit for all claims during a calendar 11 year of not less than $300,000, except that this 12 requirement does not apply to a licensed dental hygienist who is a Public 13 employee under the Colorado Governmental Immunity Act, Article 10-14 of Title 24. CRS. 15C. A licensed dental therapist must maintain 16 professional liability insurance in an amount not less than $1,700,000 per incident and $1,518,000 annual aggregate per year, except 19, that this requirement is not applicable to a dental therapist 20 who is a public employee under the Colorado Governmental 21 Immunity Act, Article 10 of Title 24. 22.2. The Colorado Dental Board, by rule, may exempt from or 23 establish lesser financial responsibility standards than those prescribed in 20 for this section for classes of licensed dentists and licensed dental 25 therapists and dental hygienists who, 26.3. The Colorado Dental Board may exempt from or establish 27 lesser financial responsibility standards for a licensed dentist, dental. 36. 219. 1 therapist or licensed dental hygienist for reasons other than those two described in subparagraph 2 of this paragraph, A, subsection 1A, 2, 3 of this section that render the limits provided in subparagraph I of this for paragraph A, subsection 1A, I of this section unreasonable, or 5 unattainable. 6, 4, nothing in this paragraph, A, subsection 1A, shall 7 preclude or otherwise prohibit a licensed dentist, dental therapist, or 8 licensed dental hygienist from rendering appropriate patient care on a 9 occasional basis when the circumstances surrounding the need for care so 10 warrant. 11, section 35. In Colorado Revised Statutes 19-3-304, amend 12-2-0 as follows, 1319-3-304. Persons required to report child abuse or neglect. 14.2. Persons required to report such abuse or neglect or circumstances or 15 conditions include any. 16.0. Dental therapist or dental hygienist. 17, section 36. In Colorado Revised Statutes, add 23-5-148 as 18 follows. 1923-5-148. Dental therapy training programs, authorization to. 20. Grant advanced standing, definition. 1. As used in this section, 21, state institution of higher education, has the same meaning as 22 set forth in section 23-18-102, 10a. 23.2. A state institution of higher education offering an 24 accredited dental therapy training program may grant 25 advanced standing toward completion of an accredited dental 26 therapy program if a student demonstrates past completion of 27 curriculum that meets or exceeds the content standards for 37,219. 1 or more courses that comprise the Dental Therapy 2 curriculum accredited by the American Dental Association's 3 Commission on Dental Accreditation, or its successor for organization. 5, section 37. In Colorado Revised Statutes 25-1-108.7, amend 6.3f as follows, 725-1-108.7. Healthcare Credentials Uniform Application Act, 8 Legislative Declaration, definitions, State Board of Health Rules. 9.3, as used in this section, unless the context otherwise requires. 10f, healthcare professional means a physician, dentist, dental 11 therapist, dental hygienist, chiropractor, podiatrist, psychologist, 12 advanced practice registered nurse, optometrist, physician assistant, 13 licensed clinical social worker, child health associate, marriage and 14 family therapist, or other healthcare professional who is registered, 15 certified, or licensed pursuant to Title 12, CRS, who is subject to 16 credentialing, and who practices, or intends to practice, in Colorado. 17, section 38. In Colorado Revised Statutes 25-1-1202, amend 18, 1K as follows, 1925-1-1202. Index of statutory sections regarding medical 20 record confidentiality and health information. 1. Statutory provisions 21 concerning policies, procedures, and references to the release, sharing, 22, and use of medical records and health information include the following. 23K, Section 12-220-201, concerning disciplinary actions against 20 for dentists, dental therapists, and dental hygienists. 25, Section 39. In Colorado Revised Statutes, amend 25.5-4-1126 as follows. 2725.5-4-411. Authorization of services provided by dental. 38,219. 1. Hygienists. 1. When dental hygiene services are provided to children by 2. A licensed dental hygienist or dental therapist who is providing dental 3 hygiene services pursuant to Section 12-220-503 without the supervision of a licensed dentist, the executive director of the State Department shall 5. Authorize reimbursement for said services, subject to the requirements of 6. This section. Payment for the services shall be made directly to the 7 licensed dental hygienist or dental therapist, if requested by the 8 licensed dental hygienist or dental therapist, except that the Section 9 shall does not apply to licensed dental hygienists or dental therapists. 10. When acting within the scope of their employment as salaried employees. 11. Of public or private institutions, physicians, or dentists. 12.2. For each child provided dental hygiene services pursuant to 13. This section, the dental hygienist or dental therapist shall attempt to 14. Identify a dentist participating in Medicaid for the child. 15. Section 40. Appropriation. 1. For the 2022-23 state fiscal 16 year, $14,786 is appropriated to the Department of Regulatory Agencies. 17. This appropriation is from the Division of Professions and Occupations. 18. Cash fund created in Section 12-20-1053 CRS. To implement this act. 19. The department may use this appropriation for the purchase of legal 20 services. 21.2. For the 2022-23 state fiscal year, $14,786 is appropriated to 22. The Department of Law. This appropriation is from reappropriated funds 23 received from the Department of Regulatory Agencies under subsection 124 of this section, and is based on an assumption that the Department of Law 25 will require an additional 0.1 FTE. To implement this act, the Department 26 of Law may use this appropriation to provide legal services for the 27 Department of Regulatory Agencies. 39-219. 1 Section 41. Act subject to petition, effective date, 2 applicability. 1. This act takes effect January 1, 2023, except that, if a 3 referendum petition is filed pursuant to Section 1(3) of Article V of the 4 State Constitution against this act or an item, section, or part of this Act 5 within the 90-day period after final adjournment of the General 6 Assembly, then the act, item, section, or part will not take effect unless 7 approved by the people at the general election to be held in November 8, 2022, and in such case, will take effect January 1, 2023, or on the date of 9 the official declaration of the vote thereon by the governor, whichever is 10 later. 11.2. This act applies to the practice of dental therapy, or after the 12 applicable effective date of this act. 40-219.
Representative Sandridge.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I heard this bill in committee, and I was, it did give me when we discussed the need for certain areas in our population are lacking dental service. I know I heard certain areas didn't have access as well as other areas. And that concerns me. That concerns me. I know in committee we discussed how people testify that said dental hygiene and the importance of proper dental habits can help stop many diseases, more than just teeth. So I think we all recognize the importance of what this bill looks at. We all want our constituents to have proper access. But the concern I have is pretty similar to similar bills of nursing and doctors. This falls into that same stack where we say we want to give more access. But when I see regulation, I think of a conversation that I've had with a different doctor that says sometimes regulations make the doctors want to leave or go to a different state where they're treated better. They don't have to go through this red tape or certain regulations. So that's where I get concerned. We all want better access. We want our constituents to have better access, especially our kids. But will this bill help or will it hurt? Will it attract these services to the areas in need? Or will certain regulations make them go to states that are more, that don't have this regulation, make it easier for business? So I fit this bill into similar bills that we have where the intentions are great and the need is clear. But does it help? And that's where I just get some concern, because if you look at the history of certain regulations, licensing, red tape, it's just like any other job. The more you make it difficult to get into that job, the less of those professionals you'll have. So I think that's something we all need to think about with bills like this. We need to think about the money used. Is it the best way to give access to certain populations? Or is even government the answer to this? Or could it be something where the government gets out of the way? So I think from the testimony in committee, it was clear there was a need. But I think there's a lot of ways we can look at this to give people certain access. But I just want to make sure we don't do things that hurt the situation and have people providing this service go to other states where they're not regulated. So I just think that's something we all need to think about and make sure our what we do actually does help the situation. Thank you.
Representative Hanks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know when that bill was read at length, it went on for a while, and so I'd like to do kind of a two-sentence bill summary, and then I want to get into a letter that was from a constituent of a colleague of mine, and it's pretty telling. So SB, let me get on the right line here, 219. This bill creates a new credentialing level for those who practice dentistry, a dental therapist. Dental therapists are allowed to practice under the supervision of a licensed dentist for 1,000 hours. After those 1,000 hours, the therapist may practice under indirect supervision through an articulated plan. This plan must include 1, methods of supervision, 2, quality control protocols, 3, referral policies for procedures the therapist is not qualified to provide, 4, medical emergency policies, and 5, dental assistant supervision policies. So I want to read this letter, and it starts off, it's from today. Please oppose SB 22-219. I have 2 precious girls, aged 2 and 4. I am a second-generation dentist. I used my hard-earned doctorate of dental surgery to provide for my children. What I do matters. I change people's lives. I get them out of pain. I make my patients' lives better by making their smiles look great. By voting yes on SB 22-219, you would be voting to destroy my livelihood and life's work. Worse, you will be destroying the livelihood of thousands of other Colorado dentists and their teams. At the same time, you will decrease the quality and availability of dental care for Colorado residents. There is not a dental provider shortage in Colorado. Our metrics for access to dental care are far better than any of the states that have chosen mid-level providers. I work in a rural area. I get people in pain in for care within 1 to 2 days. There is not a shortage of providers or appointments. Socializing dentistry will not improve the oral health of anyone in the USA. How is the oral health of England with their socialized dentistry? A survey of more than 5,000 patients in England reveals it is so difficult to find a publicly funded dentist that 6% had resorted to self-treatment. Some said they fixed broken crowns with super glue, and one person spoke of pulling 14 of his own teeth with pliers. What will the consequences of this bill be? Bullet 1, loss of quality dentists. Since we can't compete with the fees an individual that did not spend 20 years of their lives getting a $1 million degree, smart students will begin choosing another field to be able to support their families. This has already happened to physicians. Bullet 2, dental insurance companies will, this is interesting, dental insurance companies will use the opportunity to abuse dentists. They will tell subscribers to use a dental therapist to get a cheaper deal, as the insurance companies do not care about patients getting poor quality care. Again, this guy's letter. Ever heard of Beyond Borders? It is where dental insurance companies choose to tell subscribers that USA dentists charge too much and their subscribers should go to Mexico for cheaper prices. I have personally seen devastating oral disfigurement and infection from people that chose Mexican dentistry. The affluent Mexican citizens I know choose to bring their families to the USA for dentistry. Bullet, whatever, 4. Most dental insurance companies already pay more to city dentists than rural dentists. Just imagine what they will do if a therapist working out of their garage can provide a crown for a fraction of what it costs a dentist to provide quality care. The crown would likely be made in a foreign location and end up falling out in a year. Oral surgery done in a garage, patients bleeding to death, getting broken jaws, or maybe they get off light with a nasty infection. All because the public doesn't fully understand a cheap deal could cost their life. Next bullet. A dental therapist will have the office, I say again, a dental therapist will not have the office dentists do. This means they can undercut our fees while providing poor quality work. This will destroy the jobs for our assistants, secretaries, and hygienists. What about our employees' children? Do they matter? Poor quality work done by an inadequately trained provider under no supervision, and parenthetically, the bill only requires supervision for the first 1,000 hours on a 3-year degree, close parentheses, will result in decreased oral health for patients. Who will be left, I say again, who will be left to mop up the messes dental therapists create? The dentists will fix them, which will place us in a high liability position for a pre-compromised outcome. That is, until all the dentists fold or move to another state. So that's an interesting take on it, worth sharing, and I appreciate your attention.
Representative Baisley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, everyone. So I think I appreciate what we're doing in this in Senate Bill 219. There is a concern area that I have, though, that I'd like to address with good conversation, and let me just begin in print here by I move L022 and ask for it to be displayed.
Thank you. That's been displayed. Would you like to tell us what your amendment does?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So if you remember back in English, you English teachers, inclusive ors, exclusive ors, and so on, when we list something, then that is and can be legally interpreted to be the entire scope, rather than saying at least these items. So what we're doing in statute here, within Section 6 of the bill, it begins with reading, and I'm on page 8, line 22, practice of dental therapy, supervision requirements, rules. A dental therapist may perform the following tasks and procedures under the direct supervision of a licensed dentist. And then there is quite a list going on, from restorations, biopsies, place temporary crowns, and repair defective prosthetic devices, and so on. The problem that I'm suggesting is that becomes perhaps the finite list, and it is prescriptive in statute for a professional practice, which I believe we should avoid as a body, as a legislative body, from being prescriptive in statute for a professional practice. So what this what this amendment would do would be to merely say that the dental therapist may perform the tasks and procedures under the supervision of the licensed dentist, and kind of period, but certainly to do so within the dentist's scope of practice. That way, that would give all the flexibility to certainly include all of these things and something else that we have not thought of so far, or perhaps even an invention of a practice, of a procedure that would come up in ensuing years that should have been placed in this list, but would be illegal to perform under the supervision without a statute amendment. So it just seems to me like we ought to just trust that licensed dentist to supervise the dental therapist and bring them along, take advantage of their skills and their position in assisting, and let them give the appropriate supervision, let them train and increase their skills, but within their supervision and within the judgment that we would then trust of the licensed dentist by keeping that scope open and within the dentist's judgment. So that's my amendment proposal, and I would appreciate your consideration for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion of L022? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L022. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The amendment is lost. Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, I heard this in finance, although quite frankly, this really should have gone to Health and Insurance. It really should not have gone to Finance, because in Health and Insurance, we typically deal with bills like this. So I would move to refer Senate Bill 219 to Health and Insurance.
That's a proper motion. All those in favor of moving this back to Health and Insurance say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The motion is lost. Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I guess since we didn't get there with that, let's now take a deep dive into the bill. So with that, I move Amendment L023 and ask that it be displayed. It strikes the government immunities clause. Does what? Strikes the government immunities clause.
And that's properly displayed. Go ahead, Rep. Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So if you turn to page 36, if I can find it, there's a provision in here that, to tell you the truth, is quite disturbing. So if you look down to subpart C on lines 15, and then you drop down to line 18, it's, first of all, I should describe the paragraph here. So this is the liability insurance that one of these dental therapists must carry. So it talks about how a licensed dental therapist must maintain professional liability insurance in the amount of not less than $500,000 per incident and $1,500,000 annual aggregate per year. And then it continues and it says, except that this requirement is not applicable to a dental therapist who is a public employee under the Colorado Government Immunities Act, Article 10 of Title 14. I find this quite troubling that you could go to the same dental therapist, and one would happen to be a public employee, and let's say they extracted the wrong tooth, or they drilled on the wrong tooth. One is going to be protected under the Colorado Government Immunities Act, and the other one you could sue for damages. Just because you work for the government doesn't mean that you should have this special protection and that we're creating these shields for government employees when they're performing as dental therapists. I also find it quite troubling that, we should have them maintain this same level of insurance. If you're going to act as a professional, whether it's going to be for the government or in the private sector, you should have to have the same level of insurance of $500,000 per incident. Is that not too much to ask? Otherwise, what's going to happen is it's really easy to say, let's try to have as many government dental therapists as possible so that when they make mistakes, they won't be liable at all. As a matter of fact, you can even pay them less because you're not having to think about covering insurance for medical liability. And that's why this amendment is needed. I cannot imagine going to a professional and having explained to me that if something goes wrong, well, too bad. You made the choice of going to a dental therapist that's employed by the government. But if you had gone to a private sector dental therapist, now all of a sudden if they make a mistake, they're on the hook for the full amount of damages. It's quite disturbing to have the wrong tooth extracted. I don't know if any of you have ever had that done. I didn't see any hands raised. I had a close family member who had that done. And that family member was in the U.S. Navy at the time. And they also had this same provision. Too bad, so sad was the answer. So much for damages, so much for being able to make up for the gap that was created by extracting the wrong tooth. I'm quite sensitive to things like this. We should not be creating two different classes of citizens. And my fear is that, as we have certain government clinics that are going to arise or are out there, that means that if you're poor and a mistake is made on you, too bad, so sad. For those of us who can afford to go to a dentist that does not work for the government, that's in the private sector, and they make a mistake, they're held to the full liability. Things like this ought to be concerning. To have two different standards in law, two different standards of medical insurance in law when it's the same medical professional, the same dental therapist. We shouldn't have two different amounts of insurance that are out there, one that's nil and the other one that's $500,000. That's not right, it's not fair, and it's not just. And at the appropriate time, I call for a division on this amendment. Thank you.
Yes, Representative Ransom.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I need to get up and speak in support of this amendment as well. When I first was looking at this portion of the bill on page 36, what I was realizing was that we were going to be incentivizing dental therapists to work for the government as opposed to working out in either private industry or working for dentists that serve people in their communities. And that is not a good thing for for us to be doing here in the state, and it's not a good idea for us in the state to be picking winners and losers. We've all said that before, and then also making sure that people that are lower income and going to government clinics or using the public employees, the dental therapists that are in the government world, that those people that have a mistake made on them or some type of negligence perhaps would not be entitled to any recompense or any type of reimbursement because there wouldn't be insurance there. They would just be covered under the Colorado Governmental Immunity Act, and they would not have the ability to go after people that did them harm. So with that, I really do request an aye vote on L023. I ask for an aye vote because that would lead to more fairness, and it would lead to us not incentivizing people to choose one practice over another based on what we, the government, think would be best for them. Please vote yes on this amendment.
Is Representative Duran?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would ask you to vote no on L023. Dentists and hygienists already do this, so I ask for a no vote.
Is there any further? Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I guess the big question is, do dentists and hygienists already have a difference in the amount of insurance that they carry depending on if they're government employees or not?
Is there any further discussion of Amendment L023? Seeing none, the question is the adoption, I'm getting there. The question is the adoption of L023. A division has been called. All those in the chamber, up. Hold on. We'll take a brief recess. Thank you. The House will come back to order. The question before us is the adoption of L023. A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. All those in favor of Amendment L023, please stand and remain standing, or raise your hand and keep it raised until the count is taken. You may be seated. All those against the measure, please stand or raise your hand and remain standing or with your hand raised until the count is taken. L023 is lost. Rep. Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Quite disappointed that that was the outcome, but I did also want to make sure you knew that I was waving at you, not necessarily raising my hand on the division. But back to the bill. So we did hear this in finance, and quite frankly, it is a wonder why we're creating a third category in Colorado. when we have dental hygienists and then we have dentists, and now we're creating this category that's just sitting out there in between. And my cousin is a dentist in Delta, and I was told that the Colorado Dental Association was at neutral. However, as you start talking to individual dentists, certainly in rural Colorado, they're actually quite concerned about this bill. And they're quite concerned with carving out a new category to where this really is the bread and butter of what we have a lot of professionals doing in rural Colorado, and that quite frankly the more serious oral surgeries are not what they're seeing. You may only have 2 or 3 in a town of 10,000, 2 or 3 dentists, and that certainly we need more hygienists. I'm not real sure about creating a new category of therapists, because we certainly need more dentists out there as well. So that's why I move amendment L020 and ask that it be displayed.
And that amendment is properly displayed. Yes, Rep. Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this amendment is a relatively simple one. It strikes the enacting clause on the bill. It's one where, quite frankly, if it ain't broke, why fix it? That's one thing that we say a lot in rural Colorado. We really need more hygienists, more dentists. I'm not real sure that creating a new in-between category actually solves our problems. We heard a lot of stories about how creating the in-between category would be great because they would make more than a hygienist but not as much as a dentist. Well, the way I'm viewing it, certainly from a patient perspective, if I actually would have gone to a hygienist and now they move up into the therapist category, I'm looking at it as that didn't reduce the cost of healthcare, that actually increased the cost of my healthcare. And then there's also the element in the bill where the therapist is only supervised for like 1,000 hours, which is not very long in direct supervision, before then they can move to indirect supervision. Now all of a sudden you can have them popping up all over town, adding to the competition element. But in addition to that, if you have all of your therapists, it's all your hygienists move to therapists, now you've just increased the cost of healthcare. And it's all by having just a little more education, which everyone's going to try to do this. It logically makes sense for any hygienist to want this path to become a therapist because you get to bill more, make more money. But if you're someone who doesn't make much money and you live in rural Colorado, this is going to hit your pocketbook, and this is going to hit your pocketbook really hard. If there's one thing that we've heard a lot about, it's visiting your dentist and your hygienist at least twice a year is not only good for your oral health, but it's also good for your cardiovascular health. Because a lot of studies have actually shown that there is a link between cleaning plaque and other decay and the strength of your heart, for example, and your respiratory system. So it is really important that Coloradans do have regular visits to dental professionals. But as it stands right now, it's incredibly expensive. And if you're counting your pennies, especially when the cost of everything right now is at a 40-year high, and if you've been watching the stock market for the last 2 weeks, everything is indicating that we're entering a recession, you're really going to start to throttle back on your family's expenses. And instead of going to the dentist twice a year, or the hygienist, you may only do it once a year. And why would you go to someone in between? Because everyone is going to move to this in-between category because they can bill more. You have more of an economic incentive not to go. So this actually has a chilling effect on patient access to good quality dental care. It raises the cost of care in rural Colorado, certainly. It certainly propagates the war in rural Colorado. And members, that's why the only good amendment to add to this bill is an amendment striking the enacting clause. And I would ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion of L20? Rep. Duran.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to add that this bill aligns us with 13 other states that are currently have dental therapists. It ensures that things stay similar across the U.S., which means consistent across the U.S., and it'll help us recruit professionals outside of Colorado. So I ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Is there any further discussion of L020? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L020. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those against say no. No. The noes have it. The amendment is lost. Representative Carver.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, as I was looking through this bill, I am always sensitive to sunset reviews, particularly when we are creating a new occupational licensing in Colorado. And so with that, I offer L021 and ask that it be displayed.
Yes, Rep. Carver, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I did not see a sunset provision for this new licensing regime for dental therapists. And talking with the bill drafter, they indicated that this was being added underneath the dental board provisions, where the current sunset would be in 2025. Unfortunately, with this bill, the licensing provisions go into effect January 1st, 2023. So that is only a 2-year period before this particular new licensing regime for dental therapists would get its review. And historically, we have always allowed at least 3 to 4 years for the implementation of a new program, that you really need that passage of time before you can do any kind of meaningful sunset review. And that is why I added this amendment would clarify that the sunset review for the dental therapy licensing regime would be in 2027. This in September 2027. This would allow a little over 4 years for this new licensing regime to be in effect and provide the kind of data that is actually useful in looking at whether we have done the licensing in the proper way and what aspects of this need to be adjusted, if any. I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Sandridge.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I really don't have too much to say on this amendment. I just think it's smart. As the bill is now, what is it, 2 years? I think it's just too brief of a time frame to really have the data that we need to see if this is working and to see if there's any unintended consequences of this bill. You know, I know it's a little bit over 4 years. I'm a fan of 5 years, but I think this is good enough, and to allow this program to get going and seeing if it is helping or hurting. So I stand in strong support and ask for an aye vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Is there further discussion of L021? Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I also rise in support of this amendment, but probably for reasons contrary to my my colleagues, I am not a strong supporter of licensing regimes. And so if we put a sunset on this, then in 2027 we can revisit this whole question and possibly dismantle this whole mountain of regulations that we have created and provide greater freedom in the markets through disbanding this particular way of engaging and implementing a new structure. So I don't know about you, but I think that the state could put into place rules like you shouldn't lie to the people who walk through your door, and you should give them full disclosure about the types of credentialing that you have and where you got those credentials and what that all entails, and allow them to decide if they want to utilize your services or not, if you have enough competency in their view or not, because presumably we're all adults and can make decisions for ourselves, and in the event that there is harm done, then they can go to the courts and file claims under contract law or tort law, medical malpractice, criminal law if need be. But why we have to create such defined scopes of practice and have these particular issues, right, where you want to have some flexibility in the market, allow for that. I think a number of our citizens probably get more information from Yelp or Google reviews than they do from taking a look at who is licensed and by whom. And so I do believe that there are other mechanisms by which we can ensure protection for our people without getting into the nitty-gritty of determining that this person can do this but not that, and this but not this, and allow for some innovation within the market, because perhaps there's some category between dental therapists and dentists that we have yet to discover, some new techniques we have yet to discover that could actually be of great help, but people are fearful of entering into that innovative space because they are not specifically listed in some statute book. And so I rise in support of this amendment so that possibly we can continue this important conversation, and by 2027 have a whole new way of looking at business and how best to protect our citizens while at the same time allowing for entrepreneurial innovation. Thank you.
Rep. Duran.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to be clear with our members that our bill is part of the Dental Practice Act now, and it'll be treated in the same manner. So it will be under a sunrise review in 2 years. So I ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Rep. Carver.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, of course, that's the issue, is this new licensing regime doesn't go into effect until January 1st of 2023. So what kind of meaningful sunset review are we going to have on this new licensing regime for dental therapists with only 2 years implementation? And that is why it is perfectly reasonable to set a sunset review at the 4-year point instead of 2 years. And on that and on this amendment, I call for division.
Okay, is there further discussion of L021? I think we'll stand in a brief recess. A division has been called. The committee will come back to order. The question before us is the adoption of Amendment L021. A division has been requested. All those in the chamber who are not entitled to vote, please be seated. All those in favor of Amendment L021, please stand or raise your hand and remain standing or remain with your hand up until the count is taken.
What are you doing? I'll let you know. He's waving. That's what got me in trouble last time. Can you have two? Wait, can you really have two?
You may be seated. All those who wish to vote no on this amendment, please rise or raise your hand and remain standing or keep your hand raised until the vote has been taken. Please raise your hand if you would like to vote no on this amendment. Can you, if anybody who is joining remotely would like to vote no on this amendment, can you please raise your hand? Amendment L021 is lost. Representative Sandridge.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm a little disappointed this evening because we've only heard one side of the story on this bill. I earlier came up and spoke against it, some of the negatives, but I don't think the full story has been told. I don't know if we could say if it's been fair. So I was in committee on this bill, and we had people testifying that they're in rural areas and they have to drive a long distance to find a dentist. So the access isn't there, isn't local. And we've talked about different bills with us with medical providers where you don't have a full-fledged doctor, but you have somebody that's not quite a doctor, but still can provide a service. And this bill is like a lot of other bills. It's not saying you can't go to a doctor, a dentist, a full-fledged dentist. If you're in a rural area, you want to drive that extra distance to see a full-fledged dentist, you can still do that. But if you don't want to drive that far distance, drive into town or whatever it is, and there's a dental therapist local, that's your choice. As long as you're informed. Should the government sit back and say, no, you need to drive all that way? And I'm guessing a dentist is a little bit more expensive, I don't know, than a dental therapist. But you can have the choice. So does this bill actually give you more of a choice? Give you more access? So, we all would love to have Harvard doctors working on us. But sometimes they're not around. And I think you have a choice of, hey, I want to go to this. I feel this procedure is a minor procedure and I don't need a full-fledged dentist. And I'm an adult, I'm making my own choice. So does this increase access? It does regulate dental therapists, but it allows them to come in. I mean, it doesn't say regulate, but in a way, isn't it deregulate? Because it's allowing therapists to come into certain areas that don't have access. And it gives certain people a choice. I think if you're hurting, who has had a toothache here, a painful toothache, and you have a dental therapist in town that could help you, or you have to drive 75 miles, you should have the choice of what to do. And if you choose to drive all that way, that's your choice too. So I think this goes back to a lot of bills where we say no, we can't do this. We should have dentists working on all of us. But it's not like we can, do a magic wand and dentists appear in our town. We all would like that, but that's just not feasible. So I'm kind of curious more into the rural areas where you got nothing. If you have nothing, something's better than nothing. So I know the conversation's been kind of one-sided, but there's some pros to this bill. And I think I don't think it's going to really mean too much to people in my district, because you can't throw a rock without hitting the dentist's office. But I think in underserved areas, this could be helpful. So I think if you represent a rural district or a district that is underserved, this is better than nothing. And you may be just as happy or happier, who knows? You may actually save $1 too. I don't know. So just something to think about. I know we're kind of on one side, but I'll throw the other side out there too and have this ponder over it. Thank you.
Representative McLaughlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think the representative just made a very, very, very good argument for us who think that we live in rural Colorado. And yes, there are choices. Some people get to drive 2 or 3 hours before they find a dentist. They do have that choice. Or there's the dentists that go into, like they're at the fair perhaps. They are in mobile labs that go around to rural areas. They often go into nursing homes because those people don't really want to or can't travel those 5 miles to get to a dentist. They go to school-based health centers for kids who also can't drive because they're 6 years old, by the way. They cannot drive to a dentist, but the dentist comes to them, or the therapist comes to them. They also have community clinics where people can go who do not want to drive a long way to a dentist. The therapist can look at the patients and they can do what is in their purview to do. If there is more, they can send them to that dentist that has to go 5 hours away. They do not do all the dental work, but it's a really fabulous way to have a midpoint in there, somewhere between somebody who cleans your teeth and a dentist who does a lot more than that. And this is that in between. And if you live in rural Colorado, or if you live in a place where there are no dentists, there's several counties, Cheyenne, Crowley, Hinsdale, Kiowa, San Juan, they have no dentists at all. Wouldn't that be nice to have this for people in those counties? 2 of those are my counties. So I'm very, very, very much in favor of this, and I think it's a good thing to have good dental health accessible to you, that you don't have to drive for hours and hours over. It's usually a snowy pass when you want to do it, but you don't have to do that unless you absolutely have to.
Representative Soper.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. Certainly, as I'm looking through this, one thing that's of concern to me is that it's only 1,000 hours that you'd have direct supervision under a dentist as a therapist before you'd roll out and then be able to have indirect supervision, which means you could be a rover out somewhere, and that you certainly could have almost what I'd call a pod-like practice where you have perhaps a dentist and then the indirect supervision and have certainly quite a large cluster around you. I think the bill anticipated something like 4 to 6, and I don't remember the exact number, I apologize. However, that's still quite concerning. I believe that certainly if we're going to go down this path, then it should be fully direct supervision, and that a lot of what's being anticipated here are procedures that currently only dentists do, and that it's entering that realm of full-fledged dentistry, and that we're moving into things like drilling a tooth for a cavity. If something were to go wrong, I want this therapist near a dentist so that they can collaborate, they can make sure that that emergency can be dealt with appropriately, and that it perhaps does not reach to the level of an emergency, which is why I move Amendment L025 and ask that it be displayed.
Thanks. And L025 is displayed. Rep. Soper?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this amendment makes it, if you're going to be a dental therapist, direct supervision, so that as I was talking about, as we're carving out this new category in the profession of dentistry, it's no longer hygienists moving up to dentists, and then your oral surgeons after that, that as we're carving out this new area that has a lot of bleed over, or I shouldn't say that, a lot of overlap to dentists, that we have them working in direct supervision of a dentist full-time, not just a mere 1,000 hours, which is like, what, a quarter of a year, a third of a year. And so this would actually make them direct supervision. And I would ask for a yes vote. And at the appropriate time, Madam Chair, I call for a division.
Okay, a division has been called. Is there any further discussion of Amendment L025? Seeing none, the committee will take a brief recess. The committee will come back to order. Representative Sandridge.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just have a quick question. When you say direct supervision, can you define what that is? Because if it's one-on-one direct supervision, the purpose of the bill is because you can't find dentists. And if you have a therapist there and you need a dentist supervising, why have the therapist there? Because you got the dentist. So is this a one-on-one, or is this something where you have one dentist and maybe 3 or 5 therapists that they're directly overseeing? So just was kind of curious on that. Thank you.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative Sandridge. No, so what's anticipated by this amendment is that you would have the therapist operating in the same office as a dentist. And so that would be that supervision that's in immediate proximity. It's not that you sent the therapist out, say you're in Delta, and now you're going to have the indirect supervision out in Dove Creek that's, a couple hours away, 2.5 hours away. And so that's just a really good example. Or let's say you're a dentist operating in Montrose, and that you could easily invade the Delta market and have your therapists operating throughout Delta County. What this is saying is that no, because things like drilling a cavity are something that historically only a dentist could do, and it's something that, quite frankly, could go wrong, especially if you've only had 1,000 hours of training, and that now all of a sudden you're the only one. This just means that you have a dentist in that same proximity where you are.
Representative Sandridge.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so would this be indicative of you go to see a medical doctor, but you have a physician's assistant to take the lower cases or not as severe cases? So you have a physician in an office, they can only take so many appointments. You bring in a physician assistant to take on more of the minor cases. Is that kind of like this would be? You'd have a dentist in the office, but then you'd have, I guess, the dental therapist taking on the minor cases. So in general, that office could, I guess, just see more people in general.
Representative Duran.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to state that this bill was heavily negotiated. We worked with the Colorado Dental Association, with our hygienist, to ensure that we struck the perfect balance in this bill. And if we went with this amendment, it would be too restrictive, and it would prevent our dental therapists from practicing where the need is the greatest. So I ask for a no vote.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this amendment actually would more or less treat the therapist as a PA, a physician's assistant. And we definitely had that debate earlier this year. And so it's not that you need to have the dentist hovering over the therapist at all times, but that it's that collaborative environment. It's that supervision that's there. It's the ability to share in that expertise that is always present. And so this would still keep the bill intact. It would still do a lot of good, quite frankly, for rural Colorado and for all of Colorado, but it would certainly ensure that you don't have a situation where you're sending out therapists to act as rovers all over the place that could be hours and hours away from wherever the dentist is. So I'd ask for a yes vote.
The question before us, the adoption of Amendment L025. A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. All those in favor of Amendment L025, please stand or raise your hand and remain standing or with your hand raised until the count is taken. You may be seated. All those in the chamber who would like to vote no on this amendment, please stand and remain standing, or please raise your hand and keep it raised until the count is taken. Amendment L025 is lost. The question before us is the Representative Carver.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, members, one of the concerns related to direct supervision versus indirect supervision, I think harks back to earlier debates. Does that also mean when there's indirect supervision, there's no responsibility and there's no liability? Well, then if that's the case, then I can better understand why perhaps there was more support for a pretty limited set of hours of supervision, because where there is direct supervision, there is responsibility and liability. But what does that mean for ensuring quality of care and for ensuring that with direct supervision, you would also have the therapist really required and responsible for conferring with a full-fledged dentist on a situation that might be close to the edge as far as scope of practice. So I appreciate the debate and the decision by voice vote not to go with continuous supervision, but I think also the very limited number of hours, also with the very limited sunset, what kind of look are we really going to have with whether we have drawn the lines properly to ensure quality of care, to ensure that we don't have reduced quality of care for those in the rural areas. That's kind of quality of care we would get with more supervision. So I continue to, especially with the, quite frankly, what I think will be a very limited and not very valuable sunset review at 2 years, a new type of practice that I think certainly has the potential for things to go badly wrong in some of these procedures, and then not having a dentist directly providing oversight is very concerning. And so I remain in opposition to the bill.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have to admit, members, I was a yes vote in committee when I heard it in finance. But throughout the course of this debate and all that I've studied since then, I have to regret that I rise as a solid no vote here on second reading. We've offered certainly a lot of amendments to try to work on making this a better bill. None of those were accepted. I certainly believe that everyone's heart was in the right place, but I certainly would, just talking to my side, would love to see this be a straight party line vote, because something like this, where you're actually writing that if you're an agent of the government, if you're a government employee, that you don't have to have any liability insurance. But if you're not a government employee, if you're working in the private sector, then you have to carry $500,000 of liability insurance. And that's not right. That's not fair. That's not just. The other thing that we have in here that's quite concerning is that it does create an element of undue competition, because one thing that we do see in rural Colorado is actually quite a few dentists and hygienists, and that those are the medical professions that you do see in each of these small towns. And you're creating the ability for more hygienists to move over to the therapist category solely for a higher reimbursement rate, which I'm all for everyone being reimbursed more. But the problem is, in rural Colorado, when you have more Medicaid and Medicare payers who are already fixed, where do you then raise the rates? You raise it on the commercial side of the equation, which means that this particular bill will have the net effect of raising the commercial insurance rates for rural Coloradans. And if it wasn't already expensive enough to live in rural Colorado, this bill just makes it much more expensive if you need dental services. The other thing it does do is, a lot of times when you have certain dental procedures done, like cavities, those are typically in our small towns currently being done by a dentist. And this bill would aim to replace those dentists with a therapist. Now, you may say that's all great and well and dandy and everything. However, for the dentist in that town, when we're talking small towns, 5,000 people, 6,000 people, 500 people, 790 people, your dentist is a pillar in that community, and to push them out and say, well, we're going to replace you with a therapist, and we're going to tell you, you now need to move your entire family to a bigger city because you need to be doing more of what you had practiced under. That now displaces someone who typically is a pillar in that community, someone who also provides good economic means to that community and employing people within that community as well. It takes all that away. So now in some of these rural communities, not only is your commercial insurance going to go up because of this bill, but now all of a sudden you're forcing your dentist staff to move and relocate to larger cities. They'll be replaced by therapists in the small towns, and you're saying that we need to have a lesser quality version of a dentist if we choose to live in God's country. I do find all this quite shocking and disturbing that we would see a bill like this in this chamber. And then as I'm reading through this bill, I see that it's only 1,000 hours of direct supervision. 1,000 hours of direct supervision before you're off pretty much on your own and indirect is nothing. Think how long we've been in this chamber this year. Far more than 1,000 hours.
I think it was 1,000 hours today.
Which is why I would like to actually see this be at least double that, so that at least there's much more of that camaraderie, which is why I move Amendment L024 and ask that it be displayed.
Rep. Soper, your amendment is displayed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So what this amendment does, Amendment L024, is it doubles the amount of hours of direct supervision. And instead of 1,000 hours, it makes it 2,000 hours. Think about any professional you're going to in the medical world. Certainly before someone is touching my teeth and perhaps drilling in to remove a cavity, I would kind of like them to have much more than 1,000 hours. 2,000 hours seems to be striking that balance. It also ensures that there's a good working relationship between the therapist and the dentist as well, because 2,000 hours means that they will have spent, hopefully within the same office, time getting to understand whether it's the locals or the different patients. But it also means that you've seen enough different experiences to know what to do when you're out on your own. And one thing about rural Colorado, if this dental therapist is going to be out there, it takes a long time to see the second of something. So if you have a unique case come through to your particular office, it may be 1,000 hours before you see that same case again, which means that 2,000 hours would ensure that if it's a little bit on the unique side, you've at least seen it 2, 3, 4 times before you're out indirect on your own. And that's why an amendment like this is so important. So members, I would ask for a yes vote, but at the appropriate time, I also call division on this amendment.
Okay, division has been called. Is there any further discussion of Amendment L024? Seeing none, you got it? Yeah, you want me to do it? Rep. Pelton has lost his hearing aid, so if
anyone
anybody...
comes up with one, it's mine.
Maybe you could all look around in your seats. We'll stand in a brief recess, or no, we're good to go. Okay, so the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L024. A division has been called. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please sit down. All those in favor of Amendment L024, please stand and remain standing or with your hand raised, and keep it raised until the count is taken. You may be seated. All those who would like to vote no on Amendment 25, please stand and remain standing, or raise your hand and keep your hand raised until the count has been taken. Amendment L024 is lost. Madam Assistant Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the committee rise and report progress and beg leave to sit again at 12:05 a.m. Tuesday, May 10th.
The chamber will rise and report. Nope. Hold on. Seeing no objection.
The committee will rise, report, and ask leave to sit again.
The committee will rise and report and ask leave to sit again at 12:05 a.m. Tuesday, May 10th.
The House will come back to order. Mr. Shebo, please read the report.
Madam Speaker Pro Tem, your Committee of the Whole reports as follows. It has risen, reports progress, and begs leave to sit again at 12:05 a.m. on Tuesday, May 10th.
The committee will sit again at 12:05 a.m. on Tuesday, May 10th. Madam, okay, Mr. Shebo, let's read the reports, signing of bills and resolutions. Okay. Signing of bills.
The Speaker has signed House Bill at 1003 to
That
1089.
will be printed in the Journal. Delivery of bills to the governor.
The Chief Clerk of the House of Representatives
That'll be
reports.
printed in the Journal. Messages from the Senate.
Madam Speaker Pro Tem,
Those
the
will
Senate
be
has passed.
printed in the Journal. Message to the from the reviser.
We herewith transmit without
And that
comment as
also will be printed in the Journal. Introduction of bills.
Senate Bill 239 by Senators Moreno and Simpson, also Representatives Esgar and McKean, concerning buildings in the Capitol complex and in connection therewith funding certain capital construction projects for state-owned buildings and making an appropriation.
Thank you. And House Bill 239 will be assigned to the Committee on Appropriations. Senate Bill 239, I misspoke, will be assigned to the Committee on Appropriations. And now, Madam Assistant Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. I move to lay over the balance of the calendar until Tuesday, May 10th.
Seeing no objection, the House will stand in nope. The balance of the calendar will be laid over until May 10th. And Madam Assistant Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. I move that the House stand in adjournment until Tuesday, May 10th at 12:05 a.m.
Seeing no objection, the House will stand in adjournment until Tuesday, May 10th at 12:05 a.m.